pointing it down then, that would do me nicely. It was good by then. Probably lost by then. Interesting, because back a little bit longer, not a lot, because the rain could save us. Put pressure on them to score just that big quicker. Think about death.
Yeah, I think 3 people died. It's an infection that's normally caused by rats.
Yeah.
And it's currently suffocate birds, but they won't let them get far. Serious medical situation.
Janet's got asleep. One's on his lap, and 2 of them are down. I want to take turns to go on his lap. Or if one particularly likes. Yeah, that's good, really nice. Well, the air, you only hear them yapping like that. Leave it as a bit.
Probably like that. Probably get a lot of questions.
Just get stuck at home, isn't it? Some boring walk twice a day. Yeah, all makes it all into toilet.
Yeah, so you have to worry about it.
Yeah. That's the way it takes them to go up the road. Very nice, don't they? Very sedate. Not matter of it.
Well, I thought when I saw them that 2 of them were very similar, but one of them was slightly different.
Right. Something on those in this country.
Yes, I thought 2 of them looked very similar. One was slightly.
Yeah, that one. Passes alone. Exactly, I don't know. Is it? I get special treat.
We'll have to give them more.
There's less than that one. So, put them on the floor. Let's see your ears so they've got. Lifting it back up again, no.
Look, you don't live in Yorkshire. So come here to the north.
It wants to go for a walk now.
Probably.
Look, look. His tail's going off. That's all right now. That's right. So you look at the tail of it, wagging.
So what do you want to say then?
I think I'll have one of those yogurt things again. And maybe the just running myself for what it is.
I think I'm a bit happy. Do you want some fruit? If you need some. You might not have anything else.
Oh yeah.
I'll do a little one for them.
People say.
Practicing for when the ball goes between that to a meter again, so you don't have to move. Managed to get it going in the middle of the night. I got up at 5 and I looked, it's on 6 to 1. But it keeps falling out. I don't know if there's a bit of debris in the chargeport or if it's damaged. I don't know if I can do anything about it. If not, I'm going to have to buy a new phone tomorrow. I mean, especially if I'm going to book travel for going home and then my phone dies and you've got a ticket to and you get it cheap after you book online and everything, so I'm stupid always.
But he was on about, he was in that was more about his terrorism and what have you.
Well, that's who I've got my phone through, but I mean, my contract's up now.
I don't know if they'll have anything to do with repair. I wouldn't have thought so.
I just need one of these cheap little mobile phone repair shops around here. You might be able to do it there for a tenner or something.
I didn't tell Les what he told me. Said something about Les. He said, oh, you mean early man Les? Yeah, that doesn't give you too interesting code.
I'm just wondering what time he's coming to the next week. He's had a look at Rob this afternoon. And then just take it on there and give us a petrol money.
Well, look on booking.com and actually got room in. So,
You can never tell, but I reckon Tea Diamonds.
well, I mean, looking at forecasts, we're going to win this to get you there, yeah.
You can guarantee we'll lose wickets straight away.
Well, that is simple. That's what I want. It's like a million pounds.
But I reckon I could probably get home from Sheffield from 7:30 or something, depending on what's going to finish.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, well, then I'm looking at either biting the bullet and getting a taxi from Newcastle or travelling overnight from somewhere, whether it be Sheffield.
Or just something occurred to me.
The fact my phone's here, it's not helping me either. So.
Yeah. I mean, if, you said at the stage that are you going to into it? It never really occurred to me. Then I'm thinking, because last year in September, wasn't it? Not that it went to the women anyway, but I thought some routing, so that was a bit like Hawaii, then I get trained. So I was thinking across the yard, that were to do that. So yeah, that's what told me. If at 10 o'clock I would have no problem whatsoever. But anyway, that's fun. So if it gets to a really exciting finish. I mean, to be honest, if you've got 8
Bad guy,
start, I'm off.
Factors on the beer already, you know.
Oh, is it? On beer on cider.
Cider, yes. But I'm going to see if I can find out. I might have to go back to London. I'm going to see if I can track down a mobile phone.
Do you want me to look on my phone to see if I can see one?
I mean, my phone's not dead yet, but I want to minimise how much I use it when I've got travel to do.
Very good morning everyone, and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Somerset, the proud home of Somerset County Football. For the final time this weekend, a warm welcome to all the players, officials and supporters joining us from Yorkshire. I hope you had an enjoyable few days with us across the bank holiday weekend in the West Country. The fourth and final day of this Yorkshire County Championship Division 1 match gets underway in just under half an hour's time. Yorkshire set to resume their second innings on 365 for 9, and second innings lead on 253 runs. A big thanks to our match sponsor for this game, Clark Wilmot, a leading UK law firm known for delivering high-quality, sector-focused legal services to individuals, businesses and public sector organisations. Matchday food and drink is available from Straddle's Coffee House today and from the third-party concessions in the St James Street and Village. The bar in the Law Grocery stand is not open today, but there will be matchday dining available in the county room. We offer breakfast, lunch and afternoon tea, subject to availability. Don't forget that our ground wide and Wi-Fi network is fully operational. Just select the network _ we are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address, and you can browse the internet around the ground completely free of charge. And always we kindly ask our members and supporters to use the recycle bins which are situated around the ground. The session times today, morning session will commence at 11 AM for 2 hours, lunch will run from 1 until 1:40. The afternoon session will be between 1:40 and 3:40. The tea interval will be 20 minutes long before the final session between 4 o'clock and 6 PM. And before we start to play and during the lunch and tea intervals, the Somerset Museum is open. It's your final opportunity to join this match to check out the new exhibits in the wonderful stone barn which is situated behind the on-guard pavilion. The museum is run entirely by volunteers, so entry is completely free, but a voluntary donation towards the annual running costs would be greatly received by volunteers in the Somerset Museum, which is open now. There will also be a book sale taking place in the museum office during the lunch break. So day 4 set to get underway. In just over 25 minutes time, Yorkshire 365 for 9 in their second innings. They needed 253. Once again, from all of us here at Somerset, we hope you have an enjoyable day with us at Taunton, and thank you for your continued support.
Oh, is that where they kick the ball up to
Yeah.
land on the head? To try and injure themselves.
Well, I want to see what the point of that is, so that they don't flinch even
Yeah.
before it's, you know what I mean? That's what would be the point of it.
Well, you could say it's a game of trust or something, but it isn't, because the boy owns it for like that. It's a nonsense, isn't it?
Stephen and Bob down there, is it normally on here or?
Well, I've said that to Bob, not Gwen. So
So just, I think it's behind.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Small victory.
Gwen signed a mobile phone repair kit.
Oh, I see.
Right.
He said it's got serious problems with it. It's not charging up, and he charged it overnight roughly between night. It's got to 61%. It's to about 80 now, but it's got all this travel stuff on, so Derek not want to use it anymore.
So the tickets and everything are on there.
Yeah, well, he's been having problems for a week or two, hasn't he?
I thought it was charging, so you have to charge it. But
This is the problem. I'm always a bit like where you've got all your tickets on your phone.
Well, we had this problem when we came back from, where was it, holiday? Where were we at? Tenerife. I mean, it wasn't as bad as what could happen to Glenn, but I'm basically trying to sort of taxi. And I booked a taxi with our local firm. It didn't pick up that. I'm trying to get, and he phoned me when he went off. So I'm trying to get it to work again. All of a sudden, all of the apps start flashing up and down, and they all. And basically, the only thing I can get to work was I can open the emails and the photographs, nothing else, the whole phone. So I'm then switching it off, and that makes no difference. So we ended up going to the taxi place, Arrow, in the airport, paying another £5. And then, well, I'm in the taxi, 15 minutes later, he starts ringing me. Taxi, so I'm obviously, so the phone bit will work. It couldn't dial out. Oh, anyway, I took it home and I looked at, I googled on my iPad, I'd forgotten how to reset the phone. There's certain buttons you've got to press, the up and down key as well as the on. And that was, I couldn't even switch it off. So I managed to reset them and all that again. But it's just like, from nowhere, it just went completely too loud.
Chelmsford, about 3 years ago, it wouldn't get off blank. So, you press it. It sort of would eventually, but I kept having to press it. But then you're thinking, if I get to the station and it won't work, I can't get through the barrier with me. So the only thing I could do was just leave it on that whole time. I set it to the if possible. It was only about 30 minutes or something. So
so it doesn't go off.
I've got to remember to do it every 30 minutes. I was sat next to one of Martin's mates and he said, put the alarm on for 29 minutes. That's really going to annoy everybody. But I did it. But it made me remember. So I got it going enough to get on the train. By then I'm down to about 29% obviously on the battery, but I've got a power bank. So I thought once I get on London train, it's all right because I can prove there's a ticket from, if push comes to shove. But it's getting through the barrier that's one of the issues now.
And this is a problem with so dependent.
I know. Because
everything goes back.
I think you have to press, right, you have to press the up and down volume key together, as well as maybe the other. And it's the only way you can, it does a full formal reset.
I had to take it into Tesco Mobile, and as usual I thought it's something I'm doing, but it wasn't actually. They had to send it back for repairs. Very good Tesco Mobile. He said, have you got a spare one? I said, well, I have, yeah. Oh, well, we'll change all stuff onto the spare one. They did it all for me. And then when they got the other one back repaired, they did it again for me.
Very good.
Really good. Yeah, they are really impressive. When I bought this 4 years ago, I sort of looked on the taxi, and I can't remember the exact figures, but roughly it was on 250. I wanted 250, and I'm thinking, well, it's one of those three. 200 would probably suffice. So I'll go in and ask for a bit of advice, just and this lad says, oh, what do you use it for? He says, 150 quid, one of this premium. I said, all right, you just sort yourself out 50 quid. He says, well, yeah, that's on the other side. So, there's not many who would do that, would there? do that, so it's going to get to the stage where I've got to
I
a
need to have
tariff.
Well, I mean, Stevens for Sky, I think it was £8.
Oh, that's good.
No, that's the this week. It's a ring or two and say, I'll leave and see if they offer me anything.
It's done quite well with Wi-Fi because it's good Wi-Fi here. I mean, Eddie now I've got radio on because my auditor tells me what to hear. And I think I've got it at Cardiff because that's obviously what uses quite a lot if you're using that. So I've done quite well. So I'm thinking I'll be able to hang out till after the first block of games, and then I've got 4 weeks or so to sort all these things out.
It was 14, it's now up to 17, 18. Shocking.
Where are they?
In a car.
Walk to. Oh, just knocked them in the innings. WPA dogs found.
Those 3 dogs, you know.
Well, it was mother, father and daughter.
Daughter?
13, 12 and 11.
They're like little poodly type.
He owns the daughter and a subsequently disabled lady owns the parent. They're all accessible. They're all accessible things around the labels.
Right, go and sort out your food. Have a chocolate and dog biscuits and cream.
He's just downstairs ringing me.
I just thought I'd try. Yeah, I'll tell you my missus to take me in tea.
You decided to come, did you, Bob? You decided to come.
It's alright for you. You don't have all these problems.
Well, you were telling me this travel lodge was ideal because there's a park and ride right next to the hotel.
Sunday and a bank holiday.
Yeah, I know you said that. Yeah, well, surely you've worked that out before you booked.
No. It doesn't matter, does it? I mean, on a Sunday, we don't run it on a Sunday for obvious reasons, but all the car parks are free, so there won't be anybody on park and ride bus. And today, we don't run it on a bank holiday.
And all the car parks are free.
And all the car
Did you not
parks
try the way you were used to?
tried it, couldn't believe it. We went last night to have a look at it, and it looked doable.
Yeah, well, we used to hang around for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but the space is taken up with some bangers. Yeah.
Oh, wrong. Oh, well, never mind.
One guy looked £5 doing half an hour. Can I do anything for that? I'll give you 35 minutes. I went round the corner, I can't remember where it was.
Interestingly way to set up, and there's the forecast for rain after tea. Interesting way to set up, and rain forecast after tea. Yeah, quite handy.
What I saw looked like with a ring all day.
Yeah, well,
You see why it was called off?
yes.
I mean, I'd be happy if that were a national rule here, then you couldn't go on after
Unbelievable, isn't it?
Well, they turned them off at 6.
I'll see you later.
So they could easily afford 2 extra
Well,
goals.
did they? I don't know what did they start at 68? Was it? Right.
But it was 1859 when they all went off, wasn't it? Yeah. So they went off a minute earlier.
Someone's touched the button a minute too early, haven't they? They should have done it bang on.
Yeah.
I mean, whether or not there's a sequencing, one went off then the other, you have to have the last line off at 7.
Ralph sent me an email last week saying, can they find any other ways of working with the songs? And it's lightning fast. Well, yes, I mean, they can easily find ways to not play. It's novelties, aren't they?
You know, we've never had that one before, have we?
Win 1 wicket left of the ball, the last 2 balls.
Very good morning. You're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Somerset. Yorkshire set to resume their second innings in just 10 minutes' time. They are 365 to 9. A second innings lead of 253 runs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. thought we would, but technically
It's not long until Somerset will be 2026 Vitality Plus with a new series double
The only
header
reason
here
you don't
against
lose
Hampshire
all
Hawks
is
on
because
Friday, May
it's combined with a
27th.
natural
Tickets
break.
for this match
People
are
look
selling fast, so make sure you don't miss out on this repeat of
any
last
other time
year's
you
final. Tickets are available from our official website or through reception in
legislation
the
and laws
Manchester Scottish Pavilion.
no, that
Well,
people don't like it.
I learnt a lot of it by watching it on telly
Yeah,
when I was
I
8,
think we
9,
all do,
10,
yeah.
11, and then you pick up
The
the hard
Somerset
things to
member
keep up
committee
to.
bookstore is based at the end of the Old
Like a lot of these
Village
other
today.
roads in
Come along
October,
and grab yourself a bargain during this match. And whilst you're
well,
round
I hope
outside
they
the
are.
match, don't forget to
I'll
visit
I'll be
Somerset
very
County
happy to
Sports
learn that
for
tomorrow.
your official Somerset County Cricket Club merchandise. Somerset County Sports is located next to the Somerset Cricket Museum.
Finally found out this morning that he's not been to that. Oh, no. Having asked him about 100 times for the last 3 months, he hasn't bothered to tell me anymore. He's
So
got
the
to wait
last
for
time I
me
heard
asking
was that
questions.
they decided that you could share a car with the sports elections because you were now no longer staying. You wanted to like join in because you weren't staying with Eleanor.
Yeah.
So I assumed that that meant you were going.
Well, she isn't.
Life's never simple, David.
Oh, no. No, when I told him, I don't know, yesterday that you were coming in this morning. Oh. And I thought, no, what's going to happen next? And then I heard him when we were at restaurant last night saying to Granny, is it all right if Glenn comes in the car with us tomorrow morning? Deb's arranged for him to come with us. Will that be all right? And she said, yeah. So the sales guy said, you know, yeah. Unbelievable. Everything has to be run through.
I suppose Glenn's a bit dodgy, that's maybe the thing. For some of the reason.
No, but he shouldn't have to care. If I ask the question, he can't answer out.
Yeah, seems about right. Well, you lot staying at last minute. Guess Jonesy will not be going because sometimes he commutes.
You know, he were asking me at Edinburgh what travel arrangements.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
said,
me, yeah. He won't do it if we're not all commuting.
He said he'd have done it if we were doing 4 in a car and each driving 1 day. He said he'd have done it then, but he's not going to drive 4 days on his own.
I mean, he could do one day on his own.
Not that we know of, but we don't know if
You'd have thought so by now.
You would have thought.
Unless
He
the
hasn't got
beach.
it by now. He's got a serious problem, I think.
Yeah, I'm staying at Hagley Road, Premier Inn. Where are you staying, Glenningham Centre?
New Hall Travel Lodge. I'm not entirely sure where it is, but it says city centre. So
I think mine's 3 mile out of centre. It's not far from the ground, anyway.
Mark and Paul are both in city centre travel lodges, but I think all 3 of us are in different ones.
Yeah.
Practice starts earlier than the dentist. I walk in at 10:30 across in front of the board there, and he's already on a practice.
Very good.
We did quite well last session, didn't we? Last night.
Yeah. If you were in here, it's been a good session Yet again, Sparta jolting about with 10 wickets to take. Somerset cost themselves best part of 60 runs.
Will they do it again this morning, or will they sensibly think that Richardson's got to start again, so we'll try and get him in?
Well, you don't know what they'll do. I mean, it's so unpredictable. I know what Brian Close is.
Good morning, welcome to day 4 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Somerset and Yorkshire at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm Charlie Taylor. Harry Everett will be alongside me shortly. We've got Vic Marks as well, ready and raring to go a bit later on, just coming up towards the start of the day. And the sun has appeared, which is good news because we have lost a bit of this game to rain, especially on Saturday. The state of the game is this. Yorkshire, in their second innings, are 365 for 9. They have a 253 run lead over Somerset. There's just that one wicket in hand, so likely it is we will see a fair bit of Somerset batting today, but it depends how long this final partnership lasts for. There is a little bit of rain around in the forecast later on. We'll keep our fingers crossed. There's supposed to be showers. Hopefully they'll make their way around the ground rather than directly over it. Harry, you were here yesterday, weren't you? It was an intriguing day. Tell us what stood out.
Yeah, fascinating day. Jai Richardson's batting probably stood out, to be honest with you. He looked superb with the bat. Vic and I were talking a lot about could he get promoted higher up the order. Logan Van Beek got a duck in the first innings and 5 in the second. Even Matt Revis, who's a genuine all-rounder, only had 8 and 1. But Jai Richardson's technique looked as good as we've seen, really. Maybe not as good as Joe Root's, but right up there, Jai Richardson. And Jack Kirtley-White, I think he was 30-odd balls, not off the mark. Then played well, let's call it an edge through third before of Overton. That got him off the mark. He's now on 5, but it's just a brilliant, brilliant partnership. 90 balls they faced together, 28 runs, which might not sound a lot, but just frustrated Somerset last night. And Somerset, in the end, probably didn't want to get the last wicket because they didn't want to have a couple of tricky overs to bat. But I just think it's getting to the annoying stage now that's going to make this a slightly harder chase for Somerset. On a pitch that is flattening out, yes, but a little bit of rain this afternoon might cause a problem for Somerset.
Yeah, so that's something to be aware of. Obviously, you don't want to play for the forecast, but just worth bearing in mind that we could lose some overs as the umpires make their way onto the field. Mike Burns and Rob White, the two umpires, working into the 4th day here. And as I say, the sun has come out. The pitch got easier to bat on. You sort of mentioned it there yesterday, didn't it?
Someone I probably should mention from yesterday as well. It would be remiss of me to not mention Mr. Wharton,
yes,
a great knock, 92. Yeah. Got a stat for you, Charlie.
Go on.
I believe in all the Somerset games of the County Championship this season, no one has scored 100 against Somerset. Reckon? And James Wharton, 92. Looked pretty good. Clark got out in the 90s in multiple games.
Yes, he keeps getting out in the 90s, which is no bad score to get out in, but it's frustrating, I think, to keep making those hundreds. Yes, Essex played pretty poorly, didn't they? No one got close. Yeah. Hampshire was a low-scoring game against Somerset, wasn't it? Yeah,
and then a round off.
No one scored 100 against Somerset. That's a interesting stat.
But Wharton, I don't think I can ever remember such a contrast between knocks. A 0 off 20 where he looked all at sea, could have been out a couple of times. And then he looked very good for his 92 off 153. Crunched it around and probably outplayed Root and Bairstow, actually. And, yeah, looked beautiful. Played some crunching pull shots, crunching drives. And Ogborn. What is it with Alfie Ogborn? Gets some crucial wickets, breaks partnerships when other bowlers are struggling. Yeah, really crucial breakthrough.
Well, Somerset will be desperate. I think you're right. It's got to it's that stage where it's frustrating. So they'll be absolutely desperate to wrap this innings up, ideally with the first ball, but as soon as possible. So
they ask so much, Charlie Taylor.
Get out there with the bat and start their chase, which, as I say, will be at the moment around about the 250, 260 mark, but it'll depend how long these two keep going. It's Richardson on strike to Overton, who's coming over the wicket. That's a good bit of movement. Lovely bit of movement, just beating the bat, and it's no run off the first ball, which actually is the end of the over from yesterday when the lights got switched off at 6:59.
Yeah, one more ball to come. We didn't mention the slightly fast score finish to yesterday. So just for those filling in and a few moaning last night, it's a rule basically. You cannot have the floodlights on past, they say 6:59, but I don't think it's 6:59 and 59 seconds. I think it would technically be 6:59.
0-0.
Yeah, I guess you could have one more minute and get 2 more balls in.
Overton in, that one's defended down the ground, and they will pick up a single, actually. Well run. Keeps Richardson on strike. That's what they're going to try and do, I suspect.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have tried to get 2 balls in a minute, because at 7 o'clock it then takes in one of the days the council allow them to use past 7 o'clock.
So
in the
there
summer.
are strict rules on when they can go past 7 p.m. and they
Yeah.
obviously use those days for the white ball games. Yeah, largely the Blast, but also there's a day
Sideshow
night
Festival. Yeah.
From the River End, sponsored by Maitland Walker.
So they don't want to use up those before it gets to the
Somerset
white ball season.
captain
So
Lewis
off
Gregory.
they went, and that meant the game came to a bit of a premature halt. But we are now into a first fresh over of the day, and it'll be Captain Lewis Gregory from the River End.
I guess on that note, though, quarter-final of a Blast must have to be factored in if there's a
Yeah,
home
they do.
quarter-final.
Yeah, they
so if Somerset don't qualify for home quarter-final, then in September...
You've got an extra day you could
although
use.
you probably wouldn't,
potentially.
because in September they start at 10:30.
True, but you can have bad light, I guess, beyond 7 now.
It'd be a long time after, wouldn't it? Maybe in August, I suppose.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, it's going to be Gregory himself to bowl from the River End. And they're going to... Well, I think they could have pushed for 2, you know.
Yeah.
Decide not to run at all for the leg bite. Jai Richardson played that perfectly. Player missed first ball. Beautiful punch block for 1 to keep the strike.
The chase being, what is it now, 254 lead? It's an intriguing amount. It's an amount that you'd expect it to go one way, but Somerset would still have, there's still a fair few runs to
Yeah,
get,
we know better than others how much this
the
pitch flattens out.
will flatten out, and that means Somerset, as soon as they can get this wicket, would be in the box seat, probably. But
I mean, it made me chuckle when you said Somerset were like a wicket first ball, and that Craig Overton ball was probably one of the best balls he bowled in this innings, and just moved and nearly took the edge of Jai Richardson first ball this morning.
It wasn't far away.
I don't remember many beating in the bats yesterday. Many balls were...
Well, and Somerset will also be hoping that that's the case today as well. They'll hope that one wicket, we've got number 10 and 11 out there, so they'll hope that this wicket is brought quickly, and then they just want the pitch to do absolutely nothing, because they'll have a new ball to face early doors.
I would say that Jai Richardson has managed the strike very well without finding it particularly hard to do so. Not sure if this is a criticism of Lewis Gregory's field placement, or just that there seems to have been a 4th and 5th ball that Richardson could find a 1 with, and then Jack White's seen out the last ball, the last 2 balls, no problem, as we do see deep square leg come on up into the ring, and deep cover. So just fine leg back. Tom Abel is pointing long on, long off back. No, he's giving it the 2. There's 3 balls left. Jai Richardson was quite happy to let Jack White face 2 balls yesterday, the end of an over. That's a lovely shot.
It's 50.
Going to be a 50 for Jai Richardson. Yep, deep third man is in place from the few boundary runners out there, and Jai Richardson much deserves that 50. 121 balls would have got his team up to batting bonus points were it in the first innings. But in the second innings, it's more the chase. Somerset's chase is getting trickier and trickier. Jai Richardson has batted brilliantly. We said he could have batted 8, really ahead of Logan van Beek, possibly ahead of some of the other all-rounders, but Jai Richardson coming at number 10 and the Western Australian. Brilliant. He has a test best score of 25 and a first class best score of 71. I don't think he's going to get near that, but you never know.
Well, yeah, who knows? White can hang around at the other end.
Oh, Jack White, can he hang around? That's a lovely shot through mid-wicket for 4. That's one of the best shots of the innings, and it's come from their number 11, who, frankly, is a genuine tail-ender. And you're right, it's that weird situation where this is almost good signs for Somerset that it's so flat, but they've still got to get this one final wicket. The fact that number 11 can play that shot, you'd like to think that Somerset's 11 can get 300 comfortably enough.
I wonder how much spin we'll see today. I think a fair bit.
Well, Adam Live didn't bowl at all in the first innings, neither did Joe Root. Don Bess only bowled 8 overs. Squared him up, but it's not that threatening. I thought Alfie Ogborn might have bowled from the River End this morning.
Well, I wonder, Overton obviously had to finish off his over. I know they are going to go back to Overton. I was just wondering whether they might have thought about putting Ogborn on, but I'll stick with Overton.
I thought they might have gone Overton and Ogborn. Gregory bowled very well with that new ball when it was swinging around in conditions that suited. But he did bowl 16 overs, having not played much cricket this summer. He didn't want to push his body too much.
No,
I was a round off, but
I suppose in this instance as well, if Overton's got loose for those 2 deliveries, you may as well use him while he's warmed up.
Yeah, a lot of them have bowled from both ends.
Scoreboard's having a break.
A comfort break.
A comfort break, just a few minutes into the day.
I think there's another change in field now. I think extra cover's going to come up in the ring, and Thomas Roos doing deep third man to deep third man.
He's young.
He
can
fit.
manage that.
Yeah.
He's not bowling either, is he?
Should hope not. That would be desperate situation. Thomas Shorty's debut has to bowl because they can't get the final wicket.
Yeah, ball not doing much. That first delivery we saw of Overton really did move up. If we can find a few more like that, probably would do the trick.
We're not seeing Tom Lammonby at all in this match. Bowling.
No, true. He has done a bit of bowling this year. It's not like he's not out of favour. He's being used. Oh, beauty. Absolute beauty.
Yeah, that's the second properly good ball this morning. First ball from Overton to Joe Richardson, and that ball there. Yeah, Tom Lammonby bowled brilliantly in the One Day Cup last year as well. Had a bit of a bowl at Chelmsford, I think.
Yes. Yeah, he's picked up some wickets this year.
It was that over before lunch? He got 2. I think he had a double wicket maiden just before lunch. Which was poor from Essex in some ways to be getting out to Tom Lammonby, but he bowled well.
Two-leg sidey, that one.
There he is, Tom Lammonby.
Unable to get past the fielder, as you say, Tom Lammonby. Smaller crowd in than the first day.
Yes.
Saturday there wasn't many in because we did have quite a bad forecast and the rain did come and it was pretty horrible, wasn't
Yeah.
it? When we finally left the building here on Saturday, after a few hours of waiting for the umpires to call it off, all of us were shocked at how heavy the rain was. It really were. You're thinking, well, what were we waiting for so long? There's no way they were going to get back on in this. It was heavy, heavy rain.
Drains very well here now, didn't it?
I got absolutely soaked. I cycled back to my car. It was only an 8-minute cycle. I was absolutely drenched through.
From your new bike rack?
Yeah.
New club bike rack.
Yeah. Yeah, they've moved the bicycle parking club. So yeah, my bike was dry when I picked it up because it's under a nice big cover that they've got, but it soon got drenched.
So were you watching us yesterday? Where were you?
No, I was quite busy yesterday.
Ah. Fair enough, I'll let you on.
So no, I was on a stag do on the Saturday night, so it was a bit of recovery on the Sunday. Went for a nice roast. Oh, was that edged? Yes, and gone. That's it. Richardson goes for exactly round 50, and Somerset have wrapped up this innings for 371. It only took, in the end, how many deliveries did we see? 12 deliveries this morning before Somerset managed to do that. So that is a lead of 259. Somerset required 260 to win this game of cricket, and they've got plenty of time today to rack those up. And it was another good delivery. Open ball very well there in the
50 runs off
3 noticeably good deliveries from Craig Overton, 2 player misses. There, just a fine edge, a good catch from James Root. There's Joe Root, ready in his whites, ready to come out of the field.
Require 260 runs to
60
win.
for Somerset. You've got to make Somerset favourites here on a flat pitch day 4. The only slight thing is, say they come off a rain at 2:30, 3 o'clock, with still 100 runs to win. Do they then, say they come back out, do they then panic? I think we've got to get this quickly in case it rains again. That might be, I think rain might really help Yorkshire here.
You know what Andy Caddick would say if he was in the box now?
Make the draw safe.
He said, do not lose.
Do not lose.
Do not lose.
I don't think well, you never know, but it would be a pretty poor display to lose.
You'd 100% want to be in Somerset's camp rather than Yorkshire's here. Yeah, very good catch, James Root. It was actually the 13th delivery of the morning from Somerset.
We'll let you off your maths.
Yeah, it was, they hadn't obviously had it on for that final ball, but it was a very good delivery, and Richardson not quite up to it. Good catch from James Root, and Somerset required 260. Somerset will feel there was a bit of a collapse in this end of the Somerset innings. Somerset will feel like they could have taken a bigger lead into the
yes, correct.
However, that 112 run lead proved very useful now. 260. Achievable. However, they did only manage 274 all out in their first innings now. Obviously, the pitch changes and
James Wharton was caught by Lewis Gregory.
They've got runs. They've got to be careful here. It's not a done deal. That's what I'm trying to say.
It was very overcast the first day. The first day was as good a bowling
and
day.
there's a regional team they're not on the certainly more than we're seeing now on our screens in front of us, where the pitch looks fairly dry and a light sandy brown colour as opposed to that greenish colour of the first couple of days. Well, Somerset will be. That was crucial, really, wasn't it, for them to get this wrap
up early.
They struggled last night to do that, and they've come out and done very well today to finish off Yorkshire's innings. So, I guess the top scorer, Wharton, should mention him. 153 balls to reach his 92, including 12 fours.
Played beautifully.
Nicely. Yeah. Joe Root was the second top scorer with his 64 before he was bowled by Overton. I watched it back, did he? How would you describe that?
Poor
Did he just
shot.
miss one. Yeah,
Really poor
it
shot.
looked poor, but it's hard
Tried
to
to
tell.
play it too square. Tried to go through mid wicket. Should have gone through mid on. Which Joe Root actually does whip it. Not quite Steve Smith from outside off stump through mid wicket, but Joe Root does whip off middle and off is almost like his leg stump to others, and he does play it well. But yeah, just missed one he should have played straighter to. So he was very frustrated. Throwing his bat in the air was annoyed. And both innings he's looked really good, but not gone on. And I was saying yesterday that 60 is not really a good score for Joe Root in the County Championship. In his head, he's such a hard taskmaster and perfectionist. He'll want 100.
Especially if he thought the pitch was fairly flat.
Yeah, it was flat. Yeah, definitely.
But let's not take anything away from Craig Overton, who was varying his pace quite a lot by the look of what was.
And Craig Overton went for 21 off 1 over.
Yeah,
2 overs later.
Just speaking to Vic about that, the fact that he was the next overall just afterwards was hit for 21 just shows, isn't it, the vagaries of cricket, how you can get one of the best players in the world out one over and then get smashed around the park in the next one. Let's have a look at some of those players warming up. Bit of spin. Yorkshire will be preparing. I suspect we'll see a fair bit of it. In fact, it's Joe Root out there who's practicing, warming up.
Yeah, maybe George Hill will take the new ball. Is my only thought here, because Jack White and Jai Richardson have had their pads on, well, not for ages this morning, only 10 minutes.
Well, White is out there practicing.
That's George Hill, isn't it? Jack White's got his pads off in 3 minutes.
I think so.
Fair play
I think he's got number 19 on his back.
God,
he looks like Jack White. He's got the long hair.
Fair play to him. God, that's the quickest unpadding I've ever seen.
Yeah. 19, Jack White.
God, how's he managed that?
Well,
he was his full kit 3 minutes, unless he's left it by the dugout. Didn't even bother taking it
he's probably
upstairs.
just chucked it down by the dugouts, hasn't he?
Yeah, fair. I mean, the next one I was going to make was he was the most threatening. He was the best bowler in the first innings. He was the threat. 4 for 41, 5 maiden, 16 overs. He accounted for both openers and James Root and Thomas Root. So he is the danger who swings it around. Probably not going to be as easy for him to bowl in these conditions as it was on Friday, of course. But I still think here with the threat, though Jai Richardson hasn't been brilliant with the ball for Yorkshire. A lot of Yorkshire fans were criticising him, saying he's batted better than he's bowled in his stint. But it'll be interesting to see.
92 overs remain in the day. A minimum. That's weather dependent, of course. And there are some showers in and around sort of late lunchtime. Expecting there to be perhaps the risk of it. But with showers, it is very hard to predict exactly where they'll go. And we've got some lovely bit of blue sky, some fluffy big white clouds above us. Nothing that looks too threatening just now, so they may well be able to get a fair few of these runs chipped off in the morning session. That'll certainly be, I'm sure, in the minds of the Somerset openers. Can go two ways, can't it, with the new ball at the top of the innings? You can sometimes see on a flattish pitch, batters dominate where the ball isn't doing as much as perhaps the bowling unit would like it to do. Or you can see little movements and niggles and nips, swing. So it should be really fascinating few overs to start off.
Archie Vaughan didn't mess around at Chelmsford, did he?
He certainly didn't, but then that was a much smaller target. They were chasing, about 50?
And I dare say he might have been wound up that Will Smead came in instead of him as the concussion replacement. It was a bit of a Johnny Bairstow innings. Fired up, not selected, second choice injury replacement.
Despite the fact he'd actually been there.
Been there, exactly. Carrying the drinks and fielding as Smead come from Abergavenny. Yeah. Well, I'm impressed by this. I think even Jai Richardson got out there before Matt Revis. Matt Revis, who again wasn't batting, shouldn't have had his pads on, should have been ready to go. Jai Richardson is out there warming up already. They're still missing George Hill, though. I'm not quite sure why George Hill isn't bowling. Or Logan Van Beek.
Yeah,
You'd have thought every bowler would be ready to go.
Yeah. So there's Revis. Yeah, no Van Beek. Root was out there. I'm intrigued to see if they use Root. Obviously,
I think
Best
they should.
As your main line spinner.
You'd have thought they'd go Root ahead of Adam Lythe.
Yeah.
So
well, it just depends whether they want two spinners. That's the thing.
I think they will today. If they don't,
wickets
rattle
aren't
through.
coming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's not turned massively, but Archie Vaughan got one to turn to Logan Van Beek. That was almost unplayable. That's a big statement, but the best spin delivery of the match so far. And
this, for Somerset, is a chance to really cement themselves at the top of the table. If they win this game, they'll have won 3 of their first 4 games. It'll be a long time. I have to look back to see when the last time Somerset managed that. They'll know that gives them a very good start, a very good position in the table. They're only 1 point off the top spot, having played a game less going into this round of fixtures.
Yeah, and got that 1 point quickly, and then the second point quickly to take that back off Warwickshire.
Yeah, tests will come. games against Warwickshire, games against Surrey. They're always very difficult games. Umpires just making their way out now of the Andy Caddick Pavilion down those newish staircase out the front of the balconies. And here come the two Somerset openers as well.
So
Archie Vaughan and Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas off the back of 136.
Brilliant, brilliant knock.
Yeah,
of 155 balls, like, he thumped it around.
Yeah.
It's the kind of knock we think he's going to get caught or he's going to slow down at some point. But he was actually not dropped at all. We had that one chance that in between Root and Bairstow, which is bizarre, they left for each other.
Yeah, when
straight
he was on
through.
10.
Yeah. Other than that, an impeccable innings.
Yeah.
Looking at the scorecards though, Charlie, 162, 274, 371. The usual pat-in, nearly 100 more runs in each innings. So if you're going along with that, then Somerset could chase 471.
Yeah, and that's why it's such an important toss to win here at Taunton. And as long as the weather plays ball, if you can run through a team early doors like Somerset did against Yorkshire, where wickets completely collapsed in that second session of the day on day one, 7 Yorkshire wickets fell. That was what made the difference, and it put Somerset in a winnable position. And now this in the 4th innings is where we see whether they're able to capitalise on it or not. So the two Somerset batters are just reaching their now, the creases.
Just had the thought, Charlie, can you name me a younger opening partnership in either division of the county championship?
Oh, that's
I don't think I can. Answer in the live chat if you've got a suggestion.
No,
I'm running through the 18 counties in my head. I cannot think of a younger opening partnership.
Jack White.
And they both offered different things with bat and ball, of course. Both bowl some decent spin. 2 spinners in this match, no Jack Leach.
Well, these first 10 overs, I think, will give us the idea of which way this game's going. See what ball's doing, whether the bowlers can make it do something. And if it doesn't, early doors, Somerset will feel like they've got a day to pick up what is a pretty comfortable target. Assuming they keep those wickets in hand. Plenty of batting to come for Somerset. They bat right down to 11, really. Alfie Ogborn, okay, he's not a all-rounder, I'd say, but he certainly knows.
He'll call himself an all-rounder.
He may well call himself an all-rounder, but I'm saying he's not.
I'd say he's 8 or 9.
He's got the potential to be one.
Yeah, he's an all-rounder in the 2s.
Yeah, that's fair. But he does score runs. Right, let's see what happens then. It's Archie Vaughan on strike. White running in over the wicket.
The quickest unpadder in county championship history. I'm well impressed. Yeah. Oh, he's so keen to not be batting that he's delighted that it wasn't him that got out, actually. He's boosted his average. I reckon he averaged 8. Yes, I'm pretty sure we checked it a few times yesterday. He averages 8 and he scored 9. So there you go. 9 off 39 balls.
Definitely. I mean, you boost your average as long as you don't get out, really.
Well, I suppose, yeah, good point.
Doesn't matter how many. Well, as long as you score more than 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a good
averages,
little...
averages 8.7. Go up slightly after that, 9.
Three slips in place for White. He's leaving alone. It's not far from the stumps, but he's trusting the pitch there.
So yeah, just recapping the last couple of innings. Somerset had that first innings lead of 112. But at one point yesterday, Yorkshire led by 174 runs with only those 2 wickets in hand. So you've got to think of those. It wasn't really 2 partnership. It was Jai Richardson and Jack White. It was pretty much all Jai Richardson, but someone's got to stay there with him. Vic was trying to get in my head that Jai Richardson was Ben Stokes and Jack White was Jack Leach, but I couldn't quite get my head around it.
Fairly straight. It's only just landed in front of the fielder. I think it's Don Best there. Yeah, not a convincing shot from Archie Vaughan.
I think he's got to go through with that and just hit it aerially through mid-wicket over. There he just stopped on the shot and very nearly got out. That's only a yard short of a very good fielder in Don Best.
If he goes at that full-blooded, that's 4 runs there, I think. But he's not, as you say, he's sort of...
Or you go with really soft hands later and go through fine leg for 4.
Yep. That was definitely a 4 ball.
Laid out in front of his body. Just that sort of nothing half-hearted shot. Got away with it, though.
That might just steal in his mind slightly and think, right, it's not how I'm going to play today. And you get away with one. It's a good ball.
A few early wickets this morning. Just catching up with the scores around the other grounds. Harry came and went for 18. Derbyshire 21 for 2, chasing 384 against Kent. Scriven for Leicestershire out for 2, bowled Patson White. Court Haynes, Leicestershire following on, but they're 8 down, so in a bit of trouble.
So we've got good news for Leicestershire there in the East Midlands derby. Up he runs, just angling the bat with soft hands. And Somerset chip away at the first run there, so they need 259 more.
Oh gosh, even worse actually. Derbyshire, 2 wickets in first 7 balls of the day. Matt Montgomery, former Notts man, out as well. And another wicket, Sussex-Surrey game. Dan Hughes gone for 39, Sussex 82 for 5. Oh, could there be a result at the Oval, Charlie? That'd be unheard of, a positive result. It's not a draw. Maybe. I think that's it for wickets around the ground, yeah.
Josh Thomas then will face his first delivery of the second innings. Won't pick up a run though. Had to hit it. Hands on heads from the Yorkshire team. He knew that if he missed that there was going to be a big appeal, but in the end he did hit it. Didn't do very well on the second morning when he was coming back out for 136 and he was unable to get off the mark. Didn't look particularly good and then got out to...
Didn't add a run, did he?
Didn't add a single run, no.
To open the bowling from the River End, number 18, George Hill.
It will be George Hill, the man who didn't do the warm-ups. This will be interesting.
Well, I suspect they were warming up quite a lot before playing.
You reckon he had his trainers on indoors?
Yeah, well, I just think he probably remained warm.
Half an hour ago,
yeah,
as in 10:50 or so. Yeah, okay.
Sort of, yeah. Because they were all warming up, obviously, before play. But,
yeah, I'll give you that.
And they were only batting for, what, 10 minutes? Less than that.
And they're northern, so this is warm for them down here.
They're northern.
3 slips then for Archie Vaughan. Fine leg is not quite all the way on the boundary, trying to save 2. George Hill bustling run up. That's a lovely shot from Archie Vaughan. Should be 4. He's not nailed it, but over the practice wickets, oh, it might be slowing down, actually. Yeah, great work. I said that fine leg was not all the way back on the boundary, probably because he wasn't allowed him to save 2 runs there. Thought that had gone for 4 with the new ball.
I think if you told Don Bess he's a northerner, I think he might take a bit.
I don't think I would ever call Don Bess a northerner. Not here his Devon fan club over in the Somerset stand. Block 1 was very Devonshire. Yeah. I caught up with his parents briefly on day 1, I think it was.
Yeah, it must be nice when
Don, fan club.
Don plays here, all his family in the southwest.
It was a home game. Oh, has he touched that, do you reckon?
They certainly thought so in the slips.
And George Hill did. Johnny Bairstow, well,
they were really keen for it, obviously.
We'll get you a replay and we shall analyse, but there's a long way down the leg side. Johnny Bairstow got there.
Didn't hear anything. Didn't hear an obvious noise.
Agreed. I didn't hear it and I didn't see a nick. Is that a deviation? I think it might just be swing, Charlie, like movement off the pitch.
Well, I think it was already going down the leg side. And
nipped a bit more as well.
If it gets a bit of nip, then it'll carry on. But Bairstow couldn't take it cleanly.
Well played by Archie Vaughan.
The other thing is Yorkshire are going to appeal for everything, aren't they? They've got to be right on it with their body language, with their... Oh, there's Jack Leach on our screens. Hopefully his neck's all right.
Yeah, gosh. I hope his neck's propped up enough.
I can't tell, is that a neck brace or is that just the collar of his shirt?
I was going to say, he could have a mummy neck brace. I was chuckling on, I think it might have been Vic or Pete yesterday. What happens if Archie Vaughan or Josh Thomas goes down with an injury? Jack Leach has opened the batting before.
Yeah.
Could he be a like-for-like replacement to come in and play on day 4?
I don't think he's ever opened the batting out of sort of choice of being an opener, has he? He's done an opening
night
bit.
watcher.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit different. You know, neither of these two are night watchers, are they?
Well, did we call Josh Davey and Lewis Gregory when they were opening night watches? Probably not. They were opening out of choice.
Yeah, they were out of choice, weren't they? Yeah.
Are we saying their choice or the coach's choice?
The coach's choice.
Because I say Jack Leach would probably choose to open often. He's probably got a better average opening than he has at 10 or 11. But I don't know. But
do you think this club shop's already working on merchandise? A bit of
neck brace,
Somerset neck braces. What else could they do? Slings? Anything else?
No. Well, Tom Culloch had more big old hand cast.
Big old hand cast. Come and get your Somerset big old hand cast.
It's massive. Have you seen it? I think he might have gone off now. But
this is there's definitely.
He was playing golf yesterday.
I feel like they could team up with the NHS. I feel like there's some sort of.
There's enough sponsorship. WPA health insurance. Thank you very much.
Exactly. There we go. Get some.
That's nearly a beautiful shot for 4, but good pickup from George Hill, one-handed. Actually, mid-on might have got round. Maybe I'm getting a bit carried away there, but it looked a nice shot from Archie Vaughan and a nonchalant one-handed pickup.
New category in on the Somerset County Sports website, which just says injury wear. Stuff you can wear when you're injured.
Sure, there's a sponsor getting involved with that. Gosh, there have been more wickets. Oh, I'm trying to update your wickets around the grounds. Day 4, it's always important to keep up with other games. Ayaz Patel goes out to his fellow left-arm spinner, Patterson White. Leicestershire now 9 down, leading by 50 but following on. And Kent got another wicket. Wayne Madsen, one of the top scorers the last 10 years of the county championship. Matt Milnes, former Yorkshire man, of course, 3 for 5 off 8 overs.
White then from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Oh, it's down. It's gone down into the slips. It didn't carry, but it is an edge from Josh Thomas. Good ball.
Yeah, it's a genuine edge. Johnny Bairstow too deep for the pace of bowling Jack White.
I think it's been angled down. Let's have another look.
He's not out of his crease. He's gone fairly hard at that, though.
Yeah, no, I don't think you want Bairstow any closer, to be honest.
Yeah?
Because he's...
You know what I'm saying? It's not a soft edge, though, is it?
No,
He's properly swung at that.
Yeah.
Josh Thomas.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if you bring Bairstow closer, you risk a lot of buys, possibly. Just a bit of swing early doors. In comes White again. That's much nicer. Much nicer. Out of the middle of the bat, punched through cover for 4. It's the first boundary of the Somerset innings, and they now move to 7 without loss, which means they need another 253 to win this match.
That's a shot that if you put that from the highlights package of 136 and now, you couldn't tell which was which. One he played many times in that 136, Josh Thomas. The punch through vacant covers with 3 slips in.
He's the sort of player now that will get a bit noticed after that innings, I think. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's sort of arrived on the national scale in that, you know, you score an innings like that, opening up, especially with the trouble that England have had at opening slot. Not that he's anywhere near that at the moment, but there's a single as well. 4 and a 1, though, so the Somerset crowd will like that.
I think that was James Wharton. Brilliant start. One of the best fielders in the county championship, diving and hauling that one in.
But the fact that you're a young opener scoring 136 against a pretty good pace attack for Yorkshire. I mean, there's no. I mean, Joey Richardson bowled very well, didn't he? And Jack White actually was the pick
Joey
of the
Richardson I
bowlers.
thought was disappointing, actually.
Well, he had, in the first innings, he had a few wayward overs, but actually generally was pretty tight.
Yeah, I guess if you're overseas, you expect he might run through a team.
Yeah, that's true.
In lovely conditions as well.
Takes an inside edge, but they pick up a single off it.
I don't think Don Best picked that up properly. I think he probably should have moved across and stopped that. Good fielder. Just sort of was surprised the inside edge went through there. And Archie Vaughan picks up a bonus single between mid-wicket and mid-on.
That's swap round. Left-hand, right-hand split here. Josh Thomas back on strike.
I go back to I get your point about buys, but Yorkshire buys aren't going to cost Yorkshire winning or losing this game. They've got to take every half chance here. If Yorkshire to win this game, I think you've got to go aggressive, get the corner and the keeper in.
Well, I think you also, if you move in much closer, you're relying on some very, very quick catches, which, you know, they are good at.
He was an international wicketkeeper for years.
But you're asking for, you know, there's only so much that the human body could do it instinctively.
And I don't think the bowlers are going to bowl much quicker on day 4, tired bodies. The pitch is 4 days old. The ball is new now, yes, but getting softer with every touch of the ground. Just think Yorkshire have got to be aggressive. They've got to go for wickets here. They don't mind a back foot punch through the vacant cover region for 4, if that then might bring in the cordon for an edge. They've got to go for it.
Josh Thomas on 5. And we'll stay on 5.
Go, boy. Go, lad.
I think I'll bring Vic Marks in.
Change of the in the box. Thank you very much, Harry. He's wearing his Royal Cornwall Show T-shirt today.
I'll come back on and we'll talk about that later.
Okay. Wow. There's news. There's something about that we need to know about. It is the North Somerset show today. Bowled him. Vaughan gone. straight away, the first wicket falls. George Hill picking up a brilliant wicket in the first ball of that over, and Somerset lose Archie Vaughan for just 4 runs, and the score is 9 for 1.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome, Vic.
Well, it looks like a very good ball. He's only defending it. He doesn't, when he defends, he does not very often. He doesn't very often get very far forward. He plays from the crease. We'll have a look at it again. It looks like it's left him off the pitch from the way he's played it. Just brushed the off stump. So
surgery. Number 15.
There's nothing automatic about this run chase. Also, with the ball new, it swung actually for Overton this morning. It swung. So the new ball, I think, still has some potency. It certainly didn't seem to be the case last night. But the second new ball often is not quite so potent as the first one because people are a bit tired. But that's a good ball. We'll see it from that angle. Look, where he's not gone anywhere, and it's just I'd like to see it again, actually, if it's possible, from the bowler's end at some point, and then you get a better idea of how much it moved off the pitch. But, you know, we may not actually get a chance to do that. But clearly it was a good ball, but I just note that when defending, there are times where even to fullish length balls, you don't get very far, and that doesn't mean to say he would necessarily have been able to get something on that delivery, but it enhances your chances if the ball moves, as you're a bit closer to it with your body. Anyway, so it's a good start for Yorkshire. This pair actually, they're not the quickest. Richardson is probably the quickest of the bowlers, but you can understand why Hill joins up with White at the start, with Richardson to follow. It's quite commonplace actually in county cricket at the start of a season where you think he's going to jig around. Somerset always used to open bowling with Josh Davey, who's nowhere near. The pace is not the key factor. It's the ability to hit the seam or maybe swing the ball. You watch a Porter at Essex, for example. No pace at all, really, but he gets that new ball and he torments. And it's not straightforward. You can hear a lot of noise out there.
Lammonby, the new batter, is in a lean spell. He scored 5 in the first innings. He's come off scores this season of 3 and 69, 2, 14 and 9.
I'm really known for being overly optimistic, but he's clearly due.
Well, we know he's got bags of talent. He's got some fantastic innings.
Hey. So, it's not easy out there at the moment. And you can sense a sort of air of expectancy amongst the Yorkshire slip cord. They're noisy out there. You can hear it from up here. Well, I expect you can hear it from where you're listening, if you get what I get in my earphones. Oh, yeah.
Did that carry possibly bounce just in front?
It bounced in front, I think.
They certainly didn't look disappointed enough.
No. I mean, the query is whether there was a nick behind, but it actually doesn't really matter very much now because it was Vaughan anyway and he's gone. So if there was a nick, it'll cheer Bairstow up. And he hasn't got time to worry about that. And he's not got the inclination to worry about that now. He's been around the houses. He's got to lead the side in a crucial afternoon for both sides. It's a huge difference between the win and the loss. It's been a very tight game. Weather permitting, there will be a result, and it will be 20 or 19 points to one side, depending on who wins, and 3 or 4 to the other. So it's a huge difference for a very tight game. The draw, I can't see the draw happening unless it won't happen. I'm confident of that, unless it rains. Let's hope it doesn't. And I would hope I would think even just at the minute, Yorkshire probably quite happy for it not to rain. Somerset with a big partnership, they might change their mind. You're right though. Look at the slip cord, and they're clapping in unison.
A slow clap.
Curly boy. Lovely curly boy.
Well, they seem to like that in the slip cordon. He's getting lots of encouragement. He was actually just a little bit wide and left, but it's not the greatest ball I've ever seen. But it's maintaining that pressure. Lammonby, well, he's off the mark, but as you're right to say, he's had a lean little trot. It'd be a timely time to come out of it. He's just swinging his bat, thinking, don't worry too much about your technique. Just trust yourself. Watch that ball. I mean, that's not really very well bowled, if we're honest, despite what they're saying. No. Slip cordon in that you've got that new ball. You want to get the batsman playing. You're not conceding any runs, but
nice round, 250 more runs required. Yeah.
Awesome, boy. There you go, boy. Very good, Curly boy.
Could be one of those nerve-wracking days of county cricket today, couldn't it? It's quite tantalising.
Almost certainly, Charlie.
Yeah, it usually is actually at Taunton. There's certainly nerves all around the ground normally when Somerset are playing. Just that number being 250. It was 150, that'd be very different. 250, just. Again, coming forward there, Lammonby.
Yeah, well, that's a tentative shot. He won't like that. That's the shot of a man who's not quite in control of his game. He's sort of pushing at a ball that is wide enough to leave, but it's neither one thing or the other. It's not really a defensive shot. It's not really an aggressive one. And he's gone for a little stroll. Just need a couple shots off the middle. There go the slip cord again.
Just a round of applause almost, that one.
Yeah. I think they practice it, beforehand. Let's get this clapping in rhythm.
Clapping practice?
Yes. Yeah. First we do catching practice, so we move on from there after 10 minutes, clapping practice. So we want to make it sound impressive, rhythmic. It's a new one, that. Root's in there, but I think we'll be doing it soon.
Oh, yeah. You've got the former captain of England and the thinking it's a good idea, I'm sure.
Well, also the man who I think who captained England more often than any other man in history, actually, Joe Root. Which is sort of surprising in a way, but he did.
More of an expansive shot. We've seen that drive a couple of times from Thomas. It hasn't quite come off.
Well, it's been hard work. There's been one lovely punched boundary from Thomas. I mean, I think Thomas, we're only sort of getting used to him, but he's going to be, at the moment, he's going to be one of those players who is better if he retains his aggressive outlook. I don't think he's I'm basing this on not that much evidence of seeing it, but I don't think he's a sort of technician who's likely to sort of absorb bowling, defend, and then sort of. I think he moves better, like a lot of young players, or like a lot of players, full stop, when his mindset is aggressive.
Well, that's an aggressive shot and a great bit of fielding.
Great bit of fielding. It's a good piece of fielding, and in the context of what's going on out there, it's terrific because they've got the pressure on at the moment.
Van Beek.
They've got the wicket. The runs aren't coming. There was a very lovely, crisp drive, but he's got nothing for it, and you know he's not very. He feels so much better if he got another 4 for it, just to get going.
It was hard because it wasn't along the floor. He couldn't slide his hand along the floor. He had to judge the height of it bouncing as well. Difficult bit of fielding.
That went down, and he loses pace, these pitches, which is why they have to keep agonising about where to stand in that slip cordon.
What's happening? Let's have a quick photo.
Photo.
You must be used to that, all your adoring fans.
I always get a bit unnerved when I'm doing radio, and what's that camera doing?
Yeah, well, these days on radio they want it all filmed. So may as well do telly.
I know.
We've got a camera in the box.
Yeah, I don't often consider quite how to dress for radio. I mean, I thought you didn't have to bother to dress to radio.
Well, I can confirm we definitely do get dressed for radio.
Yeah.
Definitely confirm that. Yeah, these days they want the clips for social media. They want.
Do they?
Yeah,
Right,
all sorts. Yeah, all the podcasts get visualised. Getting right behind it there, Thomas, not letting anything through.
When you're broadcasting in the morning for Radio Somerset, there's no cameras there, are there?
Well, we've got 2 studios and one of them is full of cameras. I luckily broadcast from the other one, which is very kind to someone who has to get up at 3:40, who perhaps isn't looking their absolute best every day. But there are occasionally times where I'm asked to do the show from the other one because we've got a particular guest coming in, for instance.
That you want to be able to film.
Yeah, for example, for instance, the leader of the council might come in and they want some clips of
the local television might want it.
Exactly, yeah, might use it on local
So you have to brush your hair then.
Yeah, I do have to brush my hair, and that's easier said than done. So another maiden there, runs just drying up here. Good fielding efforts,
it's good
bowling.
pressure. It's good pressure. There's a bit of tension out there, clearly, amongst 2 youngish batsmen. One who's obviously not in the best of form, that's Lammonby, who's been around the houses now. He's quite a senior player now, I suppose. And Josh Thomas, who's had an amazing game so far. 130 amazing innings. In the context of the game, too, no one else has got to 3 figures. By a margin, it's the highest score. Josh Thomas, you'd have got good odds on that. Not that I'm a betting man, but you'd have got good odds on that start of the game.
Very much
Who's
so.
going to top score?
Getting right behind that one again. Well, he scored more in 1 innings than Root managed in 2, which is. Okay, we shouldn't always compare to Root, and there's all that conversation about Root maths, etc. But it's, as you say, we've got.
Well, I mean, obviously it hasn't, particularly on the first 2 days, it was not entirely straightforward batting, clearly. And yet, on that first afternoon, he got 136. Incredible.
Yeah, not a wicket fell in that final session on the first day, which was amazing.
He doesn't give much away, though, White. You can tell why they like him. Bowled very well in that first innings.
His figures in the first innings were 4 for 41 from 16 overs, so an economy of 2.5.
Yeah.
Not to mention the 4 wickets as well. It's very good.
They got a different rhythm here now. They have. I think they've definitely been rehearsing.
It was a sort of. It was definitely something, wasn't it? One rhythm. An inside edge there.
I mean, the sort of West Country gene inside me wants to know if, when it's 242 for 2, whether they're still clapping so vigorously then. but for the moment, there's plenty of life out there. Oddly, I think. Now what we got? I think this is number 3 in their repertoire.
Yeah, it sounds to me like someone's starting it off elsewhere, and then the 3 of them in the slips are all joining in, as if there's like a call and response going on. They've got big smiles on their faces.
I mean, the oddity in all this is that I think probably the quietest man in that cordon is the keeper Bairstow, which is not usually a Bairstow trait, but he's got a lot. He's got to do thinking as well. You see.
Yeah, captain.
Yeah.
Well, he's also got the gloves, so perhaps it doesn't make
yeah.
quite
He's
such
got,
a good
he's
sound.
got, well, that is also true. It's not a point capping with wicket-keeping gloves.
The timbre isn't quite right.
Yeah.
For what they want.
Do you want your bass wicket-keeping gloves or your treble wicket-keeping gloves? It's right on the mark from White. It didn't move so much in that over, but he's testing him.
Just the single from that one. 249 more required. This is good for Yorkshire as well because what they don't want is Somerset to run away with it, and then if a rain delay does come, Somerset have already taken such a big bite out of the total.
Yeah. I mean, it's quite a good crowd here for a fourth day. Obviously, people, as we've talked about, don't plan it. But it is always bizarre that you always get a big crowd on the first day. And today, well, it's just perfectly set up for a cricket lover. And that has added to the fact that the Hildreth stand is quite well occupied. And I'm sure we can never see who's in the Trescothick stand, but I'm sure there's a lot of members there. So it's a good day to think on the spur of the moment. There's something going on at the county ground. Let's get down there. That's not convincing. He was almost working that on the leg side. It dribbled off the edge out to the covers. He's on the pro. He usually looks very relaxed, actually, Tom Lammonby. But I can just sense a little bit of tension. He knows it's not quite functioning yet, but they say one crisp shot and be off and running.
Just absorbing pressure here, these two.
Yeah, well, it's more Lammonby style than Thomas. He's not. Well, let's establish the clappers. It's Joe Root, Adam Live, and Finley Bean are the clapping like the clappers.
That was Bean doing a bit of clapping, but I think that's your traditional.
Yeah, that's just a standard
chorus.
Trio had a good word for it there. I've forgotten. It was something to do with like an emotional something checkout or something. I can't. Or emotional check or something like that for sort of constant encouragement, come what may, in the field. It's a good shot, and he'll get runs for that. I'm not sure it'll go all the way. It's a big chase. It'll just be a couple, but it's out the middle of the bat.
It wasn't a full-blooded drive the whole way, but it was enough for a couple. Yeah. Just make him feel a bit better, I suppose. Hyde's now clapping above his head. He's still going.
They've always been noisy, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
And not in a bad way, in a good way. I mean, I just suddenly remembered, well, it's hard not to in these circumstances. I've been playing against Yorkshire with Johnny Bairstow's dad behind the stumps, red of face, very noisy. And then, without wanting to bore everyone, I played my first game for England in a one-day international, and who was keeping wicket? David Bairstow. And of course, I'm quite edgy and nervous. And the first time I landed the ball anywhere near it, oh, great bowling, great ball. Oh, it's lovely, really. I mean, it was ridiculous in some ways. He was so upright. But I remember appreciating that this guy I've only really played against, don't know particularly well. But every time I landed it anywhere near a length and it didn't go for four. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What a man.
Well, that's your Pete Trigger emotional check-in there, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Keeps you feeling good. I suppose that's important, isn't it? Bowlers keep their, especially spinners. Keep them
well,
peppers up.
well, when you start, you want all the encouragement you can get.
Yeah, I doubt Shane Warne needed much of it with Gilchrist.
No, well, I don't know. Yeah, Shane Warne probably didn't need it, or didn't appear to. But I had, yes, David Bairstow behind the stumps. And sort of by contrast, but just as sort of, with you, was Pete Willie, who was playing. And the equivalent of Willie, for Willie, of saying, whoa, fantastic ball, was good luck. That was it. But he was behind me, I could tell.
Is that tricky? At county level, you play a lot of games, and as a spinner, you're so close with your wicketkeeper. It's an important partnership, isn't it? So when you move up to a national level, and you're suddenly paired with a different wicketkeeper, is it difficult, or is it? Do you just
Well,
sort of
it's not
expect
difficult. It
them
shouldn't make any difference. But what you would hope, and what would be the case at county level when you get used to one another, your wicketkeeper is your best source of advice, perhaps, or best source of observation, so he would know. He might know if there's something slightly different and something not quite right. So I might have I remember doing it with Trevor sometime, Trevor Gard, and probably with Derek Taylor as well, that you'd ask, am I a bit too wide of the stumps, or am I not really following through? That's always a bad thing for a spinner when you're not really bowling. You think I'm only a slow bowler, but you're not coming through, following through, putting energy onto the ball. So you'd have a few checks, and your keeper would be the best person. Or if you're being a bit more subtle, it might be, do you think I'm bowling the right pace for this particular pitch? Do you think I should be? I remember actually Bob Taylor, in my brief England career, saying, I think you just need to be a little bit quicker if you can, on this surface or whatever. So your keeper would be a great, if you've got a good keeper who's used to you, he would notice differences, and he might be the best man to say, well, just not for major changes, but just try that a bit, or you're not quite following through like you normally do, or something like that. So you did have it felt like a partnership with the keeper. Not a great shot. No. Well, since he didn't hit it. I mean, we saw a few of those in the first innings. I think it's probably just a fraction high. We'll have a look. It's the sort of shot that invites a big appeal because it's a bit unconventional, a bit short of a length. He's looking to wallop it over. It's probably just a little bit high, isn't it? So he's okay. But it's one of his agricultural pulls that didn't come off. It came off quite often in that first innings.
Yeah, well, it doesn't look great when it goes wrong, but when you slam it into the boundary rope before
it
looks like
I mean, he hit that beautiful crisp drive, or back foot punch for 4, but he hasn't scored since, I don't think. And that, that's an odd one too. And that's travelling, that ball. He's punched it this time on the leg side, not quite out of the metre of the bat there. So I don't know what number ball he was when he crunched that ball through the covers, but Thomas is sort of feeling, I think, the pressure. He's faced 27 balls with 5. He's the sort of player who likes to be moving.
Change of bowling at the river end, number 2, Dom Bess.
Well, this is interesting, and I think it's quite clever too. And I think we saw a bit of turn last night. Vaughan got a couple to spin, possibly from Alfie's footmarks to the right-hander, actually. But 2 left-handers in, not playing fluently. I think Bess, in this circumstance, has every chance of him, at the very least, keeping the pressure on. Youngish players too, particularly Thomas. You've got to think about a spinner too. You can't just react, and that, if you're not in great nick, that's not a great thing to have to do, to think about it. So I quite like this move from Bairstow. It's not a very attacking field, just a slip, and then they spread around a bit. But I can see the logic of it, because there was a bit of spin for Vaughan last night. And Bess, the mature Bess now, You don't give much away. It's worth a try. He's still not happy with that one, Lammonby. It was just a bit short, and I think he was just a bit annoyed he didn't find that gap where the umpire is. It's crisp. They're finding the field when they do middle it most of the time. We're into the 10th over, you know, and Somerset are 13 for 1. The momentum hasn't arrived yet. The win predictor will be just polishing the draw column for. Well, I mean, the draw would not be very high, but I still stand by the notion that this match is only going to be drawn if we get weather.
Yeah.
But Somerset are currently going at 20% draw,
Wow,
but that must be weather sort of influence. But Somerset are going very slowly at the moment. That's another sign of tension. There's a run there, actually. A bit of a misfield anyway, but there was a one there. But they're probably not used to batting to that much either. So it's a single spurned.
Mm-hmm.
So what's up? Well, while we got our old win from down in the valleys somewhere. What's he saying on the win for either side, I wonder? Our research team will be on that.
Oh, yeah. We'll leave that to them, shall we?
44 Somerset. And what about Yorkshire then? I suppose it was pretty
Well,
tight,
gosh,
isn't it?
it's tight. 36 for Yorkshire,
Yeah,
44 for Somerset.
Yeah.
Very tight.
I mean, I don't always trust Wynne. Well, I sort of trust him, but I don't always agree with him. But I'm not quibbling too much about that. I mean, I think Somerset are still the favourites, but as Wynne says, that it's not by a huge margin.
Oh, they're off clapping again, the slip cordon.
This is a bit of a slow clap. Roots not joining in at the moment. He's having a chat with Bairstow. Be a bit tricky when they've only got one or two slips in.
Thomas on strike for this one. Driving.
That's a good shot.
Oh,
That'll be
yes. Getting past the fielder.
May not go all the way.
Just the two in the end.
Sorry, any runs welcome.
15 for 1.
What he does do, Thomas, is that he punches the balls that are. He's doing little more than defend, but when he times it, it speeds away. It's just a little punch. That's not off the middle, but he'll take another run.
I'm hard at these balls now. Saw one in the previous over from this end where he missed it, was hit on the body. Just opening up a little bit. 16 for 1 now.
It's White 6th, I imagine. I imagine Richardson will be loosening up somewhere, almost his turn. I would have thought instead of White has bowled another accurate spell, asking lots of questions, sort of getting it in the right spot really.
It's been fairly tight from White, well, very tight bowling. Added
both ends, yeah.
Brought pressure, but at the moment only the one wicket. And wickets is completely out of where Yorkshire will win this game. That's the only way they're going to get themselves the points.
Yeah, yeah. Well, weather permitting. Yeah.
If they just, yeah, exactly. If they sort of let this drift, and Somerset will, weather permitting, then I think they would get to 244 more runs, which is what they need in the amount of overs they've got, which is 81 after this ball.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, even in my day, we thought that would be a doddle in terms of run rate.
Well, the time is midday, so I shall
Somerset
make way
County
for
Cricket Club would like to
Harry
thank
Everett,
our
who will
principal
come in and
partners
replace
for
me,
the season,
and he can
Trade
reveal to
Nation,
you, Vic, the
Cinetech,
story behind his shirt, which he left
WPA
us
Health Insurance,
tantalisingly
Cooper
teased
Associates
with
Group,
when he last
Aeronix,
vacated this
and
chair.
Brown Insurance Services.
So we've got early spin from Bess. I haven't seen the ball turn yet, but I think it's quite a good option. Just, if nothing else, A, to keep the pressure on, but also just to check out whether there is much assistance there. And I suspect, from what we saw last night, there may be more assistance bowling to the right-hander, possibly because Alfie's made a few little indentations on the pitch. Ooh, nearly a leading edge there.
Alfie's fault again. Alfie not picked.
It's not a fault. I mean, I'm just saying that there will be a bit of rough because there's a left armour playing outside the right-handers off stump. It's perfectly legitimate.
Well, the point I'm making there, Vic, is do you remember Chelmsford? Alfie Ogden wasn't picked because they were worried about that. Exactly. That's what I thought was fascinating. Seems harsh to not pick a bowler who's done really well in the game before because he might.
Yeah. Well, I thought the same actually, Harry. But once they won by practically an innings, I decided it's best to keep quiet here.
And Josh Shaw bowled well, didn't he? And Jake Ball. They both bowled
well. Yeah. Well, you can't quibble about a comprehensive victory
at Chelmsford, which is Fortress Chelmsford, that Somerset hadn't won at for years, I think it was.
Oh, right.
Yes, I think it was a lot longer than you'd expect. George Hill at slip is an interesting one here. Joe Root was pretty much at slip the entire first innings. He's now at mid-off.
I expect he likes to have a little roam. I mean, he's spent a lot of time in recently playing for England in that first slip.
On his haunches.
On his haunches, you've got to keep concentrating.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, though, that he would have been there so often. Well, we don't know in the Ashes because we barely bowled a spinner because the pitches didn't demand that. But usually, I think it's does Stokes go slip when I can't remember.
And Will Jacks, when he was bowling, you'd take your slip out. Probably.
Well, there he is. He's keeping the pressure on. He hasn't had any turn from Best, but there's nothing, absolutely nothing given away. Thomas is just playing him. More comfortable against pace at the moment. No, White's going to continue. Richardson will be waiting the call.
Would you have bowled spin this early?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, okay.
You can bowl 2 or 3 overs, 4 overs. He just kept the pressure on. We did see the ball spin. There are 2 left-handers in. Off-spinners now prefer bowling left-handers, but as I say, it might not turn quite so much there. But I think it's worth. I always think there. As an old spinner, you hated being the bowler of the last resort.
Yeah,
everything else has failed. So, best give the spinner a go. And spinners can get wickets without turning the ball if there's pressure on.
So
I'm more than happy. Well, although he actually did get a wicket with the ball to turn the
Yeah,
wrong
we mentioned
way.
that Logan Van Beek dismissal, didn't we?
So I like the idea. They don't have to bowl him constantly, but he's bowled 2 overs, 2 maidens. The pressure is still on. It's not easy out there. There's no momentum to the innings, so I don't think they're losing anything. And he's got him. He's just left a ball that was too straight. It's pressure, partly. So, yes, I'm happy with... Well, if I'm Yorkshire, I'm happy with Bess. It's another... Well, sad end to an innings when you leave the ball.
Tom Lammonby was bowled by George Hill.
Good ball, but the bail was just trickled off. It's not hit the stumps much, just grazed it, just a little tickle.
But that constitutes, I'm afraid, a bad leave. It didn't jag back hugely. It's just not in rhythm at the moment. Lammonby, misjudgment, and He's gone. But that is a consequence
New
of
batter for Somerset,
the innings
sponsored
not
by
going
King's
anywhere,
College, number
and also the
55,
batsman not
James
feeling
Rue.
in charge. So 16 for 2 in the 13th over. It's never going to be easy. But
Didn't really cover his stumps there. So many batters these days will bat on middle and off in the county championship we've seen. Tom Lumby was quite middle leg there, then didn't really get over. Then often you'd see a left-hander, like James Rue, will get over to middle and off, and if it comes in, he's covered it.
well, except that if he's not playing a shot, he's every chance he's going to be LBW anyway.
Yes, but I feel like when James Rue does it, he would play bat pad next to each other, or he'd get outside the line of off stump.
Yeah. I mean, if you're playing a shot at that
Yeah.
ball, there's every chance you're not going to be given out if it hits the pad, if you're on the front foot.
I mean, it's easy to criticise someone who's just level onto the stumps, but
Yeah.
just trying to think an out of form.
Well, it's an out of form sort of reaction. If you're Nick, you're a bit more positive in your movements, and you'll be thinking about scoring rather than thinking about survival.
Well, straight off the mark, first ball, James Rue.
Yeah, not off the middle.
7 off 8, and then caught in the slips by Finlay Bean off Jack White in the first innings. A rare failure for James Rue this season. Yeah, that came back in. The inside edge. Out to the subfielder at deep fine leg. Oh no, it's Logan Van Beek actually. Yeah, Logan Van Beek doing fine leg.
But all credit to White, they just kept that pressure on. It might have come back oh, hang on a minute, this is Hill. Beg his pardon.
Yeah, slightly more sprightly run up George Hill.
Yeah.
Jack White's a bit more sort of around the houses, sort of slaloms in a bit.
Yeah.
He's at mid-on.
Yeah. So Hill's got the 2 wickets to 4.
Jack White, I think, would be a very good village cricketer, the way he runs in and the style. And the way he bats as well. Well, tell you what, that drive through mid-on, or mid-wicket was beautiful.
That's the new...
Slow hand clap from Yorkshire. I've already had a text from a Somerset fan disgruntled at the Yorkshire clapping. I argued back, think it's quite nice to have an away atmosphere and a bit of chat between the two.
Oh yeah, I've never seen it before actually, or heard it before. But as long as they stop, well, I haven't really. I suppose. Well, as the bowler gets up to the mark, we'll see if they do it this time, and see, I'll note when they refrain. They've got to get down at some point. We're not going to do it at all this ball.
Maybe a Yorkshire fan's got his earpiece in and he's listening to you and he's going to wait. It's a lovely straight drive from James Rue for no run. George Hill good off his own bowling in his follow through. So the two King's School left-handers together, Josh Thomas and James Rue. So much cricket they played together in the One Day Cup the last couple of summers as well, of course.
Well,
inside out.
You're the great stats man.
Pressure now.
Well, when last did one school have 4 players in the same team?
Oh, wow. 2 Rues, Josh Thomas, Will Smead.
Correct. I've done that. I've got that far.
Well, we just had to check we're on the same page because there's no Tom Bantam, remember?
I know there is. It could be. If Bantam were here, it could be 5. If they. So
I would guess it'd be Kings.
No, I'm not. I say when last.
Yeah. I'm trying to work it out, Vic. Sorry, you've got to give
well,
me the answer straight away. You're very demanding. I'm working through my method here, Vic.
Okay.
You don't just get marks for your
I didn't
answer.
want you to show your workings. I just want you to give me an answer.
Sorry, I didn't get it strate away.
Well, I got very...
You
you
expect a lot of me.
Yeah, I do.
Good fielding, good cricket.
Yeah. You hit that hard, didn't you, off the back foot?
I wanted to run through it with the audience as
When
well.
last, if ever?
I don't know. Is that what you want from me?
No.
I can't give you what you want, Vic.
Oh, no.
Millfield had the likes of...
Millfield, there would have
Casey
been,
Aldridge,
even in
Ned
my...
Leonard,
Yeah, in my
James
time, there would have
Gilchrist,
been a few Millfield.
Max Waller.
You could have... Actually, that might be it.
Daniel Bell Drummond, we're counting the opposition as well, I presume?
No. In the same team.
Wow, you're being harsh here, Vic.
You
can tell you've had your day off yesterday.
I didn't have a day off. Actually, it would have been close when I was playing, come to think about it. We had Pete Roebuck, the Millfield we're talking, Phil Slocum, Graham Burgess.
This is my mug yesterday, that's what you're naming you. Name in the autograph on the mug.
So that's 3. Hang on, Pete Denning.
There you go. Answer your own question.
Yeah.
You don't mean.
Yeah. Well, since you failed to answer it, I'd had to do it myself. there would have been several games, I'm sure, where Slocum, Roebuck, Denning, and Burgess.
Well, dare I go again? Sussex away in the T20 Blast last year.
Okay.
Oh, is that 3? Thomas Root, Will Smead, Tom Banton. Yeah, James Root didn't play.
Okay.
That'd be 3.
What about your T-shirt? Tell us about that then. Do you know the answer to that? What's it doing? Wadebridge, what is it?
It's not that exciting, really.
Oh, isn't it? All right, don't bother then.
I don't think we should allow Vic to be concussion replacement. You come in all fired up.
I'm not the concussion replacement.
No,
I was doing that yesterday.
I know, but it's got.
So I tried to be sweetness and light because I was replacing Sophie.
Whereas today you're off your long run. You're savage today.
Savage, I think it's very. They're the sponsors today. Clark Wilmot, local firm of lawyers. Dear Roy Kerslake worked for them for most of his life. It was such a great positive influence to Somerset cricket over about half a century. Used to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, do all his work, and then come and sort Somerset out.
Right, George Hill then continuing from the Trescothic Pavilion end. Stayed a little bit low. Just caught up with Nick Pepper in the half an hour gap between commentary sticks, wandering around the ground. Quite happy with the pitch. Not a hybrid today. The hybrids, it was a hybrid. Do you remember the Warwickshire chase last year when Tom Abel got that brilliant 100? Michael Booth kept being pulled for 4. One of the record chase. I think it was over 400 in a day. The Somerset scored, inspired by Tom Abel. That was on a hybrid pitch. This is not a hybrid pitch.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there's a lot to commend Nick Pepper.
Yeah.
In that we know some of the agonies about the pitch. Sometimes we think it's too flat, and sometimes everyone else thinks it's too bowler friendly. Well, whatever happens today, he's produced a pitch that is going to, the weather permitting, gives us a natural result in the space of 4 days.
Yeah.
And it's a if it were to be the perfect pitch, it would perhaps turn a bit more to the perfect pitch, but it's.
I'll give it a chance.
It's produced already a terrific game of cricket. So hats off to him.
We've only seen 3 overs of spin today, so I think we can pass judgment on that later on.
Yeah. I think it might spin more to the right-hander.
Yeah.
But I haven't been out there.
And I'd like to see Joe Root bowl as well.
Do you?
Don't think Adam Live will bowl. I think they'll go Root and Bess. Might even go in tandem and give it an hour or 2. I think if Thomas and Rue have a partnership, say they put on 80 together in an hour and a half's time, they might go double off spin to the left-handers.
Well, indeed, but
no Jack Leach left-hander. These are the only 2 left-handers left in the lineup now. Lamb will be gone.
Yeah.
Two balls left in the 15th over then. We're back to normal times today. We had the complicated times yesterday of 2 hours, 10 minute sessions. What do we have, 41 overs in the evening session yesterday? That's why you're grumpy today, Vic, because you didn't get to go to the train station.
Grumpy today?
I did. You didn't get to go to the train early with Annie yesterday, and you had 41 overs in the evening.
Well, actually, this is far too much detail. I got to the station, there was a train. I don't think it was waiting just for me, but it was there on the platform. I skipped on, as far as I could skip.
That made your day.
And off I went. Once I checked out, it was going in the right direction.
That would be funny if you went the wrong way.
I've done that once. But, what's wrong with going to Bristol?
I'll leave that question to be answered by someone else.
So the pressure's still on. 2 wickets down, no momentum at the moment. As I say, I like the idea of Best bowling at the moment. He hasn't got a wicket, but then he's bowled 3 overs for just 3 runs. they can always take him off, but it means he's got more ammunition too. In that he's got more bowlers who can be full of life. Like Richardson is the most obvious absentee at the moment.
Yeah. Oh, could be the breakthrough that Yorkshire will be desperate to have. The early dismissal of James Rue. 2 failures in the innings for James Rue. It's very unlike him. 7 off 8 in the first and gone for 2 here. Don Bess.
Well, that's spun.
What a celebration that is.
So, yeah, well, I'm not sure he wanted to go, Rue, but he had to.
Yeah,
that's a good delivery, though. Have a look at this. He's walking off very slowly. Whether he's given out. But that ball did turn. Here we go. Watch this.
James Rue was caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling.
Perfect.
Don
Off
Bess.
break. He just turned a bit.
Yeah, that's a very good delivery, Vic.
Yeah.
Is that, you know what, that might be the best delivery we've seen across the match. Archie Vaughan's turned to Logan Van Beek, but go on, talk through the off-spin technique here.
Well, it's just...
New batter for Somerset,
there are two things.
Taunton School, number 28, Tom Abel.
The thing you're looking for, obviously, you are looking for turn.
Yeah.
And that ball turned just enough, it seemed. I mean, I'm not sure Rue thought he hit it, but that's by the by. But the other thing you're desperately looking for, and which was evident there, is that little bit of dip in the flight.
Yeah.
A good batsman, they can adjust a turn if they're judging the length well. But if you get that little bit of dip just at the end there, he was driving that ball, he thought just about a half volley. Just a bit of dip, and you misjudge the length. It's not quite as full as you think. Hence, your bat's not in the right place if you're attacking, especially. So that's what you got.
I think you make a great point there, and it was just the right amount of turn. We saw a few times it did too much, not just the spinners. Lewis Gregory did too much. It went past the outside edge, and the batter couldn't edge it. That was the right amount that...
But you can't, as a spinner, you can't control
that. No,
you can't control that. That's in the lap of the gods.
Well, Tom Abel on day 4, though. I mean, the utility bowl.
Well, he can't keep doing it, but he's going to have to. It's 21 for 3. I mean, this is a great response from Yorkshire, and wow, Somerset are right up against it. I will have to. Oh, he's come down to pitch first ball.
And there's a psychological battle that Tom Abel's best mate in this Yorkshire team. They spend so much time together.
Do they?
On and off the pitch, yeah. Good friends, Tom Abel and Don Bess. And having long on back is not something you see for Tom Abel's first ball very often.
No.
And he's slightly
but he was coming down the pitch to try and tap it down there for 1, I think.
Well, he also hit him for 6 into the Hildreth stand in the first innings.
Yeah, but he ain't going to try that.
Bounce 4.
That was with the field up there, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I still don't expect them to have the field out first ball to Tom Abel.
Well,
He's gone wider again. He's now right behind Joe Root at short mid-wicket.
I mean, the idea is to think, what does the batsman dislike more? Usually you would say you would have him up. It's right at the start.
Yeah.
I admit that. But we've watched Abel this year, actually. And he has gone aerial against not only Bess the other night, but I saw him come down very early against Dawson. Bang. And they may have thought this, hang on a minute. Abel's using that lofted drive to get his innings going. We won't let him do that now.
They've also had the man out on the reverse sweep as well.
They haven't got at the moment, have they? Yeah,
deep
okay.
back point, and they had the deep
well,
mid-wicket.
I mean, there's a lot. And has he scored a run? No.
So I'd say it's good field placement that they know his strengths.
4 overs, 1 for 3.
Good bowling.
He's got a key man out in James Rue. The pressure still right on. There's a callow. I mean, Josh Thomas is still there. Played 1 brilliant innings, but they'll be thinking, well, he can't do that again. They're on top. We'll have to go to win.
That's a loose drive from Josh Thomas. He played very well in the first innings, but that was a bit of a head loss. Head didn't get over it, just whooshed his hands through. I mean, he might have flashed it over the slips if he'd connected, but he's got away with that.
Yeah. Well, I like that better than a tepid defensive shot to one that's not anywhere near the stumps. Because if you do get contact, it's likely to fly. It's only the little edge that will get you out, but still. But yeah, win predictor. Come on, someone tell me. The research team are just ringing him up. Probably may have gone for coffee. Yorkshire 72.
Ooh.
Somerset there for about 20. Emma, sorry?
12.
Yeah.
I don't think
72, 12. Somerset 16. I'd have a bet on them now. We've got the odds translated, but nonetheless. Look at that. It's just unrelenting accuracy, putting the pressure on. He's been out there 50 balls now, Josh Thomas, and to his credit, he's been out there 50 balls. He's only got 11.
Is it odd, though, that on a flatter pitch with the sun out, Yorkshire are bowling a lot better than they did when it was doing all sorts in their first innings? Or was Josh Thomas batting so well then? I'm not saying he's batting badly now, but Josh Thomas was hitting runs at will, scoring nearly 100 strike rate in the first innings against the same.
Well, there's less pace in the pitch, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to explain it. There's more tension in the situation.
Yes, in the air.
But I think you are right to say that they are bowling better. They are rising to the occasion. There's a game to be won and lost, and they've really turned the screw, and Somerset just doesn't know where they're going at the moment. I mean, they're just trying to get a partnership established and trying to get some runs on the board. They don't know where the next run's coming from. We've seen Abel come in, and he's used his feet twice to best just to try and get himself started and get the innings started.
Joe Richardson not yet bowled. Matt Revis not yet bowled. I wonder if it's more of a tactic that they're going to bowl their best bowlers, or the lads who bowl best on this surface on day one. Revis wasn't great. Logan Van Beek and Joe Richardson probably the three weakest of the bowlers. They've just gone with their three best bowlers in this match so far.
Yeah, I think. I mean, they've gone for sort of the most. They've gone for pressure apart from anything. Hill,
reliable.
Hill and White, even in the first innings, they gave very little away. They didn't bowl any rubbish, so they're just applying their pressure. And Bess was summoned in part because he's not going to. He might get attacked, but he's not going to give you many freebies.
It makes me think, in recent years, to pick on two players who've now left Somerset. Somerset in this situation might go to Josh Davey over Casey Aldridge, because Josh Davey might keep it tight. It might be less threatening. Yeah. Casey Aldridge might bowl a beautiful ball, but then might give a couple of freebies. This is going to be a fascinating battle. Don Best did not follow through as much that ball as the other balls. When he was going round the wicket, he was bowled two-step in that position, ready to dive forward. There, he didn't quite go forward. And it was a very good catch.
It's not a chance.
He didn't get there on the half volley. But just interesting that he followed through more when he was around the wicket. There you go. Followed through then and then nearly rugby tackle Josh Thomas. Blundells versus Kings, bit of rivalry there. They wouldn't have played against each other.
Well, Tom Abel is about 4 years older than Don Best, isn't he?
Yeah, he might be more like 3.
Okay.
I don't think there's any bat involved there. I think that's
you
a little
can't
bit
have that
ambitious. I reckon Tom Abel will be 31 and Don Best will be nearly 29.
Hurry up then.
28. You're so impatient.
I think Tom Abel's 32.
Just turned 32, yeah, okay. So Don Best is nearly 29 and Tom Abel's just turned 32.
Okay.
I think 3 school years apart.
Okay. He's got that ball turned, actually.
Lovely shot. Brilliant shot from Tom Abel, off the mark through the coastal forward, but this is a fascinating battle.
Yeah.
Don Best versus Tom Abel. Know each other inside out. That's the first freebie, the first loose ball he's bowled.
Yeah, and it wasn't the worst ball, it's just slightly over pitched, and Abel's hit it beautifully.
Big old gap there because he wanted to play against the spin. But when it's that full, no real risk for Abel. So there's your deep, wide, long on behind Joe Root at a fairly straight, close mid-wicket, keeping it to 1. We haven't seen Josh Thomas sweep much in the red ball format in, well, the month of April and May and last September when he made his debut. Don't think he's going to reverse sweep Dom Bess. Wonder where he thinks his scoring options are here. A 1 to deep cover through 6.
Well, they're sort of tempting him with a sweep because they've brought the boundary fielder on the leg side up to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think they'd be more than happy for him to play across the line.
Yeah.
Fascinating, fascinating. Yeah, great YouTube comment here. Don't get these situations in T20 cricket. No, absolutely not. A fascinating cat and mouse here as Root and Bairstow have a bit of a chat as Root shines the ball. How are they going to get Josh Thomas out? Probably the man of the match if Somerset win this match. Unless someone does something truly remarkable in this innings.
Well, I don't think they're going to fret about that. They're just going to keep bowling in a disciplined manner. I wouldn't be fretting. He played brilliantly in the first innings, but I would just think, hang on, we've got to treat him with a bit more respect, but all we've got to do is just hit your length, keep that pressure on. He's a pup.
I think I would worry from a Yorkshire perspective that the pressure valve might be released when these bowlers are too tired. Dom Bess might carry on, but when Hill and White have finished their spells,
well, I think
I'm not sure Richardson and Revis are going to bowl quite as tightly.
Well, they're slightly different bowlers, but
correct.
From what I saw of Richardson in the first innings, and I was watching more closely on the second day, if I'm honest.
We know.
I think I think he's a danger, and I think he's a bit. I think you shouldn't underestimate Richardson.
Well, I think Guy Richardson has changed. I remember him playing in the Sheffield Shield for Western Australia and then breaking into the Australian team and watched a lot of him in the Big Bash. He used to be a tearaway quick, a typical Western Australian right arm seamer. And in recent years he's had those shoulder injuries, the rehab, and he's turned himself into more of a sort of a pitched up swing bowler. Not slow, but
not
more
express.
in the English mould. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's
which might help in this situation.
Indeed.
So he's a different
I
type of bowler.
I thought, yeah, on the second morning when I was watching rather more closely than on the first day, he looked dangerous and he looked in good rhythm.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't underestimate him.
Yeah, he definitely bowled better on day 2 than day 1.
Yeah. And he's also, relaxed after getting what's looking at an ever more critical half century.
Well, yeah, dare I mention man of the match again. If he gets 5 for plus his 50, Yorkshire win.
No one cares about who gets the man of the match.
Well,
in
it's
these
just
matches.
there's this weird. Have you seen this new thing this year?
Oh,
the PCA. That's why I was slightly intrigued by it.
Okay, but
it's a new thing they've got coming in.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, the PCA's been around for ages, but the man of the match thing.
Right. Well,
point system. It's a bit of an Australian 3-2-1 that you'd have probably had when you played Perth grade cricket. Did you have it then?
Don't think so.
Grade cricket now.
Oh, well, I
in
can't
Australia,
remember.
they
I
have a
really
3-2-1.
can't remember. Don't know. But
okay. You obviously didn't get it enough. You didn't have 8 for 17 enough.
Actually,
go on.
I hesitate to tell you this, but I got a 9 for him.
Oh, there you go. Lovely shot going from Tom Abel. This time straight through middle. I think Richardson could have stopped that, He didn't dive. It wasn't far away from him chasing that down.
Well, he's hit 3 crisp boundaries now. Is it 3?
Yeah. The cover drive off Bess.
They're sort of typical Abel shots that he loves. If he gets that right length, he whips it through mid-wicket. In fact, they're going to try and block out that mid-wicket.
So often we see a mid-wicket put in for Tom Abel.
Yeah.
Finley Bean in there. Keeper stood up as well. These slight tweaks that make it harder for Tom Abel, but he's not phased. He'll go about his business. Yeah, 12 of the most beautiful runs from Tom Abel in the last 2 overs.
Okay, I haven't got underneath the great mystery of the T-shirt, but apparently it's quite boring, Charlie, so I'll leave you with it.
I feel like everything I say for you today is quite boring, Vic. I feel like I can't say anything that's keeping you interested today. Vic Marks has been here all 4 days, everyone, if you hadn't realised yet. He's not used to doing 4 days of a county championship game. And day one, he was socialising with his old teammates, so that took even more out of him. Yeah, I can hammer him now, he's not listening. Right, Charlie Taylor will come back in as Don Bess bowls to a slip and a silly extra cover, I'm going to say. Not really a silly point, silly forward point, I suppose you could say, is Adam Live. That deep cover in place. Three down at Somerset. If you're just joining us, you can rewind to the stream. Use your 40-minute lunch interval to catch up on anything you've missed. But it's been a fascinating 4 days cricket. Saturday curtailed a lot for the rain, of course, but been a thrilling county championship match. Two hands, one bounce for Adam Live.
Listening to you two then was like one of you was batting, the other one was in the slips having a go.
Never known Vic so far off his long run.
He was winding each other up.
Big excitement there from Adam Live, but I don't think he's ever quite going to hit the stumps inside edge. Went quite square to backward square leg.
I think they must be sick of the sight of Thomas batting. He's
yeah.
Done an awful lot of it in Yorkshire's bowling innings.
155 balls he faced in the first innings. If he faces that many in this innings, Somerset will be a good way towards winning this match.
Well, that's his 59th, and he picks up a second run, takes him on to 12.
A lot slower scoring in this innings, but like Vic said, it's the tension, isn't it? The 3 wickets.
Hang around. Yeah, if you can hang around, you give yourself the best chance of being there when it does get easier to score.
Well, mind you, it was 35 for 3 in the first innings.
Yeah.
Both innings have been low score for 3, Somerset. Low scores for Vaughan, Lammonby and Brew in both innings.
Yeah. Very rare, as you said, to see James Rew get out cheaply in both innings of a match.
A lot of Somerset scorecards this year have been one big score and quite a few failures, actually.
Yeah.
There's been other years, there's been loads of chippings.
Change of bowling at the Marcus
big
Trescothick
scores.
Pavilion end, number 60, Jai Richardson.
Jai Richardson. We talked about him a lot, the Western Australian right arm seamer. He's going to get his first bowl after 21 overs. Or 20, he will bowl the 21st, which is quite late to introduce him to the attack. I think the old days they used to talk about Stuart Broad and Mitchell Johnson, particularly in the Ashes, when you got a few runs in the lower order, give them the new ball straight away, let them steam in. Slightly different here. Richardson's had to wait nearly an hour since he was batting. Yeah, 11:11 they got out. So an hour and 20 minutes since he was batting.
Yeah, scored his 50, exactly 50 in the second innings earlier on today. Straight from over the wicket to Josh Thomas. It's lovely weather now, considering there is a bit of rain around later today. Now it's absolutely gorgeous. Just late spring day.
Just had another Yorkshire mate of mine who played cricket with at uni text me saying Richardson is in as a batter. A lot of Yorkshire fans have not been impressed with his bowling so far this season. He's a batter in at 10.
It's good.
Awesome, Jai. Awesome, Jai, boy. Need some squeeze on, boy. Controlling this, boy. Controlling the game, lad. Good, boys. Come on, lads. Come on, Joe. Yes, Jai, boy.
225 more runs needed. Still got 71 and a bit overs to bowl today, so there's no hurry, but there is that risk of rain later on. Just angling that one, nicely played. It'll only be a single as a fielder in the deep at third, but he'll be happy just to keep that ticking over. He moves on to 13, joins Tom Abel on that score. Taking him quite a lot longer to get there, but as we've been saying, it's about being there. It's about keeping those wickets in hand. Somerset have lost 3 early ones. Vaughan and Lammonby both out for 4. James Rue only out for 2. Plenty rests on these 2. Smeed, Thomas Rue and Lewis Gregory are the next 3 batters in some order, something like that. Thomas Rue came out before Smeed actually in the first innings.
Yeah.
Abel on strike. Crouches with that dead straight back.
I did wonder about that. Thomas Rue and Will Smeed in the middle order. I thought Will Smeed might bat before Thomas Rue actually. Partly because Will Smeed played in the Chelmsford game ahead of Thomas Rue. Partly because of all the runs he scored. Partly older, senior batter. And I guess in the T20, Will Smeed would open. Thomas Rue would bat more like 5. So yeah, I thought that was a slight surprise. Not a lot in it between 6 and 7, fair enough. But
on the leg side, really, and it's only just stopped on the boundary. They'll come back for a couple of quick ones, and the Taunton crowd enjoying that.
Brilliant fielding by Don Bess. Throws himself around the outfield. Save 2 there. Good roll, pick up and throw, and good running again from Abel. Calling back for that second. I just had a tweet from the White Tyke Yorkshire fan. You know Vic was asking about 4 from the same school.
Oh, yeah.
Gary Palmer, Harvey Trump, Stephen Booth, same school. Question mark. Vic with all the questions this morning.
Good defensive shot that from Tom Abel. It's the end of that over, 38 for 3. I just get the feeling it's going to be a nervous day. Just have that feeling that Yorkshire batted really well yesterday.
That evening session, I think, could that be the defining session in this match? Obviously, the last session, when the result happens, you think is a defining session, but I feel like Jai Richardson's 50. Oh, and do you remember? It's just come back to me. Jack White was dropped first ball by Craig Overton at leg slip.
Yes.
So Jai Richardson doesn't get 40 odd of those runs. If Jack White goes first ball. Massive catches win matches, and Somerset, who are normally brilliant, have dropped 4. And they've all come from 2 of Somerset's best fielders, surprisingly. These things happen, of course, but anyway, Don Bess round the wicket. Nice cut shot from Josh Thomas. Should be 2. In between point and deep cover, an easy 2. Nicely played, didn't try and overhit it.
You can hear every run. Every run getting...
It's going to be a cracking day.
Applauded here. Yeah, plenty of potential for some fantastic county championship cricket. Could be one of those brilliant finishes.
Yeah, get on down here if you can, wherever you are on your bank holiday weekend. Good cricket again from Josh Thomas, taking the run on straight away.
Feels like a slight momentum shift. It was so hard picking up runs earlier on. Lammonby was really struggling to find them, even Thomas at that point. But it just feels now that these 2 are just settling into the day. Still a lot of runs to get, still over 200. Abel using his feet.
Yeah, I don't think... Well, I'm trying to think whether he's wanting to play that straight and then just went with it because it was through mid-wicket. I just find it fascinating, this deep... Well, it's like a deep, wide, long on right behind Joe Root at close mid-wicket. I think Best knows it's spinning. See, he knows Abel so well. I just find it a fascinating battle with the field placements and the tactics of this. Whereas Josh Thomas is playing spin quite defensively. Tom Abel's coming, he's already on 16. He's looking positive, proactive. I mean, these are the informed batters, you've got to say. Tom Abel, highest score of the last innings before this match. Josh Thomas, the highest score in this match. Good single.
Yeah, I like that, taking on the singles there. Almost like they're batting with 50 needed rather than 220 needed, which is no
got to show a
bad
bit of
thing,
intent,
really. Yeah, absolutely.
So, 1 ball to go in Don Bess's 7th over. 20 minutes to go until lunch. Lunch fixed at 1 o'clock, of course, being day 4.
What did you choose?
Oh, Gosh, jacket potato and chili, which is unlike me really, but I had so many pasties the last 4 years of commentating here.
4 years? You're going back 4 years of pasties?
5 years. Might be 5 years, since COVID. 5 years of pasties.
So you've had 5 years of pasties and that's driven you to the potato now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Right, fair enough.
What about you?
Yeah, I went for a potato.
There you go.
But I like a potato. Go on then, what is that you said? As you left commentary with me, I said he's wearing his Royal Cornwall show shirt, and you said, I'll tell you more about this later. And then Vic asked you about it, you said, nah, it's boring.
Yeah, I said, tell you more about it.
Go on then, tell me more about it.
You just come on with me. It's not, I don't know where I got it from, actually.
Why did you not want to tell Vic? What's wrong with you two
Because Vic was
today?
being so rude to me, he's
out.
offending me. I'm happy with that. I'm meant to be in Cornwall at the moment with the in-laws.
Are you really?
So I'm missing out on a bank holiday weekend to be working here for the 4-day match. So I'm going to go and join them tonight. And I'm going to miss club training, and having got a duck off 2 balls on Saturday, which we're not talking about anymore, I feel like I need to train. So I messaged Wadebridge Cricket Club, and they replied straight back saying, we'd love to see you at training Tuesday night, come on down. Wadebridge is where Somerset played in that match against Cornwall last summer.
Yeah, so you made your contacts there when you were watching that, I presume?
Well, no, I don't even went, actually.
So
Harry Trump, the photographer, said, Wadebridge, lovely club, train on Tuesday night, give him a message. I was chatting to him yesterday.
But you didn't know anyone there, you just
I don't
dropped them a
think I
message.
do.
No.
I might, it's like small world, Southwest
Well,
Cricket.
Wadebridge is a nice place.
Yeah, so yeah, they replied straight back on the Instagram page and said, yep, come down, first team train for 5:30 Tuesday night, come and join. And then I
And
realised,
you thought, well, I'll wear my 2015 Royal Cornwall show shirt.
which I also don't think I went to. I don't know where I picked it up from. With Wadebridge on it, so I thought that the Wadebridge Cricket Club lot would enjoy that.
I'm sure they'd appreciate it.
And the message back from them was very nice, actually. They said, oh yeah,
We've heard of your exploits in the Devon League. We'd love to have
it
you.
wasn't quite that. It'd be great to see you. Come train with the ones from 5:30.
Train with the ones?
Thatcher's in the bar afterwards. Look forward to seeing you then. Hopefully the weather picks up and we're celebrating Somerset victory.
That's nice. Yeah, it's good how the Cornwall and Devon get behind Somerset.
Yes.
Obviously, it is the club for the South West, but
Our region
they're not-
rises.
Yeah, it's quite right. It's a regional thing, but obviously they're called Somerset, so not necessarily obvious. Oh, no, that's a bit more of expansive shots. Well stopped. Brilliant bit of fielding. Is that Bess again?
He's
very
everywhere.
well out there. He is everywhere. It is Bess, I think.
Don Bess. He's here. He's there. He's everywhere. He's Don Bess. Oh, I don't think his fan club are in, or they've just not had the alcohol they'd consumed.
They're a bit subdued in the morning session, perhaps.
I'm sure there's still a few Don Bess
They're
fans.
in the bar. Well, there was a lot of Bess support here yesterday.
Yeah, it was entertaining. And then when he got hit amidships twice, there was a few groans and oohs and ahs. Yorkshire back in this game. I don't quite know where it's going to go. We talk about Tom Abel and his brilliant 100 at the Utility Bowl. Well, it's 25 years since the Utility Bowl's first match. Didn't realise that. And the form he would take from that, yes, there was a round off. And yes, he had a first innings of 50. But this is where Tom Abel comes into his own. Him and Josh Thomas together now.
So good, boys. So good, boys.
So you're in Cornwall later. Sounds nice.
Yeah, I was going to pop down via the Devon Dumplings President's Chairman's matches at Plimpton. I don't think I'm going to get there in time.
It's a bit late for your bank holiday going down on the Monday evening. That's sort of
Well,
what
it's
everyone else is
Thursday
heading
to
the other
Thursday.
way.
Well, yeah. Got work, mate.
Yeah, well.
People think what a wonderful job we have, but it's not always sociable hours.
You end up working when everyone else is off. That's
Yeah,
certainly
that's
true.
part
But we're
of
very
it.
lucky, really.
We don't complain about what we do, but you can't always be sociable.
Change of
So how long are you down there
at
for?
The River End,
Till
number
Thursday.
66, Joe Root.
Well, we're going to see a bit of Joe Root bowling. They're keeping spin on from the end that Don Bess was bowling from, but they're
Makes
swapping
sense,
it up.
yeah.
Root was warming up earlier on between the innings. He gets wickets for England. He's the golden arm, that's what they call him, and he's bowling for England.
Yeah. I
Didn't
just
bowl
think
in the first innings.
Didn't
did he?
bowl at all, no.
It was all
Neither did
a lot of
Adam
seam.
live.
A lot of seam. Yeah, Bess only bowled 8 overs. So this is the first time we've seen Root with ball in hand in the match.
He's going to have one slip, which is George Hill. Can't obviously feel it slipped his own bowling. I think he's done it mid-off.
It would be tricky.
There's no one out on the leg side. That's a probable single, misfield. Oh, Don Bess is everywhere. It's the first misfield in a while from him.
His cap's in one place, his glasses are in the other.
Reminds me of, do you remember Andrew Strauss throwing the ball through his
sunglasses? that was very funny. All the other players absolutely cracking up.
Oh,
He's just smashed his sunglasses.
Right, Adam Lyth is going to come into a short leg to Tom Abel. Oh, that did turn.
Yep.
That's not far away from Adam Lyth's diving right hand. Joe Root's very clever with the arm ball. I remember I reckon he got 5 for in India in a pink ball test. I want to say off the top of my head.
It's ringing bells.
Yeah, he might be the ring of bells later celebrating. If Yorkshire get this. It's a good single actually from Tom Abel. Defensive shot, but awareness that there's a gap there. Still had a man out in the reverse sweep. We saw Joe Root sweep, reverse sweep Archie Vaughan's first ball for 4. Tom Abel not tempted by the reverse sweep yet.
I don't think Yorkshire are going to go down the ring of bells if they win.
You think they're just having tinnies on the bus on the way
get
home?
On the coach, yeah, it's a long old way.
Celebrate on the way home.
Although traffic could be pretty bad today, it being a Monday bank holiday.
Better off leaving at 7 than at 4.
Have a few drinks at the ring of bells.
Leave at 7 or 8 and
get
sleep
on
on
a
the
bit
bus.
later. Sleep on, yeah. I doubt many of them have got plans tomorrow.
2 balls left. Joe Root's first over the match. Good wrist from Josh Thomas. That ball there could have been played to extra cover for no runs, Don Bess, but he did well to manoeuvre that into a gap for 1. Joe Root is apparently not going to play in the next match. Haven't played in the last couple. Played against Sussex at home last week. He's got the same fielder out at long on, in the same position as he did have when Don Bess was bowling. Oh, that's nearly carried to mid-wicket. Tom Abel just teasing Don Bess again. Abel and Bess, whatever happened, it's an Abel-Bess battle, even when Bess isn't bowling. It didn't carry and it wasn't a chance.
Would have been very, I mean, even if it had carried, it would have been a brilliant catch.
Dive.
But he would have, Bess is up to those.
Oh, yeah. Don Bess has impressed me with his bowling, his fielding, and he batted pretty well in that. We get 40 off 89 balls in that second innings yesterday. Caught by Jake Bull. Yes, because he nailed that sweep shot. There's one man back. Hit it clean as a whistle, too well, straight to subfielder Jake Bull up sort of forward, deep square leg. Matthew Cleves just tweeted me, is Tom Abel going to have to play a different innings today? Less of an anchor, more the aggressor?
Yeah, could do. That's a good shout. Depends a bit on what Thomas ends up doing, as in Josh Thomas, not Thomas Abel.
Well, it's interesting because Josh Thomas was very aggressive, positively aggressive, controlled, quick scoring in the first.
Well, that's what I mean. If he can switch that on, maybe after lunch, get to that point,
but
and Tom Abel can be a bit more of a anchor. But he's got it in him to do both. Absolutely, you know what he can do, Abel.
One before, one after, boys.
It depends as well how many runs there are left to get. If you're 30 runs away and you're losing wickets, you might decide to up the scoring rate. But if you're still 200 away, plenty of time. Just the weather that might be an issue. Lovely sunshine right now, though. It's Richardson over the wicket. So drive a bit edgy, but pick up a single. Round of applause as that ticks the score into 49 for 3. It's been hard going for Somerset getting to this 50. Still not quite there. 3 wickets down.
I've got a lovely message here, Charlie. This is an important one to read. You'd remember Bodie, one of our super fans.
I do indeed remember Bodie, yeah.
Bodie wanted to share with the Somerset fans on the stream that he's joined his school's cricket club and is on the cusp of starting at grassroots level for Taunton Cricket Club.
Lovely.
He informs me that he's having swimming lessons to improve his bowling arm. That is brilliant. Love that from Bodie. Just a message from his mum. I'll continue after this ball.
Very nice.
And he is still experiencing a few physical effects from his treatment, but he's really thriving and giving life his absolute all.
Great.
Bodie's been through a pretty tricky few years.
Brilliant to hear.
Yeah, lives local and loves listening to live stream. His mum was telling me that he can use his earpiece from his garden and it just about
brilliant
works.
stuff.
How cool is that?
Well, hi Bodie, if you're listening. Day off school today, I should think, bank holiday.
Yeah. Great to hear he's doing well.
Aggressive punch shot there, coming towards the ball, but straight to the fielder.
Oh, we've got another message from a lifelong member, Paul Cole, is 80 today. He's down in the long room. I'm not sure if they have the... Do they have the commentary?
Yeah,
on
got the
noise in long
commentary.
room?
I don't know if the volume's
Not on
on,
mute,
but
is it?
certainly have the
Disrespectful.
image on.
He's a loyal and proud Somerset fan. And I got a cracking picture of Bodie with his finger up.
Grown up a bit since we last saw him here. Richardson in around the wicket. Well watched by Thomas. It's careful cricket, this. Somerset got to be very, very careful about not losing a few more wickets.
I'll just try and show you that photo of Bodie with his finger up, giving out wicket. Look at that. Good old Bodie.
Umpire pose, that.
He was brilliant. I think it was the Warwickshire quarter-final, the incredible Sky T20 Blast game. I was sat with Bodie and his mum up here, and yeah, the emotions were high. What a game that was.
Thomas on strike to Richardson. It's a bit leg side in, no touch on it, and Bairstow does well. So it's a dot ball. End of that over, 49 for 3. As you say, it's slow progress here, Harry.
We had a message from Australia. I know this. This is it. Matt Davis from Pinjarra. That's down south of Perth. I commentated on a T20 Cup game down near Mandurah, south of Perth, and they were talking about Josh Thomas whacking it out of the ground towards the KFC and I think they call it the Hungry Rooster, some Aussie fast food chain, and yeah, Josh Thomas played there the year before.
The Hungry Rooster?
Is it called that? Someone will correct me. It's a chicken joint. And yeah, Australian fans watching, whatever, what is it? They must be quite late at night there. Teague Wiley was playing down there.
Must be very late.
Anyhow, Jay Root's going to have the same field, still no reverse sweep from Tom Over, but the player is out a backward point, so is that putting him off? I'm not sure he needs to play it. He could go straight through mid-on, but I guess Root thinks with the turn, he might carry out towards long on. No, it's not Hungry Jacks. Hungry Jacks is the Australian version of Burger King. Red Rooster, I think it's called. Full toss on leg stump.
Do they
not the best ball.
Do they not have Burger King in Australia?
Yeah, Hungry Jacks is their Burger King alternative. They're McDonald's.
50 up for the Somerset. That's the round of applause.
The Somerset 50 comes up in the 26th over.
2 main contributions. Yeah, Red Rooster. I got it right.
No, you didn't. You said Hungry Rooster.
Well, I corrected myself before anyone else got involved. I was hungry when I went to Red Rooster.
You're always hungry.
Round the wicket. The very Kedar Yadav, do you remember him?
Yes,
for India?
I was trying to say
arm.
slightly round arm, isn't it? The root bowl's not quite you.
He was a funny ODI sort of bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Bowl in the middle overs of a 50-over game. Funny character. Whacked it with a bat.
Really whipped that one in, bounced over Adam Lyth.
Yeah, that's a good way of getting a single, actually. Bouncing it over the field almost.
Yeah. Required run rate 3.15 according to our scoreboard there.
Oh, that's a way of getting that backward, deep backward point in play. Soft hands, defensive push.
Somerset need to up the rate. Only going at 2s, they need 3s.
Oh, there's a story. Look, the YouTube chat's educating us. There's a story about Burger King in Australia. Didn't know this. Apparently in Melbourne there was once a Burger King and had a court case against it with naming rights, so they had to change it to Hungry Jacks.
So it is the same company?
I don't know, it's very similar. I don't know for sure.
So why would they not allowed to have a Burger King?
Entry is completely free. There will also
Maybe there was already a company called
in the museum office.
Burger
Hundreds of books at low prices.
Monarchs.
The Somerset Cricket Museum open during the lunch break.
Hamburger Monarchs. and they had to change it because Burger King was too close to it. I don't know. I'd like some more info on that, please.
There you go, live chat. Please educate before you go to bed. Probably 12 hours.
Yeah, it'll be 12-ish, won't it? So it'll be about 1 o'clock in the morning.
Just past
look, there we go. Look, working from home /
No, 10 o'clock in Melbourne, 10 o'clock in Brisbane, 9:25 in Adelaide, 10 o'clock in Sydney, only 8 o'clock in Perth, so not even that late.
Perth's surprisingly close to us, actually. So on the time frame, isn't it? 8 hours feels a lot closer than 11. Whipped into the leg side as fielder in deep. Able on to 22. These two matching each other for pace, just going up in singles at the moment.
Yeah, this chat and the live chat about speed and rush, I don't think there's any rush whatsoever. I know there's a threat of rain, yes, but you can't bat quickly and risk losing the game just because it might rain. Somerset just got to bat and bat and bat. The runs will come. If it doesn't rain and Somerset have wickets in hand, they'll win this game. They're not going to run out of time.
Change of ends for Bess from where he started. Around the wicket to Thomas, who gets nicely behind that one. No way through.
There's always a lot of chat about run rate, the county championship in the live chat, I think.
Yeah, just because I mentioned it.
Well, yeah, it's not one-day cricket.
No, but you know there are it's a limited overs game now, really, isn't it? In a way. You've only got till the end of the day.
But in modern cricket, you're not getting 200 off 66 overs. You're not running out of time to get.
Oh no, but it was only because it came up on our screen of run rate 1.99, required 3.17.
Yeah.
But no, you feel like that's very achievable. A few big overs.
Do you think there's a reason that Don Bess has come on for this end, just to change something up?
Yeah,
I can't see any obvious rush.
I think just to see if there was any movement, just see if you can get any turn from this end, perhaps. Just give it a go.
Slightly different off spinners, of course, but I wouldn't mind seeing Adam live bowl from Yorkshire point of view, you know. It's not turning massively, but there's a little tiny bit there. And the seamers haven't been brilliant. Jack White and George Hill were decent on the spot, but they've not been overly. No one's bowled as well as Lewis Gregory. Yes, conditions, floodlights, grey cloud day one, I totally get that. None of the Yorkshire bowlers have been, you know, think of a Patterson a few years ago. He'd have had it on a string. Or who else would Yorkshire had him? Even Matt Milnes, who's now back in Kent, had some pretty decent. Ben Code, for example. They're missing a bowler like that. Oh, that's poor from Joe Root. That's really poor.
Looked a bit tired there, didn't he?
Half-hearted.
Yeah.
Lazy, or did he want to bowl at Josh Thomas?
I don't think they.
He just didn't get behind it. No one's telling him off. No one's shouting.
No, you're not. Telling Joe Root off his own bowling as well. And he has to his own figures.
Wow.
Well, and the score, obviously.
I like this. He's rushing back. Can they get a bonus over in? It's in Yorkshire's interest to have a good over rate today. At the moment, I guess. Yeah, he's jogging back, trying to do a Jadeja over.
Trying to get in, aren't they?
They might, you know.
Yeah, I think they will.
I think 1 more minute to get a couple more balls in. Go and Kevin Mitchell keep up on the scoreboard. It's a scorer's nightmare when you get a rapid over and you've got. I mean, dot balls aren't too tricky to do.
I was going to say the way to really slow this down would be to plonk it in the river for 6.
Don't think that's correct. Nice shot from Josh Thomas, out too long off for 1 run. Former Pinjara and also played out in Cape Town this winter.
Thing is, if you rush your over, you're not bowling as well. You know, you'd rather have one well bowled over than one poorly bowled.
Yeah, but I don't think sometimes just a rush and getting ahead. I guess that could be a more likely way of getting a wicket because it's not turning drastically.
Well, this will be the last over before lunch,
and the over rate is -1, so
yeah,
quick is good. Lunch is never exactly, when we say lunch is 1 o'clock, it's when the over that started before 1 is finished. Yeah. Here's a question. Ethan Prince, who will fill the Dicko role in the blast? I think Thomas Root.
Yeah, I think that's fair, yeah.
I think that's an easy answer. James Root and Tom Lammonby won't be miles away from the equation. And, you know, someone like Lewis Goldsworthy could come up the order if injuries needed, whatever, but I think it'll be Thomas Root.
Best to Thomas, last over of the session. Oh, they'll pick up a quick single there. So Thomas Abel was slow off the mark, but he was running away from the danger, and actually the pick-up wasn't clean from the fielder.
I dare say, Jai Richardson's had quite a few singles run to him
Yeah.
He's a good fielder and athlete, but he's had a lot of injuries.
Yeah, they're targeting him maybe?
Not as young. Yeah, not as young as he was. That's a obvious thing to say, but he probably should have stopped that one.
Yeah, he was close enough that shouldn't have been a single. So it's got Abel on strike. He's on 23. His old mate Dom Bess. Oh, he's flicked this nicely into the leg side. A little bit short from Bess, and so another single added to the total. Clock has ticked over to 1 now, so this will definitely be the last few balls of the session. 4 of them, to be precise.
Very good, boys. Very good, lads.
I like hearing the booming Yorkshire voices supporting their troops in the field. Pete's been laughing about how when he used to bat against Yorkshire, Adam Live and Johnny Bear, so he used to just rip shreds off each other. There was that sort of sledging and then banter between each other, and just very northern, good laugh. Don't get away with quite so much with the stump mics these days, but yeah, I dare say back in Treats days there was more choice words than now with everything mic'd up and filmed. Someone's suggesting, could Josh Thomas do the number 5 role in the blast? Yeah, not miles away.
I think
we'll be
it's hard to say. No, I guess yeah. Gives you a bowling option as well.
Well, I guess the thing is, Goldsworthy and Thomas both went to Leicestershire on loan and bowled a lot. But Goldsworthy bowled really well, particularly at Gloucestershire, at Bristol, in the blast. I think Goldsworthy has the T20 bowling spot for Somerset. But if he's to not be fully fit, if his hamstring's not right, it could be Josh Thomas.
Couple more. In comes Bess, left alone, and there'll be one final delivery this morning.
Somerset opinions on the chat want James Drew in the blast team. I get that, but I think they'll go for his younger brother in the T20 over James, to be honest with you. And you're not getting in ahead of Smeed, Banton or Abel, but the only thing is that Banton might miss a couple of games.
Yeah, he's injured at the moment.
So could Rue open instead?
That's his Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah. I thought the fact that Kohler-Cadmore's been playing golf makes me think he'll be ready for the blast.
Well, that's the end of a morning session where we've seen 4 wickets fall. Somerset just managing to find a bit of a partnership towards the end of that one. And so the score 57 for 3. They require another 203 runs, and they'll have 2 sessions in which to get them. It feels achievable. Depends on the weather, which is going to play a key part in the rest of the day. But at the moment, it looks absolutely glorious out there. We'll keep our fingers crossed that it remains like that. Enjoy your lunch. We'll see you again in around 40 minutes' time.
So, Tom Abel, great to be here this morning with you. Your 13th season coming up. Doesn't seem that long ago you started, does it?
No, it doesn't. Obviously, we were just talking about some of the sort of interviews we've done over the years, right at the start of my career and over the last 12, 13 years. So, yeah, on the eve of my 13th season, it's, just as exciting as it always is. But, yeah, there's obviously been, some ups and downs over those 12, 13 years. But, yeah, it's obviously good to be here, and you've obviously...
Hey, we really want to talk about your cricketing journey and how it all began and how you got to where you are today, really. I mean, you've had a fantastic journey of cricket, haven't you? Tell me how it all begins. I mean, you were born and lived in the house that your mum and dad still live in Taunton. Where did it all begin for you, the cricket, then? Yeah, I mean, the first thing I would say is, I feel very fortunate, very lucky to have had, the opportunities that I've had, in my life. As you say, it was like a dream for me to sort of represent Somerset, and, I've had the pleasure of doing that for the last 12 years. So where did it all start? Certainly at home. My parents have been the biggest influences on me, and my 2 brothers. We'd play in the garden, in the street, at my local club, at school, on the beach, wherever we could play, really. I probably hog the batting most of the time, I think. But yeah, I mean, we'd play all sports, whatever we could, with our friends, our neighbours. It was just, we'd just try and be outdoors the whole time. And absolutely loved, we had the most incredible childhood, and, we were just playing sport, and, I was playing cricket all the time, really. I think my mum always tells a story of, me playing in the kitchen with the fish slice and stuff. So, yeah, I think I was pretty obsessed from an early age. Where are you in the family of the three?
I'm middle.
Middle.
It's a short straw, yeah.
Yeah, you've got the short straw.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So you probably had to do all the fielding.
I would say that, but as I say, I think, you know, I probably ended up hogging the batting, and I don't think I gave my brothers much of a choice. So, yeah, I probably owe them a bit for bowling and throwing me loads of balls over the years. But as I say, I was very lucky. We had a great childhood, and yeah, it's centred around sport a lot of the time.
And tell me about sort of young cricket at a very young age. I mean, you obviously started at home, and then where did you graduate to? Was it cricket at the club, or here, or at school?
Yeah, I remember at school, I was probably maybe 8 and playing in the under-9s, and then, you know, at my local club, Taunton Cricket Club. As soon as I could get involved, really, I got involved, and I just wanted to train and play as much as I could. And as I say, I was completely obsessed, I think, as a young kid, and then just loved playing, you know, at school, in the playground, at home, in the garden, wherever it was. And yeah, I was, you know, pretty fortunate. I got a place on the age group set up, and, you know, that didn't always go very well for me as a youngster. There was, you know, I never scored any runs, and there were certainly better cricketers than me. But yeah, I'd obviously was playing at school, playing for my club, playing as much cricket as I could for anyone, really. And then obviously, yeah, sort of being part of the Somerset age group system was amazing. And then I got an opportunity on the EPP, which is probably where things, you know, really started to change and take off, and the amount of contact time and training I could do. And yeah, fortunately enough, got a place on the academy. And that's where, you know, I guess things got a bit more serious. You know, the intensity, the level went sort of through the roof, and involved in the second team, which I remember being a really steep learning curve for me. And then, yeah, I went to university out of school, so I had 3 years to sort of try and earn a contract, earn an opportunity, whilst obviously playing and studying. And that was, yeah, 3 years for me to sort of try and develop as a person, as a player. And yeah, I guess from then on, it's been cricket ever since.
Can we talk a little bit about your school career? Because you were an outstanding schoolboy cricketer. You played in the first team, I think, when you were 14 at Taunton. And I think you're the youngest player to score 1,000 runs in a season over there for the school. And you got a special award, didn't you? Schoolboy Cricketer of the Year from Wisden.
Yeah, I mean, you probably know more than me about it, to be honest.
Forget that, Tom. Don't be too modest.
No, I mean, I was obviously a few years ago now. But yeah, I mean, my school and, you know, the staff at Taunton School, you know, they had a huge influence on me and my cricketing journey. As you say, sort of given the opportunity when I was probably 14 to play sort of first team cricket, and, you know, I was around some really top players in that team as well, which I think sort of helped shape me and helped guide me sort of through that period of my cricketing life. But yeah, I mean, school cricket was a very big thing for me. I mean, I look back now and I do feel a little bit guilty that I think I opened the batting and opened the bowling, and I wish I'd have maybe sort of, you know, given other people a bit more opportunity. But yeah, I loved it so much. You know, I just wanted to be involved in the game, whether it was with the bat, with the ball, and yeah, thankfully my last season at school went pretty well, and I was named sort of Wisden Schoolboy of the Year. So look, but at the time you sort of don't really appreciate it in terms of, you know, that it was going well that year. But obviously I look back now and, you know, pretty proud of that, and yeah, it was a big part of my life.
And when you stepped into playing second team cricket for Somerset, I mean, what sort of a step up was that from schoolboy cricket and club cricket to come and play second 11 cricket? Because you played, what, in 2009, 2010?
Yeah, I mean, I remember sort of being really taken aback, really, by the level and feeling completely out of my depth. I reckon I was probably 15, 16 maybe when I first got an opportunity, and I remember being in a change room with the likes of, you know, Compton, Chris Jones, Butler, and, you know, you see the sort of level of these players, and you know, I was a pretty small 16-year-old, and certainly didn't feel like I had the ability of these guys, of course. And I just remember feeling sort of a huge step up, and I think you probably start to doubt yourself a little bit more so than you do previously, than if you're playing maybe club cricket or school cricket. But I think, you know, that's where you learn and find out a little bit about yourself. And yeah, that period of time I was sort of on the academy, and I think the level of training and the sort of the intensity of things sort of really went up a notch. And yeah, I guess it's sink or swim, and I had to try and find a way. And it certainly wasn't, you know, smooth sailing. There were plenty of sort of tough times, and I didn't necessarily have too much success early on in second team cricket, but then, you know, I sort of found my feet, and I managed to score a few more runs.
Who was on the academy with you? Who was a part of that cohort?
So Harry Rouse, James Regan, Will Jenkins. That was my year group.
That was your year group.
So yeah, some seriously talented cricketers, and again, I sort of feel pretty fortunate that I was the one that maybe had the opportunity to sort of take it on and make it a career. But I know those guys have sort of gone down different routes and been very successful. So yeah, it's different for everyone.
But you were playing cricket still?
Yeah.
And for Somerset?
Yeah, obviously. I mean, which is a very special thing for me. It's what I always wanted to do, and you know, you never necessarily anticipate having a 11, 12-year career. But as I say, I've sort of been one of the lucky ones, and yeah, it's amazing to talk about, but equally there's been some very challenging periods sort of through that time. So it's not always been, you know, happy days, but yeah, I guess you sort of need that challenge in life, and you know, overcoming those challenges and those obstacles is what it's all about.
And then in 2014, Alvira got injured, and you were called up, weren't you, near the back end of the season for Dave Nosworthy?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was a bit of, I never had it on my radar, never anticipated getting that opportunity. As you say, there were, I think, 4 games to go in that season, and yeah, the overseas had a little injury and he was flying back from South Africa. But yeah, I got the call from Dave Nosworthy saying you're in for tomorrow, and obviously just completely surprised, taken aback, and you know, I just went straight home to tell my parents, and it was obviously an amazing moment for all of us, really. And yeah, I was obviously mixed with a huge amount of nerves and anxiety. But yeah, I remember sort of we were in the field on day 1, which sort of gave me a chance to get in the game and just manage my emotions a little bit. Otherwise, I don't think I think my beans would have been going if we were batting first.
But you didn't show your nerves when you went out there and got 95, Tom.
Well, I don't know about that, because I remember it being a bit of a struggle, I think. Yeah, I remember getting off the marks. I think I nicked one down to 3rd man. So, and then once you're off the mark, you can relax a little bit and think, oh well, I didn't get out for naught. You know, what can go wrong? But yeah, I just remember sort of just trying to stick it out, really, because I think Warwickshire had a good team and we were under a bit of pressure, and I just tried to sort of stick around. And yeah, obviously it was better than I ever would have imagined, you know, getting 95 on debut. But yeah, the second innings brought me back down to earth because I left a straight one for naught. So I guess that's a game of cricket in a nutshell, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. But then the following year, you became a regular opening partner for Trez.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't anticipate that either, because, you know, I was still at university, and I'd done all right in the 4 games at the end of the season. And then, yeah, all of a sudden to be opening the batting with Trez, you know, who I'd, you know, watched play for England, watched play for Somerset, obviously admired from a distance. You know, as a young Somerset boy, getting to open the batting with Trez was, you know, like something out of a movie. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty insignificant at the other end when he's, you know, capable of the extraordinary, and, you know, you're just trying to survive. But I mean, we had a pretty good partnership for those first couple of years, and of course he was a huge influence on me as a batter, and gave me a lot and sort of helped get my career going, I would say. So yeah, obviously very grateful to Trez, and had some amazing times opening the batting with Trez, and as a young player, just super excitable, and you're living out your dream, and every game was just like the biggest thing in the world. And it was just an amazing time in my life getting to open the batting with Trez for Somerset.
Yeah, I mean, Trez is one of those people you don't realise how good he was till he's not there anymore. I mean, to be the other end to him must have been something a bit special for you as a youngster.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we appreciate how good Trez, looking back on his career, but I certainly at the time I appreciated how good he was as a player, because he could dismantle other teams at will. And as I say, it makes you sort of think a little bit more deeply about how good you are. You feel pretty irrelevant compared to him. But I think we sort of dovetailed quite nicely. I'd try and sort of survive, and he'd score all the runs and take teams down. So phenomenal player. Obviously privileged to have had an opportunity to play alongside Trez. Obviously one of Somerset and England's greatest. So yeah, you can't ask for much more as a young Somerset boy.
And he was alongside you when you scored your first ton against Hampshire, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'd bottled it a few times. I think that first 100, I think I'd had a few 80s and 90s. But yeah, I remember actually it was very rare that I was anywhere near Trez's score, but I think we both got to 100 at a pretty similar time. I think he just pipped me. But yeah, obviously a very, very special day. I remember, I think I was stuck on 99 for quite a while, and I think my dad was sort of teaching down the road, and I think he just left his class to come and watch, and I remember actually seeing him in the crowd when I was on 99. So yeah, a great little story, and obviously amazing that my parents could be there to see my first 100 for Somerset.
You had a big partnership with Trez there, didn't you, to get to that 100? Yeah,
we did. I think it was a pretty good batting wicket, that's for sure. So our bowlers had done a great job the day before, and then we just had a good partnership, and we made the most of it. And obviously we both got hundreds that game, I think, and got a pretty good score. So yeah, obviously always look back on your first with fond memories. But yeah, they're never easy as well. So you certainly take them in when you do get 100.
You had a period at that sort of time, you were going out to Fremantle to play cricket in the winter. I mean, do you want to talk a little bit about that experience and how that might have helped you in your way?
Oh, I mean, that was, the most incredible experience. Had 3 seasons with Fremantle, and I think, again, got pretty lucky. It was an amazing club, amazing people there that sort of really took me in, and, we had some seriously good players. But the cricketing culture, I think in Australia, but, at Fremantle was unbelievable, really. The whole club training twice a week, and obviously playing Saturdays and Sundays. So it was just a brilliant time in my life. As I say, they really took me in and gave me absolutely everything, and I absolutely loved, my time out there. And I think, it's the first time you move to the other side of the world for 5 months, grow up a little bit and find a bit out about yourself. Obviously, I was working on my game and my fitness out there. So, yeah, I like to think, I always came back a more rounded person and a better player. Obviously, as a young player, sort of getting to play all year round and, play all through the winter. It's a really good level as well, around some top players, I think. Yeah, it gave me a lot, and the club, I owe a huge amount to Fremantle, the club, because they were absolutely amazing with me.
And there was a bit of an Aussie influence here in 2016 when Buck Rogers was here as captain. What sort of a season was that, and ending in disappointment?
Yeah, I mean, the first thing to say about Buck, he was an incredible player and captain and person, for our club. I think he really sort of shifted the mindset and the dynamic of how we played. He was a brilliant captain, very forward thinking, and obviously, as I moved into my captaincy journey, I think, he was a huge aid to myself. But obviously, an unbelievable batter, and he certainly made the most of his abilities, and just a brilliant influence on all of us, especially young players, I think, at the club. And yeah, obviously, we were very lucky to have him as an overseas. We've had some amazing overseas over the years, and thankfully, he came back, in in the following year as a bit of a mentor. So again, I feel, you know, I've had some brilliant people around me and there to mentor me sort of through those early stages of my career.
And then you came back that winter, didn't you? I remember sitting upstairs in the Blundell's box and you were announced as the captain of Somerset, age 23, and you were going to take over from Buck Rogers in 2017. I mean, was that a surprise? Did that come out of the blue, or did you have an inkling that was going to happen?
I didn't. It was a surprise, obviously, when it first got discussed with me. You know, I'd only had sort of one full season really in the side, and naturally, you know, I was a little bit wary about my own sort of place within the team. But obviously, I spoke to numerous people. I'd done a bit of captaincy sort of in the second team, and you know, for my club and school and things like that. But it's obviously a different beast, you know, captaining a club like Somerset. But I spoke to sort of some of the senior players, obviously my family, and everyone was overwhelmingly supportive and on board. And I think, you know, the club possibly wanted to go down a slightly different route. And obviously, I was a relatively young, exuberant character and, you know, I guess full of energy. So I think they maybe wanted to go down a slightly different route. And yeah, I guess looking back, it didn't go too well, did it? Especially at the start. So, yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't a decision that, you know, I took lightly. But I mean, when you get asked to captain a club like Somerset, it's, you know, you sort of, you have the dreams and ambitions, you know, of being a captain that can bring success to the club. And that's certainly what I felt. We obviously had unbelievable players still in the team. And they were always incredible with me, incredibly supportive, always there for, you know, to help me and support me. So, yeah, obviously I took it on, and yeah, it was an interesting journey over the next 7 years.
Indeed it was. I mean, obviously, as you say yourself, it didn't always go right for you, and you actually dropped yourself on one occasion, didn't you? And to get a bit of form in the seconds, and then came back and did well. Yeah,
I mean, the reality is it couldn't have gone any worse at the start. I think my first 2 games I went 0-1, 0-1, my first 4 innings. So, oh Christ, then you're thinking, you know, what have I done? And I was so, you know, conscious about my own performance, my batting, you know, whereas the previous year you just, you know, I was a young opening batter, and I guess that was all you focus on and you just play. Whereas I guess it did sort of take on a different dynamic, and then we didn't get off to a good start in the season, and then you're worrying about, you know, are you the right person for the job? What have you done? And, you know, all of a sudden you're caught up in the relegation scrap. Even early on in the season, and yeah, halfway through the season, I remember we said we're going to give it one more game, because obviously I was pretty shot of confidence at this point, and then it was away at Hampshire, you know, they're a good side and tough place to go, and I got a pair, and obviously I think that was probably reminiscent of, you know, where my mentality was at that point, and obviously, yeah, the decision sort of had to be made. You know, it was my decision with Matt Maynard, and you know, I think he certainly always had my best interests at heart, and you know, was great with me through that period of time. Matt was. So yeah, it had to happen, and I remember thinking, you know, what does that mean for my career? Because Adam Hose had sort of come in, and he was playing really well across all formats, and you start thinking, well, what does that mean for sort of my career? Like, you don't necessarily see a way back into the team. And then it's funny how things happen. Obviously, Hosey moved on within a couple of weeks. So I missed one game at Scarborough, where thankfully the boys got the first win of the team. So I owe Louis G a little bit, but yeah, obviously then Adam Hose left, and that sort of vacated a spot in the middle order. And you know, I didn't necessarily think I was the right person to come back in, because I was very short on confidence and still necessarily unsure about whether I was good enough. But yeah, came back in, and I think I got a 90-odd against Surrey, and then things started to sort of get better from there. And obviously we managed to stay up that season just. And yeah, thankfully I've not had experiences as poor as that since then.
as you're sitting there talking about those games, I can remember those games and sitting here with that Surrey game on the edge and thinking, are we going to? And we did, of course. But then let's move on to your moment, one of your moments of triumph at the club, 2019, when we lifted the one-day cup at Lord's.
Yeah, I mean, that will probably always be one of the most amazing and special days of my life and my cricketing life. I think, you know, a one-day final at Lord's has always been a showpiece and one of the biggest days in the cricket calendar for a domestic player, of course. And obviously at the start of the season, you know, you always set out to, you know, to challenge and to win trophies. And I think building up to that, there'd been obviously a lot of talk about Somerset coming second, you know, one too many times. And there's been some great Somerset teams as well. So, yeah, I think we had a brilliant team and we just not scraped through, but we ended up, we didn't go straight through to the semis. We had to play a quarter-final, and I think that actually worked in our favour in a way because probably the best cricket we played was the quarter-final, semi-final, and then obviously the final.
Worcester, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Bant's got on a bit of a heater, and I think
got 5.
Yeah, that was Azza got 5. So that was a brilliant day. I think, you know, we played such good cricket, you know, in the quarter-final, in the semi-final, and in the final, and you know, they were amazing days to be a part of. And, you know, we had a very close group. We were a close group of friends. And obviously we had some Somerset greats in there, and the likes of Hildy and Trez. And, yeah, just incredibly fond memories, obviously, with our family, with the supporters. I just remember you know, down one end of Lord's, sort of the whole of the Somerset support just going absolutely crazy when it looked like we were obviously going to get over the line. So, yeah, to be a part of that team was absolutely amazing, and obviously to win a Lord's final was very special.
And then, obviously, you stepped down from captaincy in 23, and obviously that year Louis G took over, is that right? Yes.
Yeah.
And we won a one-day competition. We won 2 T20 competitions, and you've been part of those as well.
Yeah, I mean, we've been sort of blessed to have a pretty competitive white ball side over the last however long it is now. But yeah, I felt the time was right for a change, and I think, you know, for our group, change was probably a good thing. You know, Louis G is a slightly different captain to me, and I think he's got a great cricket brain and very forward thinking. So I think it was the best thing, and obviously, you know, Louis probably overseen, you know, one of the most successful periods of the club's history. So, yeah, as a player, it's been great to be a part of that. And, you know, Louis is a great friend and a brilliant captain for Somerset. So, yeah, as I say, the time was right, and it also gave me a chance to just, you know, focus on my own game a little bit. And, you know, captaincy is pretty all-consuming. So it was nice to sort of take a step back and actually focus on my cricket and my batting and trying to fulfil my role as a batter within the team.
And last year, 2025, you got 1,000 runs. Second time you got 1,000 runs. I mean, that's really what I'm guessing your aim has to be, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, so I just snuck in, I think, last year. But I never necessarily think about, you know, scoring 1,000 runs because, you know, through the season, you sort of judge yourself on your performances within games, if that makes sense. So yeah, obviously there's times where as a batter, you know, maybe conditions are in your favour and you sort of try and take advantage of that and, you know, put those big scores on the board. But equally, there can be other sort of situations where, you know, actually a gritty 40 or 50 might be pretty big in the context of the game. So yeah, I think from a batting point of view, it's when it's your day and you know, you get that opportunity, it's trying to sort of take advantage of that. And look, all of us want to be, you know, putting in match-winning performances, whatever that may look like. So, yeah, I guess 1,000 runs in the year is the gold standard from a batting point of view. So, of course, you know, when you get close to that milestone, you're always, I think, wary of it. But, at the start of the season, it always seems a long way off. So I don't give too much thought to it. But if you have a good start to the season, I guess you're always looking at that milestone, yeah.
But people look at numbers, don't they, unfortunately, for a batter?
Of course, and obviously that's the game we play. You know, it's there in black and white, and it sort of works both ways, doesn't it? Because, you know, when you're maybe not scoring the runs that you'd like, it's there for all to see, and you're almost hyper aware of it. But of course, when you do get those scores and the runs, it's a very satisfying feeling as well.
But it seems to me, looking from where I sit to watch you playing out there, your game has moved on again almost since you gave the captaincy up. You've concentrated more on your own game and been very successful batting.
That's very kind, Walshy. I mean, yeah, it's sometimes, you know, obviously when you do well, it feels great. And obviously when, you know, maybe you're going through a bit of a bad patch, you always sort of question whether you've, you know, done the right things, you're getting better and things like that. But I think, obviously, everything's evolving, the game's changing, and, you know, as a batter, you're always trying to sort of, you know, stay one step ahead and evolve your game with what's going on domestically and obviously internationally, because, you know, I think we all have aspirations to try and make that next step. But, yeah, had to adapt as the game's moved, you know, obviously with white ball cricket as well. But I've always, you know, been pretty passionate about, you know, fundamentally making sure my first class game is in a good place and that I'm performing in red ball cricket for Somerset.
Last year you had an average of over 50 and you got a new career best, didn't you? 156 with Rui here. You shared a big partnership with James.
So that was at Notts, I think. I was just trying to think. Yeah, I mean, look, Rui's, you know, been a breath of fresh air to our team and our club, really. I think, you know, incredible player for someone so young. And yeah, I think we've actually had some pretty good partnerships over the last couple of years. So always enjoy batting with him. A bit like Trez, you know, at times makes the game look a lot easier than maybe it feels sometimes. But yeah, obviously, I mean, batting always seems pretty tough. So any time that you get a good score and obviously a career best, it's always a nice feeling. And yeah, hopefully I'm not done there and there's a few more to come yet.
I was going to say, yeah, you're not done yet. You're only 32. You've got a few years left in the tank, I would hope.
Well, I hope so, yeah. But there's some pretty good young players coming through that are sort of snapping at your heels. So, yeah, as you say, I've obviously got to try and, you know, make sure I'm getting better and fulfilling my role in the team.
And what's it been like playing cricket at Somerset, at the county ground? Cooper Associates county ground, I've got to say, haven't I? But what's it been like here over the years, the crowds and the support you've been given when you walk out there onto the pitch?
I've always felt we're so lucky at Somerset. You know, getting to represent the county and play here. I would say you certainly feel the support like nowhere else. And the feeling and the passion for Somerset cricket, I think, is unrivaled. And you know, you look at the crowds we get, the atmospheres that we get. I think, you know, Somerset cricket is a vibrant club, and yeah, it means so much to the people of the community and of the region. So, you know, getting to represent Somerset has always been, you know, very important and not something that we take for granted because, as I say, it means a lot to a lot of people. But yeah, I think the passion and the feeling for Somerset cricket is like nowhere else.
What about 2026? What do you think we're going to be up to come the end of the season? What are we going to have on the shelf? Anything?
I certainly think so. You know, I think this time of year everyone's pretty ambitious, and you know, you like to think what you might be capable of. And obviously, we've competed in white ball cricket, and obviously got a couple of victories in the T20 over the last few years. Of course, a big thing for us is trying to sort of, I feel like we've been saying this for the last 12 years, try and take that next step in the championship. We've been close. We've been competing the last, you know, 3 or 4 years. But of course, there's some very good teams, so it's not easy, and you've got to, you know, maintain that level of cricket, you know, for the whole summer. You know, you've got to play as good a cricket at the back end as you do at the start. You can't sort of afford to have periods where you're maybe not quite at the races. So, yeah, in terms of, you know, ability and the quality within the dressing room, I think it's there. I think we've shown that at periods over the last few years. But it's a case of, you know, those crucial times in games and in the season, making sure you win those moments. And I guess, yeah, coming towards the back end in September, you want to be in a position where, you know, you're in the race and you're competing for silverware. So yeah, I fully expect us to be there again this year. But obviously, we've got to start well next week, haven't we? So
brilliant. Thank you very much, Tom. Been great to talk to you. Thank you for explaining your cricketing journey to us this morning.
Pleasure. Thanks, Walshy.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you for your time.
I knew it was Mary. That's where the phrase. No, I never won all that. Be with you. Oh, there you go. Lost the no confidence debate by one. I listened to it. At the end of it.
This match is currently sponsored by Clark Wilmot, a leading UK law firm known for delivering high-quality, sector-focused legal services to individuals, businesses and public sector organisations. With 7 regional offices and over 600 staff, the firm offers expertise across such areas as real estate, social housing, commercial services, private client work and more. Its reputation is built on strong client relationships, practical advice and consistent national recognition. Clark Wilmot are our sponsor.
About 10 to win and I had 10 wickets in that. But I can see the game, take it started there.
Alright. Yeah. Plenty of space to take that down. Quite warm in the setting, but we see there. See bad at all.
Please welcome back match umpires Mark Burns and Rob White. They're down by Captain John Burns, please welcome back Yorkshire. Somerset batters, number 8, Josh Thomas, and number 28, Tom Abel.
Well, welcome back to the afternoon session of Day 4, Somerset, Yorkshire. This is going to be an absolute cracker. Myself, Harry Everett, with you here for the 4th day of a brilliant, brilliant match here. Still in the balance, really don't know which way it's going to go. Yorkshire bowled pretty well in that first session. Jack White and George Hill particularly. Dom Bess bowling against the best man for his wedding, Tom Abel.
18, George Hill.
There's a bit of banter, bit of a battle there. But Tom Abel has not fallen for the Dom Bess traps. He's on 24, overtaken Josh Thomas is on 23. Josh Thomas playing very different innings to what he played in the first innings, but equally important. 136 of 155 balls. Now he's on 23, having batted for 29 overs. Josh Thomas just hanging in there. Time is not going to be an issue for Somerset batting, as long as the rain doesn't come. George Hill is going to open the proceedings from the river end with 2 mid-wickets in place. Adam Lythe and Bess himself. A fine leg. Deep third. That's Jack White readying up to bowl. And Joe Root is back at slip, having had a brief foray out to mid-on. And a little bowl before lunch, actually. Joe Root bowled quite tidily. Joe Root's figures. And we'll get up in a sec. Joe Richardson that did also bowl before lunch. But yeah, Joe Root 3 overs for 9. Joe Richardson 3 overs for 5. Miserly bowling from the Yorkshire bowlers. Yeah, welcome Vic Marks back into the box. So that to be a cracker, Vic.
I've just gobbled down my jacket potato, but I'm recovering.
Oh yes, did you have an engagement at lunchtime?
I just had a chat with 1 or 2.
No, the former players thing was just one day, right? Just day one, yeah.
But I mean, I think they would like to stress that, you know, the former players are welcome.
Always welcome, yeah.
Always welcome.
Did a few stay for the whole match? A few still here?
Well, I think most of them, but not all, were fairly local.
Yeah.
Although someone like Paul Jarvis was there. Remember Paul Jarvis?
Where does he live?
Swansea.
Okay. Wouldn't know much. I wouldn't recognise Paul Jarvis.
Wouldn't know.
Craig Machada,
he was here. I don't know where he lives now, but he obviously ended up playing for Glamorgan.
Yeah, I think in the Welsh connection. That's a stifled appeal outside the line of our stump. Or was there a bit of bat?
I don't know. I mean, it's always worth a shout because he does take the ball from sometimes just outside off stump. Let's have another look. I think that's a damn good shout myself. He might be just outside the line.
Yeah, he does try and get outside the line.
He does. When he's playing well, he always middles it. But it was worth a shout, certainly. He's batting, of course, with the wicketkeeper standing back. He's probably batting almost 12 inches outside the popping crease.
Chatting to Mark Davis at the lunch interval about the brilliant balance Tom Abel's showing this season.
Much there, though.
Yeah. Oh, Paul Jarvis was born in Yorkshire.
Yeah. He played for Yorkshire for the bulk of his career. He played for England.
16 years old, he made his debut for Yorkshire.
Yeah, no, he was quite nippy. He came here, I mean, not for very long, towards the end of his career. But I don't know how many tests he played, but probably double figures, unless.
99 to 02 for Somerset. Took 5 for 55 in the 99 NatWest Trophy final against Gloucestershire.
How many tests did he play?
He played 9 tests. 21 wickets there. Not a very good bowling average though, 45.
Well, I think he went on an Ashes tour, which is always pretty demanding. So, yes.
Yeah.
Towards the end of his career.
The 1989 pretty calamitous series, that 89 he played 2 tests.
Oh, right, I might have played against him then. When did he make his debut, first class debut? If he was 16, it would have been in the middle of the 80s, I suppose.
Yeah.
I must have played against him.
81.
81?
Won his first team cap in 86. That's quite early to get your first team cap. He took 11 for 92 against Middlesex. The youngest player to take a hat-trick in the Sunday League
from the
and in the county championship.
Number 19, Jack White.
And then he played for Sussex from 94 to 98.
And then he came here.
99 to 02, yeah.
Out in the middle there, Yorkshire sort of understandably have gone to the most two effective bowlers in the match. So it's always quite a good idea to start a session with what you think is your best combination. And for Yorkshire in this match, their best combination has been Hill and White, although Don Bess has had a good morning as well with the ball. Just the one slip though, ball getting a bit older, and I'm sure the notion is we'll squeeze, put the pressure on like they did at the start of the innings.
Fell over that one a touch, but should come back for 2. Didn't run that first one particularly quickly there, Josh Thomas. Just regaining his balance. Tom Abel would have come back for 2 easily, but I suppose he fell over and then tried to cross to the side of the wicket.
Well, there's no need for heroic seconds just at the minute.
No. Tom Abel looking more fluent than Josh Thomas, you have to say, despite it being the other way around in the first innings.
Yeah, that's true. Quite, I mean,
Massively
it
so.
was notable. Well, of course, by the time Abel came in, I suppose perhaps Thomas was on his way. But it was quite a humble innings from Abel. I don't mind. He's going at twice the rate I am, but I'm just going to stay here, help him along, which he did.
Yeah, good point. Ever so humble is Tom Abel. Tom Abel scored 86 runs less than Josh Thomas, but only faced 8 balls less.
In that partnership?
Yeah, in that innings. First innings.
Yeah.
That's
but it was still a vital contribution.
Oh, massive, yeah. They went from 35 for 3 to 201 for 4.
But it is a strange game where, in this innings so far, the polar opposite is the case. Abel 24 off 41, Thomas 24 off 97.
Also talking to Mark Davies, who's a well-known coach in the Somerset area, about the back foot, stopping that back hip coming through too much, getting that back toe come round. And look at Tom Abel there, he stayed side on and was in behind it nicely as Brian the Cat spotted. We'll come back to Brian, but yes, Tom Abel's technique, staying side on in control, not letting that back hip come through and be too chest on. Almost off stump, not even milling off anymore.
That one's scuttled, I think.
I guess these are scuttling type bowlers, aren't they? Jack White and George Hill particularly.
Well, I suppose so, although he's quite a tall man, Jack White. I would say he's over 6 foot tall, with a nice action, but the surface now is a bit tired. It's still fairly true, of course, but it doesn't come onto the bat in quite the same way. And that one did keep low.
Jacko! On you, Lively, on you, Lively!
And there's a musician called Jack White, so you can't just Google Jack White and up he pops, sadly. There's a musician that is more famous than the cricketer, apparently. Trying to find his height for you. Not easy to find.
Don't worry. It's quite nice that Jack White, if he wants to, can walk through the Jack White gates here at Taunton.
Yes. He probably has, yeah. But
I think he's taller than the Jack White who gave his name to the gates, or whose name was taken for the gates.
But still shorter than the gates themselves.
Yeah. Jack White, Captain England. Quite a long time ago. In fact,
before your time.
For goodness sake, Harry. About 100 years ago, actually.
Well, we've got to put context.
100 years ago.
Not all of our listeners
Jack
will know
White,
exactly
Captain
what
England for at least one test in Australia on an Ashes winning tour, as you'll probably be able to tell us.
Oh, that's gone short of Joe Root firstly. It was a genuine edge, but soft hands, I guess, from Josh Thomas just saved him.
Yeah.
Closest to a chance we've come in this afternoon session. Well bowled again from George Hill round the wicket.
In 1927, I think. 1927 stroke 8. Okay. I thought you'd like to know that.
Yeah, it gives a bit of context.
Farmer White. Lived up on the contract.
But this Jack White, you could see being a farmer.
Hmm?
Got
This
that
one?
look about him, Jack
Yeah,
Kirtley
you
White.
reckon?
Could see him being a farmer in the Lake District.
See what Yorkshire just... They don't feel that there's that much movement, or whether there's the pace on the ball for the Knicks to carry. So you've got this almost umbrella field, just a one slip, and then 6 men just about in front of the bat, making run scoring very tricky, particularly when Hill and White just keep nagging away on that length, off stump. But once they score a little bit, then Abel is quite capable of flicking it away on the onside, so he picks up a couple there.
Big clap.
What the claps for?
40-run partnership.
Usually,
Yorkshire
usually
been
prompt
clapping,
applause. I think we're getting to the stage now. Well, it's still a long, long way to go either way, but it's a great game, cricket, when everyone seems to matter.
Yeah,
and
Yorkshire
everyone
clapping every
switches
ball
the
there,
balance.
yeah.
And indeed, every wicket makes a huge difference.
Yeah, properly tense. Good crowd in Bank Holiday Monday. Still tickets available if you want to come on down, if you're listening from home. Plenty of cricket left in this match.
I think Yorkshire probably still favourites. They leapt into the lead with
the
Win
3 wickets,
before lunch. Certainly around about 20 odd for 3. It will change slightly since then. Really nothing away, nothing being given away.
The most vocal I can remember Yorkshire being in this match has probably been in the last hour of play. They're up and about.
Well, we know who's bowling. It's Georgie.
Hilly boy, Georgie. Yeah, a bit of talk about George Hill for England, actually, I've seen. Last couple of days, got a ridiculously good average.
In county cricket?
Yeah. The talk of whether he's fast enough, which I always think is harsh. If you're good enough, whatever pace you bowl. But I do get the point that the quicker decks around Australia, South Africa particularly. But
well, it didn't work in this winter in Australia, where
well, that was the point
you
make,
have got quicker decks, but you had in this particular Ashes series, you had decks that saw the ball moving laterally off the pitch quite a lot,
and
you didn't need that extra bit of pace.
Yeah,
Nessers and
Boland
were almost as effective, not quite as
and Stark's not
Stark.
as quick as he used to be.
Well,
he's still
quick. He's quick.
But I think if any of the English selectors listen to any of the Australian analysis, you could hear in all the podcasts and previews and ex-pros, we're all saying Peter Siddle will be one of them, that the ball isn't quite the same ball it used to be.
Mm.
And it doesn't do as much in Australia. It probably does more in Australia than it used to,
yeah.
They were saying. And it's not about the bang it in.
And they were saying that before the series started.
Yeah.
Well, they were right. And the way to play that England side is to play on pitches that give a bit of assistance to the seam bowlers, because they don't last so long. Get them on a flat pitch in recent times, and you could go around the park, England. England could send you around the park if you like. But on a pitch that does something. So the
Australians have better.
I don't know how calculated that was, but they had pitches that were helpful to bowlers.
Yeah,
pick that up nicely. Could get a couple, I'd say.
Fine leg, yeah, he's done well to that one-handed swoop and pick up. Yeah, the Perth and MCG creators both got a bit of stick.
Well, yeah, but the odd thing about the MCG was that it was so bowler-friendly that Bazball actually worked better than trying to play conventionally. Not quite the same at
Was
Perth.
that when Cast gave it at 3 or something?
Yeah. Anyway, it's history now.
So what would you say is a decent first-class bowling average for a seamer to be thought of for Test selection? What's your bracket?
Well, it's not critical because a lot
No.
of people get picked because of their pace that have very ordinary-looking
Yeah.
figures. But I would say that anyone who takes wickets in Championship cricket, particularly First Division, if you like, on 25 and under,
Yeah.
is worth consideration. What's going on here then?
So guess George Hill.
Well, he's going to be under 25, isn't he?
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
66 matches, 98 innings, 22.7.
Well, that is impressive.
141
The
wickets.
thing is, I haven't. You see, we haven't played Yorkshire certainly down here for a long time because they've only recently got promoted again. So
yeah, I suppose
haven't
you're
seen
saying
much
top
of him
division.
live.
Top division. Yeah.
I mean, he's clearly an invaluable county cricketer because anyone who can run up at about 80 miles an hour and bang it on a length time and time again, as well as bat. You're thinking, yes, please. I mean, I don't know what you would find. Gregory is around 25 mark. I don't know what I'm saying. He should play for England, but and Overton probably something similar or slightly better, I'm guessing.
I guess they're in that Sam Cook mould, a lot of chat to replace Wokes and Anderson. But they went out to Australia without a bowler. Gus Atkinson was poor. Bryden Cast bowled loads of overs. Geoff Archer had good moments and poor moments where he hit and miss. Didn't really go with that kind of bowler. Joe Root looks like he's got a message.
He's got
to his bowlers.
He's got
both bowlers he's talking to. Ran all the way over, shining the ball from mid wicket to tell George Hill at mid off and Jack White, who's still bowling.
Well, he's certainly engaged, Joe Root. That's well played. It's only a one, but it's what impresses me. I mean, there's masses that impress me about Joe Root, but what I'm impressed by today is the fact that here he is. He's England captain. He's done everything in the game. He's got a big series coming up yet again, you know. And here he is playing for Yorkshire. I know he doesn't play very often, but my goodness me, he's buzzing all over the place. He's at first slip, leading the cheerleading. He's running, he's polishing the ball. He's chatting to his not his bowlers, if you like, but Bairstow's bowlers. He's making gentle suggestions here and there. He's buzzing around the field. It's not as if he's the England player who's strutting back for one county game or two county games too, but he's on it. And it doesn't surprise me, but it does impress me that he's not cruising. He wants to win this game for Yorkshire too. Well, obviously.
He got a lot of stick, understandably so, when he missed that crucial game in September. Went and played in the golf competition and didn't play any of the 4 days.
And
they got relegated, wasn't it? He could have kept them up. You never know. It's quite that simple. We could equally have played and done poorly, but.
Yes, I do remember that. But all I'm saying is what I see today is someone who's totally on it, out in the field. He's done his batting. He's got 100 runs. He probably thinks, I could have got more here. He's bought a couple of overs here and there. And he's buzzing around in the field.
Solid still from Josh Thomas. No panic from him. Still biding his time. He's in no rush. I think he knows the ball's going to get softer. Yorkshire also will want to take wickets, so they might get more desperate, might go searching. They'll then go to Matt Revers and Logan Van Beek, who might.
Yeah, they're reluctant to go there, aren't they, at the moment? I mean, I think their next move will be Bess at one end.
Before Richardson, you think?
Well, I mean, you've got two bowlers operating, and I would have thought they'll go Bess and Richardson myself.
Yeah.
What have we had since lunch? Just 20 minutes, and it's been tight stuff. You can see the plan. It's very straightforward. We're gonna bowl straight, actually, because they'll get a bit of you get a bit of uneven back. The LBW thing always comes into play fourth day. Pitch now has just changed colour. It's almost brown.
Yeah.
And they're thinking we're gonna squeeze them, and they think particularly someone like Josh Thomas, who actually, to be his credit, really, he's faced 109 balls now for his 28.
Yeah.
Yes, on the first day he had about 90 at this point, or 95.
Yeah.
But they're going to squeeze, and they'll make a mistake. That's what they're banking on. Something will happen if they're not going anywhere, and that's why they've opened with Hill and White, their most reliable, rock-solid bowlers, who are doing a good job, just bang on a length, no frills. See whether it works. Brooke now in conversation with Bairstow. I'm sure they're pondering the next move. They'll keep going with this pair for a while. Hill's already bowled 11 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 18.
I think Abel and Thomas are having the right approach here. See off their best 2 bowlers.
Yeah. I mean, they won't be thinking it quite in those terms. They'll be thinking, we just play it on merit. If they get a chance to score, they've got to score. But they're just playing everything on merit at the moment. And there are not many gaps in this field. That's a grand shot. I mean, you've got to stop that. It's quite hard to beat this field, but he's managed it by hitting it gun barrel straight, just to the right of the stumps as we look on. And I don't think mid-on had any chance of stopping that. He put in a bit of a dive, but it was hit too cleanly.
I think that is the shot of the match. Maybe. Definitely the shot of the day so far. Can't remember a straighter drive. Joey Root played a couple of beauties off Alfie Ogborn.
He did.
But that one was so close to the stumps.
He did well to get a 4 for it, because there's a lot of defence there for White.
And it's a bit slower as well. It was easier when it was quicker in the match. All a bit slower to get the timing right.
When I watch games like this, which is great, it's a great, except for when you're committed one way or the other, when it's agonising, but I just always think in terms of, well, at what point in this innings does Somerset become just sneak into being the favourites again? I mean, they won't be at the moment at 68 for 3.
Yeah.
And I guess it's somewhere around 100, 110 for 3. You'd start to think, well, they might be favourites again now, but they're a long way from that at the moment. Was that in the air for a while?
There was a moment yesterday I thought Somerset could win before close, before Don Best got 40, before Joe Richardson got 50.
Well, it was possible.
If you look at the collapse in the first innings, Best 0, Logan Van Beek 0, Joe Richardson 1, Jack White 1 not out. If that had happened again,
well, yes, obviously
could have chased 180 odd last night, but
it's not that. Wicket changes. We're going to try a ball change.
Johnny Bairstow fancies one.
Umpires convening. We've had several ball changes in this match. I've had a slow hand clap for ages.
There was about 12 slow hand claps in the first session.
From the first slip. Well, they were quite quick slow hand claps, if anything. Anyway, they're having a look at the ball. They'll put it through the ring. I think if it goes through the ring, they've got to carry on. But it obviously doesn't go through the ring. And they're going to change the ball, which has happened frequently in this match. Maybe they've got a slightly dud batch. Can change the game, of course.
It did in the first innings,
yeah,
really. Lewis Gregory was quite happy with the ball change.
Balls they all look the same, but they've got
We are
slightly
pleased
different
to be
properties.
working in
Anyway,
partnership
out
with our
comes
ground naming rights partner, Cooper Associates, once again in 2026.
Should report on a Division 1 result. Notts beat Leicestershire by 10 wickets. 23 points for the champions, only 4 points for the team from Grace Road. That's a massive victory on the road for Notts. Leicestershire have been decent in Division 1, actually. But that great effort from Ben Green, his 7th for career best with the ball, did not stop Notts getting 490.
A reminder that membership for this summer is now
178, and then get them over the line in the second innings as well.
Yeah, well, the county championships course. Long, they've got another ball. Work both ways. I suppose if it's a little bit harder, it can do a bit more, but it can also go off the bat a bit quicker.
Yeah.
It's always a bit galling, though, if you're the batting side and the next ball that comes along swings like a boomerang. We shall see.
Johnny's been shouted at. Bluey, they call him. Matt Revis at deep fine.
Yeah,
leg, just
well, that's what his old. Sorry, that's what his dad was called as well.
Yeah. Nothing to do with the colour of his hair.
No.
Oh, do tell the listeners the story that many might not know.
Which one was that?
Why the Beartoes were blue.
I don't know.
Because when I was playing in the Yorkshire League, there was an umpire that always called all of us blue. There was a Yorkshire thing. There's an umpire. That's middle blue, or 5 balls to go in the over blue. And I found it bizarre. It's just, my southern opening partner was the same. Why do we keep being called blue? I have to ask George.
So you played in the Yorkshire League as well?
Yeah, when I was at university. Huddersfield.
Huddersfield.
Which is where Wharton's from.
I suppose there's a few counties you haven't played Premiership cricket in.
I've only played Somerset, Devon,
Yorkshire.
very briefly in Milton Keynes, and then Yorkshire.
Oh, just the 4.
Yeah. Oh, I played in Dublin. That doesn't count.
5, okay.
Are we counting Australia or New Zealand?
Well, I think I read about you playing some games in Perth.
Really? Yeah, really enjoyed Dublin, actually. That was with
Dublin, oh yeah.
That was with Glenn Quell, and then Kevin O'Brien took my spot in the side, and I thought, fair enough. Can't argue with that. I got dropped to the 2s, and he came in and opened the 1s. I said, yep, that's absolutely fair enough.
Somerset went on a little tour to Dublin when I was playing.
So
Can't remember much about it.
No.
It was
a Guinness, is it?
Well, it was more of a social event. It wasn't a match of consequences.
Right. Ireland have got a few games of cricket this summer. I think they're at home. It's a bit of a shame to see Ireland play some home games. Was it Bangladesh they played at Chelmsford, I think?
Did they?
A bit sad to see them not, because they got this new ground coming, haven't they? They used Malahide a few times.
Yeah, I think I've been there.
I was gutted.
Have they got a new ground coming in addition to Malahide,
yes.
or instead of Malahide?
A new, like an international venue, like a whole new, I don't think it'll be a club ground. I think it'll just be international.
Oh, right.
Because we were meant to play at Malahide and we got rained off. And I was also meant to play at another ground, and the West Indies wanted to use it for bowling practice for the World Cup. So our game was called off. That could be 4.
That's
I don't think Jack White's going to get
away. He gets significant power, doesn't he? From his back foot punches.
And Tom Abel.
That is the 50 putt shot.
Yeah, the 50 putt shot. Well, Somerset are not yet favourites in this match by any stretch of the imagination, but the odds from win will have changed.
Win Vic, we'll call it. It's going to be Win Vic.
Yeah, he's picked that up well.
There's a raucous applause.
Well, these tight games, the boundaries, it certainly seems quite a significant moment. Ooh.
No, steady on, Adam live. Got a bit excited there. What I love here is this stage. This is when the crowd start. It's all friendly, good nature, but a bit of banter between the crowd. When Yorkshire appeal, and then the Somerset lot say, settle down, he's nowhere near it. Will they attract a driver pipe up?
It's quite a long way from that one. There's a few Yorkies here too.
Yeah.
Yorkshire
I think the
supporters come down.
Yeah.
It's a good atmosphere. We're still... They still love their cricket up there, of course. And then they play at Scarborough, don't they? And they're practically, it's a lovely ground, Scarborough. I don't know if you've been there.
No, that's the one I've really got to tick off. It's been on my list for a while.
And they can get 7,000-8,000 at Scarborough in a ground that I don't know how many it holds, probably 12,000 maximum. very atmospheric, near the beach.
Yeah.
Been there for years.
Fish and chips for tea every night.
And they used to have a band play. They used to have a festival at Scarborough, actually, in the days where you also played some sort of, I wouldn't say non-competitive, sort of festival games. They had the Scarborough Festival.
What, friendlies?
Yeah, but with a lot of top players there. Like played there.
Almost what, testimonials?
Well, they had little tournaments. It's amazing when, everyone moans about a lot of cricket. But I remember playing under Closey when he was playing for Somerset, and I went up there with Brian Rose and Pete Denning to play, I think, in Brian Close's 11 against, it might have been Hampshire. I think Barry Richards was playing.
Okay.
Actually, what I do remember, it might have been, I don't know if it was a first-class match. I think Closey tried to tell us it was a first-class match to make sure we got our heads down. But we played, and then our team batted. And it was sad, really, but I think Barry Richards came out to bat, and possibly, I don't know if Gordon Grange was playing or not. And there was about 80 minutes play left that day, and he stroked a few glorious boundaries. Lovely, fantastic. I mean, he's, glorious player, the great Barry Richards. And then for the last 25 minutes of the session, he was just trying to get out because he didn't want to turn up on time the next morning. He wanted to have a, and he
could let someone else bat the next
and he couldn't get out. He couldn't get out. And I think he just managed it somehow with about 5 minutes. So, and he did it skillfully. So all us watching could tell, he don't want to be here in the morning. But I'm not sure that his punters would have spotted it.
Number 97,
Barry Richards is one of the glorious batsman. I don't know if you've ever seen footage of Barry Richards.
I've been reading Yoza, Simon Hughes' book, and he's talked about him a few times.
Yeah. Well, they used to argue about who's better, Viv or Barry.
Yeah.
But Barry Richards, of course, only played half a dozen Test matches.
Yeah, why did he not play so many? The side was so strong.
No. Because of South African ban from international cricket.
How long did that last, the apartheid ban?
Well, it started right in the early 70s. And it went on for, I can tell you actually, it finished in 1992/3.
Yeah,
so it was 22 or 3 years.
That's enough to ruin it.
And Barry Richards had played 6 tests as a young pup, but had already they played a series against Australia with Ian Chappell leading Australia, and South Africa won that in South Africa by 4-0 or something like that.
Yeah.
With Barry Richards, but Graham Pollock, Peter Pollock, who's the father of Sean Pollock, and a very strong side. And Barry Richards announced himself in Test cricket with a couple of wonderful innings. But he was limited to about, I don't know exactly how many, 6-7 Test matches because of South Africa were banned from international sport, from international cricket certainly. So that's why he didn't play more. But he was, people might argue he was the best batsman in the world at the time, but you didn't have that kind of concrete evidence of Test match cricket here, there and everywhere. So if you came from here, you thought, well, it's probably Viv. But we played, Somerset, he played for Hampshire for a long time.
Yeah, I'm reading about that. Well,
but he was a wonderful batsman.
Yeah.
Orthodox, but...
A lot of Yorkshire fans not happy that Logan Van Beek is playing and bowling. He's gone for 2 singles the first 2 balls, but a lot of hate for him in the live chat.
Is there?
Yeah.
Well, that's, you see, why I don't bother with all this, whatever live chat may be.
See what they say about me.
Yeah.
Well, exactly. The beauty of it is, I don't know.
Well, we've got 7,000 on the stream watching, and a lot of Yorkshire fans, I guess. And then,
I feel like I'm going to have to stick up from Logan Van Beek.
And then someone else has said hate is a strong word. He certainly hasn't shown any quality yet. When people said that why does everyone hate Van Beek?
Yeah, well...
They're harsh up there. Myself and Pete were talking about this on day 1.
Yeah, a bit of hyperbole from Harry.
No, well, not me. It's the Yorkshire fans. Well, I'm reading out the comments. Okay. It's not my opinion.
Well, no, you're not... So they're saying hate?
Yeah, it's their words, not mine.
I thought you might be beating it up.
Wouldn't do that.
Your efforts to become a great tabloid journalist,
No. Here to state the facts.
Right.
Yorkshire...
You won't go anywhere doing that.
Yorkshire fans are a bit harsh.
Well, they're a tough school, I think, yeah. And it's partly because they love it, I think.
Hard school. Tough knocks. Lovely shot. Oh, should have been fielded. Did bobble just before him, but that's bonus run for Tom Abel.
And that's going to go.
That's two that I reckon could have been dived and hauled in.
Well, who's that? He's apologising.
Yeah, but Hill could have dived after it in the end. Jai Richardson had one front and mid wicket from Tom Abel just before lunch.
Well, that's the man you said the best fielder you've ever seen.
No, Wharton.
Yeah, it was Wharton, wasn't it?
James Wharton.
That extra cover.
Yeah.
Didn't stop it.
I thought it was a bit of a bobble, but everyone makes mistakes, Vic. Can't be that harsh. You're turning into a Yorkshire fan here, Vic. Being as harsh as they are.
I don't know. You might be right, Harry. I've been here all 4 days.
You're okay. You're okay.
But I'm glad. I'm glad. This is a good contest still.
Wharton is one of the better county championship fielders, yes. Not sure it's the best ever seen.
You've reined it back a bit.
I never said. I'd have said Jadeja would be the best I've ever seen.
Jadeja
would be my, if you wanted that. I never thought of it work for a tabloid. No, that wouldn't be your style, would it?
Me?
No.
No, I didn't work for a tabloid. Well, all the papers became sort of tabloid, but no, in the metaphorical sense. I wasn't well suited to tabloid journalism because these things called stories, they seem to pass me by. Or I might have been there, but I didn't recognise them.
Well, another Blundell's School alumni off-spinner is going to come into the attack.
Yeah.
Segue nicely from Vic to Don Bess.
Well, I think he needed to... there's just been a little flurry. It coincides with the removal of White and Hill, who nagged away but didn't get any rewards, but they kept it very quiet. Now, here's Don Bess back again.
That is a wide half volley. Well
and
put away.
He hasn't hit that well, though. He hits it just hard enough to keep the fielder interested, but he's never going to catch it.
Yeah, Finley Bean gave that a full chase. Gave that everything. Perfectly timed by Tom Abel.
I'll give you some peace now, Harry. I'll let Charlie in. I'll just wind him up first.
Just allowing Bean and mid-off to come back in place. All this time through Adam Live's legs at short leg. Decent football, Adam Live in his youth. He won't like being nutmegged. Oh, I think that is a caught wicket. Yes, it is. Don Bess has got another breakthrough. That's going to be an awkward wedding. Best man at his wedding coming up. Don Bess has got Tom Abel out for 4-1. That is a massive breakthrough for Yorkshire. And probably the two biggest wickets. Yeah, definitely the two biggest wickets this season so far, indeed. James Rue and Tom Abel, both gone to Don Bess. Good catch at slip. A great crowd just going to the right. You didn't know straight away. Tom Abel took a while to go. The finger didn't cut straight away, but Yorkshire knew. Yorkshire knew. That is a massive breakthrough. And suddenly at 85 for 4, you've got to think, if Somerset want to win the title, these are the games you've got to win. They've dominated. Somerset dominated this entire match until yesterday evening. It was yesterday evening when Jones batted very well. And you've now got a Somerset first class day. I mean, he did technically play first class cricket with the England Lions. Lilac Hill in November. I was there. They played on that very soft park pitch. Didn't play at the Wacker. At the club ground where Alex Stewart used to play, Lilac Hill. But Thomas Rue's first class game in the Somerset shirt, batting ahead of Will Smead again. 0 off 2 in the first innings. Too young to have played much cricket against Don Bess. He was involved in the SA20 with the Pile Royals, where Joe Root opened the batting the year before. Johnny Bairstow played for the Joburg Super Kings. He's now behind him. Do they rip into a young man on debut? Do they give him a bit of sledging?
It was a huge moment in this match.
Same field then. Thomas Rue very calm.
On a pair.
Yeah, the deep wide long on, the deep full square leg and the deep third, exactly the same field that they had to Tom Abel. Although Joe Root is just questioning deep square leg. Whoa. Joe Root is very much involved here. He's not captain. He's not vice captain. But he wants the deep square leg fielder to come 2 steps to his left. Fair enough.
Precise, isn't it?
Yeah.
2 steps.
There's that, all that for that movement. Thomas Rew, what a way to get off a pair. That beautiful cover drive.
First runs in county championship cricket.
Yeah, and that is in style. Tom Abel's just played that shot. Thomas Rew, that is glorious, beautifully timed punch drive through cover support.
Neil, our cameraman, doing the job there, throwing the ball back. Good effort, Neil.
Yeah. Topsham's.
Topsham's very own.
Yeah, making of it.
Good shot, Thomas Rew. There we are, lovely looking shot.
Show the maker's name. New bat sponsorship this year, and he's showing the maker's name. Well, he's pinged that.
He has come off the middle.
Without really meaning to, he wasn't playing an aggressive shot, it's just timed the pants off of it. This will be interesting. Aggressive players to come now. There's not really a blocker to come. Thomas Rew, Will Smeed, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Mickey Pretorius and Alfie Ogboy. All aggressive players.
Yes, it's true.
And Josh Thomas whacked a runnable 100. He's the man with him.
Yeah, that could come. I mean, that could come very handy for Somerset if they need to go quickly. I don't know. Weather-wise, it seems to be holding so far. Fingers crossed it continues, but Somerset might be a little, well, worried at the moment with the way those wickets have fallen.
Don Best getting Tom Abel then. That'll be talked about for the rest of the summer between those two.
Oh, driven beautifully. Cut through cover for 4. That is an absolutely lovely shot.
The exuberance of youth. It didn't even get a fist bump. The two King's College boys there. Josh Thomas was so in the zone. Didn't even get a fist bump or anything from Thomas Rew. I think that wicket has flicked a little switch here. Thomas Rew's a positive player. Somerset aren't going to go down without a fight here. They still need 167 runs to win. I think the thought was they were a bit too much in their shell. Tom Abel was pretty positive, to be fair to him. But I think they're just going to be a bit more controlled aggression now.
Lovely shot again. He's found a gap. There's at least 2. Yeah, I know what you mean. They've been cautious. Somerset have been cautious, but you've got to remember there was some very good bowling up top. It was not.
That was my second sentence. Logan van Beek had
this is
anything
looser
like
bowling.
Yeah,
this is looser. We've heard what Yorkshire fans think about it, and I can see why, in comparison to what we had to start with. And Somerset will look at this and say, these are the overs where we're going to get runs. For Tom Abel, it was. It's a good ball, good bit of cricket. He's a very good player, and he's had a very good season. But it's going to be down to the rest of the team now. We'll get more runs here. That field has been pushed back, which allows that single. Thomas moves on to 41. He's made 177 runs in this game for once out so far.
That was a glorious cover drive. I think that will be one that's played again and again. That'll be in the highlights packages, clipped on the social media.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Thomas Rew, I reckon, is taking off stump here. We can see we are fortunate that the wicket Nick Pepper has chosen for this match is almost right behind. Well, Charlie Taylor's position in the commentary box currently, I'd say you're right behind. And you can see the
if I put my head up against this wall, I am just about behind.
Yeah.
Driven down the ground.
Lovely tumbled stop from George Hill. I'm pretty sure it's Logan van Beek, not Van Beek.
Yes, it's Van Beek. In the same way it was Van Meekeren rather than Van Meekeren.
Yes.
The double E makes an A sound in Dutch, I believe.
God, they're still giving pelters. We should stop looking at the live chat. But it's nice to engage. People enjoy us engaging in the live chat.
Yeah, I mean, there's fair criticism, and that's fine, but as long as it's within the right side of the line. Oof, that's a bit lucky. That's a bit lucky.
Well, yeah, did you see that Adam Hollyoak came out? I think he turned off.
Yes, I saw that.
Kent were getting pelters.
Yeah,
and they were doing all right today.
I think it's hard, isn't it? Because you want to allow comments because it's nice to have a community of chat, but if your team's not doing well, it's easy to say stuff that isn't appropriate or you'd never say to a player's face because you're an anonymous online. It's the same with any sport or celebrity or anything else. High-profile person. With the age we live in. Shorter ball and slam straight to the fielder. Probably with a few more runs on offer there, but he's picked out the fielder.
Yeah, Kent are having a cracking match. After that has changed. Derbyshire needing 384, 115 for 9, but Matt Mills had 6 for 11, career best figures. Just need one more wicket for Kent to have a very rare win. Yeah, the Dutch scorer, Kate's just messaged me saying E is A in Dutch, so that's correct. Yeah. Van
Wow,
Beek, not Van Beek.
lovely that we had that confirmation there.
There you go.
Great.
Quick off the button.
I've not been to the Netherlands, but
Neither
I
have
am
I,
going to go there next year on my birthday, because my birthday is the 27th of April, so it was on Monday, a week ago today.
That's a little bit short from Don Best, but
And
well played for no run.
Right, your Dutch friend there, what was she the scorer?
Kate, the Dutch scorer.
Kate, the Dutch scorer. Could you ask her why just explain why the 27th of April, on my birthday, would be a good day to go to the Netherlands? She's obviously listening in, I guess.
She'll reply in seconds. Yeah, she's particularly enjoying. Said she was when I was out in Adelaide with the Ashes with myself and Doidge, sat next door, commentating for BBC Yorkshire. Chatted county cricket throughout the Ashes.
Is Kate Dutch?
Yes.
Right,
yeah,
lovely.
very much so. Yeah. She got a tour around the Adelaide score box, which I was pretty jealous of. That's a nice cut shot for one from Josh Thomas. Did well to pick the gap between Adam Lyth and Joe Root.
99 for 4.
Oh, it's an interesting point. Anthony Gibson's made a point on let Don Bess bowl his fourth for the over. I was chatting to Anthony at lunch and Mark Davis, and we were chatting about Smead and Thomas Root, and just reminded that we were talking about. I said, "Oh, I thought Will Smead might fall Thomas Root." He thought, actually, could Gregory or Overton come in to bring experience into the mix?
What next instead of Smead?
Yeah, it's almost maybe too late now. But you know what, I like this. The youthful players, that is
Somerset,
just a round number.
comes up in the
Doesn't mean
40th
anything
over.
points-wise, but I actually feel like sometimes there's so little baggage or fear from these lads. Josh Thomas, has played Logan Van Beek very well, defensive against Don Best, but these two together will just play modern, youthful, aggressive shots.
Yeah, but I'm hugely impressed by Thomas in this game, who I think it's fair enough, takes a little while to warm up. It's a difficult game, county championship cricket. Getting into that is hard. So to see him really flourish in this match and going still in the second innings, brilliant. Go on then, you've got a reply from Kate.
You've been told not to go on King's Day. Do not go. It's a nightmare unless you like huge crowds, people chucking beer over everyone,
sounds fun,
and weeing in the street.
So essentially, King's Day.
It's fun.
King's Day is
It's
the
carnage.
27th of April. It's my
Sounds like
birthday.
Glastonbury.
It's the King's birthday, the King of
the Glastonbury
Netherlands.
of the Netherlands, is it?
The Glastonbury, I don't know, but I've seen videos of it, and they're all on the canals in Amsterdam. It looks like an absolute huge party, all wearing orange. I fancy it.
Okay.
I fancy it. My birthday. It'll be a
Sounds more of a
Tuesday next year. Will they go big on a Tuesday, Kate, or would they wait for the weekend?
I'm sure they won't mind.
I've got a feeling that,
A bit like
go for
Paddy's
it.
Day.
Van Beek in driven. It'll be picked up at just forwards of point.
That good fielder, Wharton.
Yes, well, you're keen on him as a fielder.
Yeah, I think we can't be one-eyed Somerset biased. If
No, I don't.
The way players a good batter, a good fielder.
Did I say that you are?
No, I think Vic did.
Oh.
No, Vic was just...
Vic's not here to defend himself.
He'll be listening somewhere.
Well, he's listening at the back of the box, but he's not got a microphone. Van Beek in again.
I think Wharton Smith fielded 1 in 4 days. I think it's a bit harsh to call him up. And there was a bit of a bobble in front of him as well. Yes, they go huge no matter what day it is, definitely.
Cool, great, there we go. That's booked.
Tuesday.
I'll go to Amsterdam on my birthday
If
next
it's
year.
Tuesday's probably not going to be a county championship day.
Here comes Van Beek, left alone.
You would miss the county championship.
I still probably would have gone, for a day to
You'd miss the
Amsterdam.
county championship.
There's probably some cricket going on in Amsterdam if I was that desperate for it.
Yeah, okay. I was going to go to the England ODI series, actually, with a few uni lads a few years ago. It never happened. And I think they broke the record for the ODI score.
They
was
did.
It 400 and something?
They did indeed, yeah.
Alex
Jason Roy
Hales,
against
Jason
his
Roy.
cousin
Shane
Shane
Snater.
Snater, yeah.
Yeah, Shane Snater hasn't played much for the Netherlands, has he?
Oh, I don't know the Netherlands. He was obviously playing a lot for Essex at the minute.
Yeah, not played much in the
Was he
Netherlands.
Van
Yes,
Beek
busy with Essex.
begins his run up again, bowling to Thomas Roux. Oh, a lovely straight bat from Roux.
Here's a question.
Go on.
Do you think Yorkshire are regretting not benching one of the overseas for Moriarty now and playing 2 spinners? Do
That's
they
an
wish they had
interesting
no Van Beek or Richardson? You've got to play Richardson based on the runs he got.
Yeah, I think you play Richardson.
But Moriarty's left arm spin to add to the 3 offies, I guess. It's not spun that much.
I don't know. You've got Adam Lyth they haven't used yet.
Yeah. He's got a lot of first-class
I
wickets.
mean, Moriarty you'd choose over Adam Lyth as a spinner, obviously,
Yes.
but Lyth obviously brings you runs. I don't know. It's really hard, isn't it? Because the pitch on first day, you look at it and you thought, well, it's going to be a seaming pitch.
This Dutch thing is taking over the commentary here.
Good.
King's Night the night before.
King's Night is the 26th, is it? Okay.
That's the bigger. People just drink all the way
the bigger
through.
one. Oh my goodness! I need to persuade a group of mates.
You're
going to come
much of a
down?
drinker, Charlie.
You're going to come down with me, Harry? I know you don't drink. You could be our designated. Well, it's not driving. Be our cyclist.
Cyclist. Yeah.
We'll just sit on a trailer behind your bike. Van Beek in. That's whipped away outside off. Poor ball, and it got what it deserved. 4 runs. Thomas Roux moves to 10.
Not bad for a teenager. Lovely back foot punch. Cut really. In front of point. Got a few mates come in to support him today. Thomas Roux making his.
It's not a
good
good ball.
for Somerset on a bank holiday Monday.
It's just not going to be a threatening ball, is it? Is he going to carry on? Do you think? How many's he bowled? He's only bowled 3.
I think they take him off. Jai Richardson or even Joe Root could come on.
Yeah, I think you have to. I just don't think you can. They're obviously
can't
going
leave
after
around
him, and
like
he's not looking that threatening.
He's bowled 3 overs for 20. Archie Vaughan bowled 3 overs for 28 and was taken off.
Yeah. Interesting to see what Bairstow does. Because the worry for Yorkshire is actually you can accumulate runs very quickly with poor bowling on this pitch. I think that Somerset could easily find themselves, chipping away 50 runs in a few overs. If you get overs like that, it wouldn't take very long to take a big bite out of what's left, which is at the moment 156. They'll pick up some runs there.
Josh Thomas, that's beautiful placement. Should be 2. Yeah, good running, Thomas Root. That's brilliant placement because mid-wicket, Finley Bean wasn't far away from that. It wasn't that bad a ball from Don Best, but Josh Thomas has got going since Tom Abel fell, actually. He's taken on the senior batter role. I suppose Thomas Roux is the only player in this team, well, Alfie Ogborn, I suppose, that's less experienced than Josh Thomas at this level. Another harsh scathing of the Yorkshire overseas. 2 wickets for 150 runs at around 4 and over is not what you expect from 2 overseas speedsters put together.
Well, that's
I suppose there isn't the calibre.
Shot.
That's
Another lovely shot.
Should be at least 2. Deep covers come round well to save 2, but there's not the calibre of overseas. It's not like you've got Malcolm Marshall.
This is what I was about to say. Is actually
the
overseas you're picking from are not the world's. They're not the top echelon of world cricketers like it might have been in
even
years
10
gone
years
by.
ago.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think Chris Rogers here.
Yeah. Chris Rogers, who was at the end of his career, but yeah.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, when was the last year when it was the top for the whole
Well,
summer?
I mean, look at some of the overseas signings are top level because they love playing.
But
red ball
Bajara
cricket.
and Smith went to Sussex for a few
Yeah,
weeks.
well, you've got players like even players like Elgar was top of his game when he went there. Peter Siddle was here as well. Yeah, no, so you do get the occasional one, but it's not like all the players coming over are the best in the world because there's so much cricket commitment for them.
Yeah.
So you look at Miguel Pretorius, who's Somerset's overseas, you wouldn't say he's anywhere near the top echelon. I don't think hopefully won't be offended by me saying that because I think it's true.
Great field in that, say 3 runs. I think that would have gone for 4 if they'd beaten.
So what you're looking for is a top level, sort of championship level player. Someone like Pretorius who comes in and scores runs and takes wickets, but what that means is they're not going to be taking a fifer in every innings.
Yeah.
You've got to downplay your expectations slightly, I think.
On that point, I think something we shouldn't miss here. I love that. Logan van Beek's had a poor day with the ball, poor match with the ball and the bat. He's just made a great bit of fielding, a great stop, and George Hill's run all the way over from first slip. Bear in mind he's bowled a few overs as well, George Hill. And Adam Lyve's gone over the pads to give him a big high five and say well done. That's a good team supportive touch. But yeah, there's another point here. If you can't attract game-changing overseas players, why bother signing them? Surely give young talent a chance, which is perhaps where Somerset have gone.
But is young talent... I take your point, but if you're looking to win games, you can't just... filling your team with young talent does mean that you're going to... there will be loose overs.
This is Yorkshire arguments we're talking about here, whereas Somerset have gone just Miggy Pretorius, no second overseas, and given Alfie Ogborn more of a chance.
Yeah.
James Thiedem's not fully fit, probably not going to play Championship, but him and JT Langridge might later in the year.
I think there's 2 ways of looking at it. And yeah, if you think that a player, and I'm not singling out any player here, but if you think that a player isn't top level, then they should be picked. You should be picking them on merit, not just on the fact that you've signed them for the overseas. If they're not in good form or they're not as good as your own players, then don't play them.
Yeah.
That's a coaching decision that's being made, ahead of each game, not...
And to be fair, Miggy Pretorius was not picked for some games last year. Case Shouldridge preferred head of it.
And
As a
fine,
right-arm seam bowling all-rounder, Ben Green, Josh Davey, the three lads that left
your
actually
squad,
were pretty similar.
They shouldn't just be automatic picks unless you end up getting someone who is obviously top world class.
But then you have similar with internationals coming back in. Harry Brook is apparently an automatic pick next week. But I was having this discussion yesterday. Wharton's got 92. Whiteman got 100 in the previous game. Presume he's going to be fit. Root might not be playing fine until one goes out, but it makes it tricky when there's people in the runs and doing well.
Yeah, it is tricky.
You're not going to drop Adam Lyth or Johnny Bairstow.
But that's the point of being a head coach and or whatever the role, director of cricket, whatever role you've got that's doing that. So you've got to pick your best team, and sometimes there are more than 11 players who would be in there. And actually, if you're overseas as one of those who isn't in your top 11, then that's fine. They're there to bolster your squad, basically, aren't they?
And what credit would it be if Somerset were to, the Holy Grail, win the championship this year without a second overseas? That'd be amazing. An extra credit to the youth, to the academy, to the pathway. Matt Drakely's been working with the youth coming all the way through and into the first team environment.
I agree.
That's a massive doff of the cap.
Thomas Rowe on strike. It's full. He drives, but he doesn't time it.
Thomas Reed with 10 of the 110 runs Somerset have scored in this second innings. It's also interesting that Dutch cricketers have changed, now being overseas. A few years ago they were Colpack players, weren't they?
Yeah, that made stuff worse for
the Irish
players.
as well, you think?
Similar for
Murtagh,
Irish players,
O'Brien, Sterling.
And that in turn that reduces quality, doesn't it? And if those players suddenly can only be signed 1 per club or 2 per club, as this is a nice, just forwards-looking push into the offside for a single. He moves on to 11. Thomas is on strike on 49 now. He's got 2 balls left in this over to try and bring up his second half century of the match.
I've just got... I'll tell you what, I'll carry on with this for a second. Tim Groeneveld, former Somerset player, just texted me, hasn't taken long on the county circuit to turn Jai Richardson into a mid-70s seamer. That's an interesting point that I was making earlier. Because,
Good to hear from Tim Groeneveld, by the way. Hope he's really well.
I've got a game of paddle book with Tim on Friday.
Someone who was bowled some fantastic overs and overs, but will be remembered for 2. I'm pretty sure he's involved in both last wicket stands. One with Jamie Overton and one with, I want to say Jack Leach. I think it was, wasn't it?
I think it might have even been 3 last week.
Maybe it was, but
Didn't he open the batting as a pinch hitter and a couple of CB or YB 40?
He was a fantastic stroke player, Tim Groeneveld. We still love watching him.
Yeah.
I've got a signed shirt from him at home.
Yeah. He's awfully generous with his shirt.
Oh, they'll think about the single. It's not on.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good point you make. I mentioned it earlier about Jai Richardson. Was quick, had that big shoulder injury. He was out for a while, but now more of a swing bowler than a seam bowler. And he's not bowled much in this match, What did he bowl? 17 overs in the first innings. Yeah, that's a fair shift. But in this second innings, they tend to go to the other bowlers first. Revis still yet to see with his ball in his hand. Richardson's bowled 3 overs for 5. That's pretty decent in the second innings. Still going to be the same field here for Don Bess. Inside edge there for Thomas Reed. Now we see Finn Hill on the bench between the overs. There's a bit of turn there from Don Bess. You can see that come back into Thomas Reed. Squared him up there, Good bowling from Don Bess. That one skidded on a bit, slid on straighter. Josh Thomas is looking for new gloves here, I think. Not seen Josh Thomas sweep yet. Still got no one back on the leg side boundary. Is that a tactic from Yorkshire? Does he want to go across the line against the spin? 2 balls left in Bess's 13th over. 148 more for Somerset to win. Game they deserved to win, but Yorkshire fought back well yesterday evening and today.
Well, I thought, yes, I take your point. Somerset deserved to win it, but I thought Yorkshire batted really well, actually. So, a game of 4 innings, isn't it? And that was a very good. Well, that's the highest scoring innings of the game.
I think a lot of it was the pitch flattening out, but Wharton was vastly improved. That has turned beautifully.
I don't think he's touched that, has he?
No, I think that's a bit ambitious appealing. A lot of the fielders went up after Don Bess went up, and they know it wasn't.
I think he's got a bit of bounce off that. Let's have a look. I think it bounced over the top of the bat. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, God, no, great bit of turn. That's nowhere near the bat.
We were talking with Vic earlier about the just the right amount of spin, and that ball there is spun too much to allow the outside edge.
What's that? Best knows that has surely he knows it's turned a mile.
One more point on the overseas from a Sussex fan, I'm guessing. From Jaden Seals and Jadav Inadkat.
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion end, number 66, Joe Root.
Massive gargantuan, he said, the gap between. Sussex have been brilliant overseas. Daniel Hughes, Rashid Khan, etc., etc. But anyhow, talk of international spinners, Joe Root's going to have
international spinners.
From Rashid
I mean, you can't argue with that, but yeah. So, not how he normally gets introduced.
No, we'll park the overseas chat for a little while, but just greying over Taunton at the moment.
Bowling at Thomas Rue is quite wide, and he takes a big step. Did turn a bit, I think.
Yeah, the Pile Royals boys, although Joe Root didn't play in this latest season.
Another big step forwards.
That looked like it just drifted a little bit.
He does get drift, Root. Yeah. He definitely does get drift, a lot of drift on his bowling. So I think that's one of the big reasons he takes wickets, actually.
Yeah.
Very successful. How many test wickets does he have? How many do you reckon?
I think we looked at they are not very good at guessing stats. Just embarrassed myself. I don't know, 60 something, 66? Why not?
66. No, it's gone through. I don't think he's touched anything. He has 73 test wickets.
That's a pretty good
Very
guess,
good.
Actually.
Very good.
Not embarrassed myself.
Yeah, you're only a few off.
Yeah, definitely through Thomas Rue. Nothing on that.
Yeah, getting to the pitch of the delivery. Thomas Rue taking those big strides, smothering it. It's definitely a wicket-taking option, Joe Root, isn't he? Looks dangerous. It's not about holding an end. I think this is about taking wickets. Straight at that time. End of a good over. Maiden.
Yeah, great start from Joe Root there. A little bit of drift, a little bit of swing, I suppose you could call it. But just on the money, not giving Thomas Rue anything to work with. Thomas Rue looked like he wanted to get into one.
Got the international T20 fixture, England against India women, 2nd of June. Just ahead of the Women's World Cup, which is happening in England this year, although not at Taunton, sadly, but not far from us. We might have tickets up the road in Bristol. Over 4,000 tickets sold for that one in Taunton, so don't miss out on it. Could well sell out.
Don Bess is again played off the back foot by Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas does go back a lot to spin. Goes deep in his crease. Uses the deck, gets close to hitting Johnny Bairstow in the head or hitting his own stumps, but is in control. Cheeky single, that's great. Joe Richardson, who's picking out Joe Richardson as a weak fielder? That is a Josh Thomas. Yes, on 49, you're keen to take your run. Joe Richardson, but that's a brilliant ball from Josh Thomas. Got to say, this could be even more important than his 136. It sounds daft in the first innings. Nowhere near as fluent, but he's dug in there. Got through a tricky period, brilliant bowling from George Hill and Jack White at the start. And 140 balls, only 3 boundaries, it doesn't matter. He's still there.
140 balls is, yeah, that's sticking power. Really good.
That's a mammoth appeal from from Don Bess to both umpires. All of the players up and about, the Somerset fans give an ironic cheer and a jeer. Thomas Roux stands his ground. Yorkshire have been begging a bit, been a little bit desperate the last few overs. Goes to the reverse, but hard to tell, not conclusive. No, we're not on the umpire's best seat in the house.
It's not conclusive. It doesn't look like it's
definitely hit some form of pad.
Well, it's hit pad, possibly the edge of his helmet, maybe. Looking at that, it's hard to tell.
Yeah, no concussion test.
No, it would have only glanced the grill, really.
Yeah, hard to tell from here, but
I'm only thinking that would make a harder sound, wouldn't it, against the helmet? Maybe Don Best thought it was bad. I don't know.
Johnny Bears has been quite calm in this game. A lot of the field has been shouting and screaming and celebrating and appealing. The captain's been calm. Joe Root's in the thick of it, clapping away, cheering and supporting. Chief Shiner.
Great cricket wicket, this.
Yeah, got to be said. All 4 results still possible. Hopefully rain doesn't ruin it.
We saw seam really dominate in the first couple of days, and now spin is causing real issues. Great, that's what I want to see in a cricket game.
That's turning. I'm not quite sure what he's appealing for there. Nowhere near LBW.
You don't want to get on the umpire's wrong side by over-appealing, do you?
I think it's Mike Burton.
That's obviously not going to... His impact is already above the level of the stump, so it's definitely not going to hit them. Route to continue from the Marcus Droscothic pavilion end.
Quite enjoying the relationship between Bess and Root. You notice the little claps and cheers and support. Root's really, I guess Bess is his junior spinner, but Bess has probably bowled more overs in the county championship than Joe Root has.
Oh, I think so. Plays waiting for it there, back in his crease. The dot ball, a lot of dot balls today, a lot of very tight bowling. Definitely not being made easy for Somerset. They've got to work for it. 147 more required. Reaching for it, misses it.
First full stroke to spin I can remember from Josh Thomas a little while. The appeal for stumping because he lost his balance, didn't come out the crease.
So close, boys, so close there.
I'll try and get the better off spinner into the attack before too long.
Waiting for a little bit wider. Just a single.
Finley Bean now doing the cover sweeping.
I think we'll see a lot of confidence in Thomas going forwards from this. He should take a lot of confidence from it. Anyway, he hadn't quite had those big scores. I know he had a 70 last season, but he's a great innings. This is swept really well, actually. That's going to be 4. He's got well on top of that. That is, from what little I've seen of Thomas Roux, that to me feels like a real stock pot shot for him. He's got that in his locker and
the reverse sweep.
Played it really well. Yeah.
Yeah, he played that beautifully. We saw Joe Root himself do it against Archie Vaughan. Went forward with the left foot there, not the switch hit, but the reverse sweep. The hands, quick, fast through. A lot of squash he played as a kid, tennis, golf, all this hand-eye coordination from a young age. Helps him nail that shot.
I think this one will just be a single and the crowd will like that, 4-1. I think we'll see that reverse shot, the sweep shot, a lot in the T20 Blast this year.
And what's funny,
Thomas Roux will be a regular pick.
Oh yeah, but they've got a deep backward point out for that particular shot, but it couldn't stop.
Well, he played it so square, he was really good. Yeah. He was on it in a flash.
Right, shall I bring in a proper off spinner to talk through Don Bess and Joe Root? I think we'd better go with it.
That would be lovely. Thank you very much, Harry. 119 for 4. This is a really intriguing game of cricket. 141 runs away from another victory, whereas Yorkshire looking for those 6 wickets. 45 overs left. Weather permitting, but so far still plenty of blue sky above us. Vic Marks comes alongside me as Don Best prepares to bowl the first ball of a new over. It's a sweep shot. Another appeal from Bess, another uninterested umpire.
Hard to turn away now, isn't it?
We did say it could have turned into one of those days.
Well, also the intrigue of seeing young Thomas Rue out there. So
just waits for that one, stands up and plays it into the leg side for a single. Crowd, every run, as you'd expect, getting.
I love that reverse sweep off Joe Root, who could only say, surely, that's a good shot. Because he showed us how to do it in the first innings, or in his innings, rather.
Straight back to the bowler. Thomas on 51. Yorkshire, you mentioned a noisy group when I was out there. I just took in some cricket from the balcony while I was in the while you two were on air. Yeah. And they are constantly chatting to each other, making a lot of noise. Lots of clapping, lots of oohs and ahs and appealing.
I think it's got noisier over the years. There was a president of the MCC, former Sussex captain, this is going back a long time, he was, called Robin Marler, who was also the Sunday Times cricket correspondent, among many other things for a while. But he was a top off spinner, and Cambridge Blue, and a very sort of forthright, gruff character. But he was president of the MCC at the time when the MCC were kind of sponsoring the universities. And he was watching a game at the Parks, apparently, during his presidency, and there was all this chatter, come on, blah, blah, blah. And he stopped the game, walked on, could you just be quiet, please? I mean, he was a lovely man, Robert Rowler, but he was from a different era, and he couldn't abide all this noise. I really brought them round, apparently. He said, could you just shut up? He's also, while I've won him, Robin Marler, he's famous for being asked by, hang on, being asked to be night watchman by, I think, Doug Insole. Anyway, he was dismissed second ball for 6. Anyway, I don't know why it displeased me, but I wasn't there, sadly, but I would have liked to have witnessed him waltz onto the pitch, stopping the game.
Yeah.
And,
he would not
asking for a bit of decorous silence now and again.
He wouldn't have liked this Yorkshire side, the amount of noise they're making.
No. But he was a combative and very good cricketer for Sussex, who capped him for quite a long time, way back.
Using his feet, but I think Root saw it.
And when he, I don't know why I should dwell on him, but he was a very good writer too, always readable, quite often quite controversial.
He's got that one through the gap.
Yeah, he might get 4 or not. He's quite middled it, but he's going to get 2 or 3. He's going to get 3. The other thing he used to do when, in an era where if you were a Sunday journalist, it was your role to pick your test team, which would probably be announced on the Sunday the paper came out. Either surmising about the team you thought should be picked or the team that would be picked. And Robin always went the route of the team that I'd picked. And the team that he would pick, more or less every time a test team was announced, because they used to change more often then, had about 3 players who would actually play in the game. and a maverick 8 others, or something. I might be exaggerating slightly. that he thought were rather good. And then, of course, no one could ever get back to him because they never played. Anyway, so much from Robin Marler. A lovely, a great companion, entertaining character, bright man. And a very good off spinner, but combative, I reckon, probably, in his days at Sussex. And not frightened to waltz onto that first-class arena back in the early 2000s, I think, and say, "Could you just be quiet, will you, while they're playing this game?"
Couldn't hear himself think while he was trying to write about the game.
Well, you sort of learn to do that in press boxes. It would be noisy, but you just have to keep going. Just occasionally, when certain press boxes at the Oval, they used to have a bar at the back. This is the way, when I first started. So come Saturday afternoon, a lot of people would congregate in the bar, and it was all us devoted suddenly trying to get, and occasionally one or two would call for a bit of order. That'll be 4. It may not be off the middle, but it'll go for 4, I think. I tell a lie. It's going to be 3 if he hurries up.
Oh, well fielded, well watched by Van Beek, all the way to the boundary. Another 3, another big round of applause for the batters.
Well, we're getting to that stage already where it's just applauding runs, not landmarks. The partnership is worth 42, however. See, that's a single. They're loving that single. And Rue's family isn't that big. Everyone's loving it.
So far, no sign of showers. I don't want to tempt fate, but it looks lovely out there. It's a very nice cricket watching day, actually. It's not too hot. It's a coolish breeze, but not strong wind. It's lovely. Fingers crossed we keep it like this. Seagulls about, or some birds about. They sort of know around tea time, don't they? Usually 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. They usually turn up. The scraps are around then. That'll be old fish and chip packets with a few chips left in them. They're not stupid. Very flighted from Bess. Won't be long before we start seeing the peregrine chicks sitting on the floodlights practicing. They're diving. That usually happens around May, June time. Does it? Yeah. The peregrines from the church tower next door. Well, actually, St Mary's, not St James's. And they kind of lodge actually where the lights are. They sit on the lights bit themselves, watching over the. I suppose birds of that ilk, they don't suffer from vertigo much. No, that would be quite a big evolutionary problem. Oh, right. Well, that's great. I've never noticed that. Yeah, keep an eye. Usually, I want you to point me out. I will do. But when that happens, I shall do that. A little while, I think. Yeah, they're not fledgling yet. So. You sound like someone who knows about these. Well, as you probably I mean, obviously behind cathedrals. Well, yeah, quite often they have them on the cathedrals, but this one's on St Mary Magdalene. This little group. It's roots in. Oh, that's going to be fun. Beautiful. You could see it's just over pitched. He saw the length and he found a gap. That takes Somerset over the halfway stage. Runs-wise, they need 128. They've scored 132. I'm just thinking, when you do celebrity masterminds, I know you've got Cathedral's first round. Yeah, I'd love that. And then you go into, then you might have to go into some sort of ornithological thing. Well, yeah, the problem is with ornithology is that there is so much of it that is so complicated. I'm not very good at bird calls. Right, they're unlikely to do that on masterminds. Yeah, Clive Murray impersonating a pigeon or something. Yeah, it hasn't got to that yet. Yeah, you have to be specific. It's English medieval cathedrals rather than just any cathedral.
Yes.
That's my
English
real interest.
medieval cathedral south of Watford.
Oh, no. I wouldn't
No, you
want
do the
to-
whole
wouldn't want to
country.
Specify earlier. It's
UK
whole England.
or England?
Yeah. There's a few quirky ones in there. Good question about Bristol's. Bristol is not built as a cathedral, but it is one now, and it is medieval. Does it count?
Oh, right.
Good question. Built as an abbey.
Okay, what about Exeter? What is that?
Exeter, very much so. Lovely.
It's supposed to be a sort of a cat flap or something.
Yes,
Exeter, isn't it?
the oldest, Europe's oldest cat flaps at Exeter Cathedral. They think. They haven't found an older
They
one yet.
claim.
Yeah.
Prove us wrong.
Yeah, I wonder how many thousand cats have used it over the years. There's a shout for LBW there.
No, what I don't like about that, I mean, of course you can appeal, but I'm slightly offended by forward short and leg. Having such a raucous appeal because he has no idea.
Yes, absolutely.
Anyway, that's by the by. But that ball it's a good delivery, but I think he's either out the line, outside the line, or it's turned too much. But it did spin.
Yeah, he's come down. He's taken a big step as well. It's out of
round the wicket. You need to be round the wicket to get those. Now, I mean, this is such a good pitch because it's offering some spin, not prodigious, but see that's something as well. I mean, Root is he's a good bowler. I mean, he's not such a good bowler as he is batsman, but he's better than just an occasional occasion. He's got about 70 Test wickets.
You're right,
something
73.
Like
I think I just looked it up. 73 wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep, 73 Test wickets. Yeah, his average isn't great, but
no, but he's got significant wickets in Test cricket, and the ball is spinning, and he's a perfectly good option for Bairstow at the moment. But we're seeing quite a lot of spin now. He's
if Don Best bowl this, there's a formula for working out whether you count as an all-rounder. The good all-rounders have got a higher batting average than their bowling average. Well, if that's the case, then Root does qualify as a proper all-rounder.
I mean, actually,
in Test cricket, that is.
That form, I mean, in any cricket, actually, if your batting average is higher than your bowling average, I know Root is a bit of a freak because he averages 50, whatever.
Yep.
But that you are a very good all-rounder. It didn't apply to me, I'm afraid. But you know, all sorts. You'd see Tony Gray, obviously Ian both. These guys. If you find an all-rounder whose batting average is 35 and his bowling average is underneath that, whether it's Test cricket or even Championship cricket, he's handy. He's very good. Very good.
Well, yeah, so his batting average 51.07 in Test cricket, his bowling average 48.15. So he does qualify, although 48 isn't
okay, it is quite high, but nonetheless.
You'd have him in the team for the batting, wouldn't you?
I mean, you might struggle to call Joe Root England's all-rounder, but he's reverse sweat that. It's only one.
Yeah, on the right pitch. On the right pitch, he's a proper all-rounder, isn't he? Because he's so good against spin. And then if the pitch is offering a bit of turn, he'll cause you real problems with the ball. I don't think he needs to rely on his spin to get him in the England side.
No.
Pretty much the first name on the team sheet, isn't he?
I think so. Boy.
After Stokes.
He dropped once.
Root wasn't he? Yeah.
And in a sense, it was quite early on. He was dropped for the Sydney Test, probably on his first Ashes tour. And I think I'm right in saying he was devastated. And he just made sure I'm never going to go through that again. And the next test wasn't until early June, probably. And he was back in the team, and he got double hundred. I'm not going to let that happen again.
And that was that, yep.
I mean, he hadn't batted any worse, really, than anyone else on the Ashes tour that had gone wrong again.
An Ashes tour, then,
but you find that the really good players, a lot of them were dropped. Strauss was dropped. Ian Bell was dropped. Most players, Bradman was dropped. Ponting was dropped. Bradman is a slightly bad example because he was only dropped after one test, first test.
Was he really? I didn't know that.
Well, yeah, but he didn't get many in his first test, and then he was left out for the next one. He might have come in for an injury. I can't remember the details. But there's not many cricketers who never get dropped. But I can give you a couple.
Straight on.
It's just the one, but it's still one. Look at that round of applause. Yeah, I love it. Trescothick was never dropped.
He was a name in my head actually when you said
The 50 partnership between Thomas Rue and Josh Thomas.
Nor was Alistair Cook. But it's quite rare. As I say, Ponting drop. About Lara probably might have been.
50 partnership then, very useful. Shot.
That is probably just one. But a sweet shot. And as I say, the good ones when they're dropped, Strauss was dropped. They don't like it, but they make sure they get back. So I'm keener on dropping people than some others because they often come back stronger and more determined.
Tom Abel did that.
Yeah,
in the county championship level.
Yeah. He's a bit unlucky. He had 4 there. It's a good shot, but well fielded.
Picked out the one fielder.
Yeah.
Good use of the feet from Thomas Rue. Skipping down. Quite a similar place to watch, obviously in Mirror, but Thomas and James, they've got a similar set. Unsurprisingly, I suppose they've been through similar coaching, but.
Well, I don't know. I think they're just natural.
Yeah, well, that as well, yeah.
Yeah. Well, the obvious difference is one's left and one's right.
Sort of mirror image of the two of them. I mean, that's in itself, that's useful, isn't it? The two of them being left and right hand split. Now that's turned. It's come off the pad, I think.
They knew it. It did turn, though. I mean, that's another indication that this pitch has evolved rather brilliantly, really, as you're a purist.
Oh, nowhere near the bat again.
Yeah.
You still have to catch it to just make sure, but...
Well, you have to catch it, and then you ask to make
exactly.
sure, or appeal. Actually, there's no point asking. You've usually got to appeal anyway for everything. I guess he'd be thinking, Bairstow must be thinking he's gone for spin, and Bess has got 2 big wickets, Rue and Abel. Root's now bowled 8 overs. He's backing the spin rather than the... seems, I don't know, Richardson barely bowled, is he?
Richardson has bowled 3 overs.
Yeah.
For 5 runs.
Yeah, so that's a sort of oddity.
It's full. Thomas finds the fielder mid-on. Oh, it's edged and it's gone in front of the slip fielder. Not sure. I think it hit Bairstow's hand by the look of it.
Oh, I think the bat is banned, or probably the... I don't know.
Was it the ball? Maybe it was just straight, the ball straight to Bairstow. Let's have a look. Led back and tried to cut it away.
It can't have been the bat. He might have chopped down on it. I trust your eyes from
yeah, I think it's gone straight onto Bairstow's fingertips. I think the bat's touched it.
Right.
He would have had his view blocked a little bit by the shot that was played, but nasty. It's good temperament from Thomas.
Well, what's amazing is that he's faced as many balls in this innings, I think, as he faced in the first innings.
Yeah, more, yeah.
He's got 136, I believe. And in this one, he's got 57. And that is not a criticism, by the way.
No,
that is just a remarkable stat in a Oh, he's gone.
Well, that's the end of it. 57.
That one turned again, I think.
Yep, right. This is big for Yorkshire. 5th wicket down. Thomas has to go. Still
Have a look at that. That's the classic off spinner's dismissal. We've seen 2 of those to the left-handers. Here we go. Up it goes. And he's just defending it, but it's gripped, and it's a lovely gentle catch for the first slip. It's a fine innings for Thomas.
57 runs off 165
contrasting with his first innings effort. I mean, he's had a great game. He's battled away in this innings, and he's given Somerset a chance. But it's added to the spice of this game if you compare it. 136 for 5. I'm thinking I'm not going to take over from Win Predictor. He does such a good job. But I would think Yorkshire are favourites at the moment. So. Just before that wicket fell, it would have been very even. But take nothing for granted. Smead coming in. I mean, it's a weird batting lineup this for Somerset. We've just seen Thomas go, Thomas Ruin and Will Smead, none of whom were guaranteed to be playing in this team.
Well, they weren't in the first 11 of the first game. And
well, except for Thomas. Thomas was, actually.
Thomas was, yes. Sorry, Josh Thomas, yes.
But nonetheless, you know, it's an odd-looking lineup. And what an opportunity. All from the same school, of course.
Well, yeah, the other one comes to the crease.
I think this is the last of the King's College Brigade.
Big test for Smead. He was not out at the end of the first innings.
Yeah, he played
well pretty well. He took a while to get going. 82 balls to reach 36 not out.
He took 20 balls to get off the mark, I think, which has been the case in, I think, two other of his innings this summer in red ball cricket, which is the only time he's ever played red ball cricket for Somerset in the first team. Anyway, they're having a chat. And Root's going to continue. It's 136 for 5. And no one's going home.
If anyone ever asks me, is Vic Marks a nervous watcher of cricket? The answer is yes.
I was quite...
I
was quite nervous when I was waiting to go into bat. I mean, it's a nasty period when you're waiting to go in. It's a long time ago now, I've forgotten really. But
you live every ball. Which
I know.
You're engrossed in it, which is great.
Like they're putting a man at long off. The England there. Well.
It's good bowling from Joe Root.
So it's long off for Thomas Rue. That can have two effects. One, it takes out the big shot, the big shot perhaps. What it can also do on a pitch like this, when you've got your long on and long off bat, it feels like a very defensive thing to do. But what can happen is the batsman sees that gap. There's an easy run there, so they push at balls. But if they're not quite there, on this sort of surface where it's just starting to grip, it can create possible caught in bowls or caught in the mid-wicket or something like that. So it's not purely defensive. He's got away with a bad one there.
Found the fielder again.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Rue, but don't be frustrated. It's well played though. That turned and he went with it, got it down. Root's getting the ball to spin pretty regularly now. Getting noisy out there again.
Can hear Bairstow.
Where's he at that? Straight to the fielder, but it's another run.
123 more needed. A lot of chat from the Yorkshire team. They feel like they're on top. A couple of quick breakthroughs and they really would be. Very happy with the state of the scorecard. As it is, still in the balance. Plenty of batting in this Somerset side.
Yeah.
Still yet to see Gregory and Overton.
Yeah. I think well, we'll give us Win Predictor, someone. They've gone to sleep. I'm sure
see if I can find it.
Does it come up magically? 17 Somerset. 28 draw. They must think it's 55 Yorkshire. They must think the weather's coming. The draw's amazingly high there without weather. I would have thought.
Yeah.
But what do I know? So, wind predictor is going Yorkshire. That might just tickle it a little bit in another direction. He's off the mark, Smeed. A positive sweep. Fine if you hit it. And there it is. Draw 28. I can't get that. If it's not weather.
The only thing I think is it looking at run rates? Because the run rate required is higher than the current run rate, but it's nothing that Somerset should be worried about. But I wonder if it's just saying, well, yeah, I'm going a bit slowly for now. Pushing there, Smeed, coming forwards.
We've been told by part of the backroom staff that wind predictor not quite sometimes had a bit of a problem with last day run chases. Well, okay.
Worth bearing in mind.
The poor fella, South Wales or wherever he is, I'm always thinking he's got so many variables. We've been told.
He's got a lot to work
or
with.
Whether people get out or not.
Yeah, that's variable.
Anyway, sorry. I think wind predictor gives us much entertainment and gives us an idea. He hasn't got the tie in there. I mean, where's another omission.
Time must be. Well, could be close, couldn't it? Could be close. The tie will come into it when it gets down to.
Well, I don't know if the tie will get into it, but it's possible. Anyway, so the wind predictor is firmly in Yorkshire's favour at the moment. I think. I understand that, but as a Somerset sort of man, I am giving up hope.
No. Yorkshire have done very well, bring themselves back into this game.
Well, Bess has been terrific. I mean, Bess has got 3 wickets, and they've been big wickets. He's got Rue Senior, Abel, and Thomas. He's bowled 19 overs now, 3 for 46. On his old stomping ground. Tried that reverse sweep, but he was outside the line there. A bit too full actually to sweep in the end. Floodlights coming on. Perhaps that's what Ben Predictor spotted. He's got nothing. He's got it.
Just a very, very fine edge. And Root picks up his first wicket. And, Thomas Rue has to go for 30. Yorkshire on top here, 142 for 6.
Well, emphatically now, wind predictor will be recalculating. It was a little cameo in his first match from Thomas Rue. We saw the quality there.
Thomas Rue was caught by Johnny Bairstow off the bowling of Joe Root
cut shot.
for
Just
30
a
runs.
bit frustrated. He likes to
balls.
keep scoring, and he was just a bit tied down. Reverse sweep didn't come off. Thought he saw hit one short ball straight at the fielder. And anyway, he's gone. You can see the talent there. Obvious. It's obvious to one and all. But it's not a major innings. Today, his first county championship match. Well, he's done all he can in it. And out comes
New batter for
the
Somerset,
contrasting
sponsored
figure.
by Southwest Cleaning Equipment,
Oh,
number 7,
Craig
Craig
Overton.
Overton.
Smeed has only faced 6 deliveries. Overton hasn't faced one yet. This is tough times for Somerset with the ball spinning. Still needing 118 more to win.
Yeah, we've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. I mean, it's whatever happens, it's not good for me, this game. It's been a very, very good game of cricket. At the moment, Yorkshire hold the cards, but they weren't given up in the Somerset dressing room.
I wonder what Overton's going to be thinking here.
Well, they've got
they've
got a slip forward shot. They've got the man at long on, which I think I agree with. Overton, the ball is doing enough that you think, if they're defending, I've got a chance here. Back pad. The one that goes straight on at slip. Overton is a very fine, straight striker of the ball. I'm not going to give him that luxury. He's not going to have that opt-out. I'm going to put one back straight away, and I don't mind that.
There we go. Second delivery he's faced.
Yeah, didn't quite get that. It's a lovely little bit of change of pace from Root. I mean, Root's bowling well. We were talking about Root, you know, that he's been totally engaged in this game. He's not swanning in as a sort of arrogant England player. He's right there.
Yeah, I really respect that actually, because he
well,
clearly just loves playing, doesn't he?
It's no surprise,
No.
but he's been busy throughout.
Wicket maiden.
Yeah. Quiet. Apart from out on the middle at the moment, home crowd sort of absorbing the situation. It's far from ideal. But no one's going home yet.
Oh, I've got a feeling we're going to see some interesting shots happening soon. I think Somerset might think, let's have a go at it, see what happens.
Well, he's been using his feet there, Smeed. It's crisply, but straight to mid-off. Take that crisply too. Very crisply. It's gone for 4. In a sense, that's see how he came down the wicket ball before and struck it well straight to mid-off. But it may have paid dividends in the sense that, hang on, Best almost anticipating him coming down. He just dragged it back a bit and he was onto it like a flash. He's hit that very hard because there's 2 men out there.
Yeah.
And he's bisected them.
Well, he's so powerful, isn't he?
That turned a little bit on him.
Good bowling.
But he's got that on it.
Smeed off the mark much quicker than in the...
He's got 2 fours to his name, yeah.
Fours,
That'll be a scramble for 1.
The win predictor's gone up to 73% for Yorkshire now after that wicket.
Okay. Draw still 20%?
Draw's down to 16.
Okay.
Somerset's chances are just 11.
Okay, I mean, if I was a betting man, I'd bet Somerset, only because the odds would be better. But I'm not a betting man, so I'll shut up. But the lights are on. They must be on for a reason. There must be some clouds behind us. We can't see anything ominous.
All we've got is blue sky. I'd love... One of the players I'd most like to hear their inner monologue when they're batting is Craig Overton.
Ah, well.
So that's what we can't see. We're facing the other way to that, so there's a lot of cloud there.
Okay. Yeah, great shame of it.
And the reason I say that is because he's a character of... There's 2 parts to his character. There's the... When you speak to him off the field, calm, one of those big, sort of gentle giant sort of people.
Yeah.
And then when he's bowling and someone's wound him up a bit, you can see the fire in his eyes.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know when he's batting, what's going through his mind.
Yeah, what persona he adopts there, I don't know. I mean,
because he can, when he's batting, he can just take those big step forwards, bat through the line, long arms, the ball goes flying out the middle of the bat.
It's a crazy game. I've worked on radio with Glenn McGrath. Absolutely charming,
He always comes across
polite, you know, lovely. But a
complete
mongrel on the pitch. Almost at his own admission.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. No, I really like listening to Glenn.
I had a bit of a theory with Overton. which I mentioned earlier at lunchtime. I said I would make him captain for the rest of the day. Because it seems to me when he's captain, he scores runs. So I think I think lunchtime I said, Greg, you're captain now.
Yeah. First couple of games he did well, didn't he?
Yeah.
When Lewis was injured.
Oh, he did well with the bat. He got
with the bat, yeah.
Well, he did well full stop, but he
was a new high score, wasn't it? 140 odd he scored in that. Which game was that? Hampshire game, was it? Yeah, Essex, can't remember which one. The Essex game, I think.
It probably was, wasn't it? Yeah, it would have been the Essex game because he was captain there. He wasn't.
Oh, yeah, he wasn't captain. Yeah.
So.
He's on strike on 0 at the moment from 7 deliveries.
He hasn't quite used that one. There's just that bit of turn, you see, he's not quite there, and it's spun and it's taken the inside edge. He's bowling well, Root. Alongside Bess. Spin twins.
This is good from Yorkshire. They've never let the pressure slip, really. Very briefly, perhaps.
I don't think that was quite that close, but it did spin from outside off stump, certainly. He's got his length, getting the ball to turn a little bit.
He's out the over.
Well, a lot of patience from whichever Overton is talking to himself. He's batting with patience. Not quite in the slot for him yet. Don Best chatting to his keeper and captain.
Sure what's happened there.
And what's he doing? He's juggling his field. I think what he reckons is that Smeed, he's brought his man up from deep backward point up into the ring and put out a man that is in front of square on the offside. What I reckon that he calculates that Smeed is not really a reverse sweeper. Whether that's true, I don't know.
Yeah, he hasn't played a lot in T20 cricket.
He doesn't.
No.
He usually just uses more power down the ground or mid-wicket.
Yeah, mid-wicket especially. Mid-wicket and square leg.
Big outfields today, actually, in this match. However, they change it. I'm surprised they do that, actually, for Overton, because I've never really regarded Overton as a reverse sweeper either.
No, not really. I rarely see it's a hard shot for a very tall player.
I would have thought so, yeah. Although I would not want to be in my era. Very few people played in reverse sweep, but one of those who did, along with Ian, both of them wasn't small, was Derek Pringle, who was about 6'4". Not necessarily that well, but he would employ it now and again. No. All right.
Wants to get off the mark here, Overton, looking for runs.
Yeah, no thrills. They bowl well at him. I mean, if nothing else, he thinks, oh, surely I'll be able to punch a little drive down to long on, but they haven't quite had the right length to do that. They've been on target, both Bess and Root. Ooh, they might have had one there, but no, not really. He's stuck in his crease. Wait, can't get away. Oh, he's hit forward short leg. I think you can be caught nowadays off most parts of the body.
Yes.
He thought he had runs there, but it's actually banged into forward short leg. It was in the air briefly, very, very low down, going towards where a silly point might have been. And
I think Adam Lyde is well protected there.
Yeah. thought he was away then, though, Overton. But he isn't.
Beer and Cider Festival coming up on the 24th of July. Gloucestershire game, that one, so there should be plenty of cider on flowing, I thought.
That's a terrible ball, and he's done well. But it's not a very good ball, let's face it.
Somerset's 150 comes up in the 61st over.
Yorkshire have done well to stop the boundary there. Good diving stop. He hasn't got many of those, Joe Root.
Brings Overton back on strike, desperate to get off the mark. Not this time.
He's off. He's off and running, and he'll get at least 2.
Nice shot.
And they'll be thinking about 3, but I think there's 2. It's lovely, isn't it? I mean, it's only 2. It's a very substantial round of applause for that 2.
Oh,
He's
what a
got
catch.
him. He's got. It's a good catch. It's flicked it off the face of the bat. He's got to go. It's taking his time. It's a bonus wicket in one sense, in that it's gone very quickly off the more or less the middle of the bat, but he stayed down and it just stuck in there. We'll see whether it's stuck in his hands or it's got it caught in the midriff. It's a very important wicket. There he goes. He's flicking it away.
Craig Overton was called by
It sort of
Adam
hits him
Wright
in the
for
chest, but
bowling
gets
of
his
Joe Root
arms,
for 2
hands
runs
round
off
it,
18 balls.
and it's a big blow. Out comes Lewis Gregory very promptly.
New batter for Somerset,
Smeed is
sponsored
in
by
danger, actually,
Maitland
being
Walker, number
stranded
24,
once
and
more.
captain Lewis Gregory.
As he was in the first innings. Here we go. That's gone quickly. Foot either side, and Overton would still be there, but he's done well. It's Lythe, isn't it?
It is Adam Lythe, yeah. He's a very good fielder there.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
And Root has got 2. The spin twins are causing a bit of havoc now.
You often see the young fielders shoved in at short leg, don't you? But Adam Lythe is one of your experienced,
yeah,
almost specialists there.
Well, I think the rules have changed. And I was talking about this earlier in the match. I think that years ago, your young dispensable pup would go to forward short leg, and your old senior citizens would probably go in the slip cordon. Now, rather curiously, they seem to judge these placements on who's actually quite good there.
It doesn't seem fair, does
Whether
it?
it's in the slips, you could have young pups in the slips, or fast bowlers, like Overton's always there, of course. So whoever's best is put there, rather than that which is dispensable. He's that before. It's another poor ball, actually. He's got a couple of this over, but he's got the key wicket, another key wicket. Every wicket is key now. Somerset going to win this game. This pair, essentially, have got to do it. They've got to do the vast majority of the work, and that means somehow, it's not impossible, but unlikely, conjuring another 100 between them.
104 more needed. Miguel Pretorius and Alfie Ogborn still to come.
I'm not sure Miguel is... 2 things. I'm not sure Miguel Pretorius is in vintage form. And I think when he is in quite good form, he tends to be more effective when there's a bit of pace on the ball.
Well, we saw his innings in the first.
Was he facing a leg spinner there?
Yeah.
I can't remember. But he had a famous first innings against Surrey.
Yeah.
Well, we thought, what's going on here? And he was slashing away, got nowhere. Anyway, after which, later in that first summer, in his own inimitable fashion, he got significant runs.
Yeah, he did well.
Beating the ball.
Yeah, it's one of those moments as a captain. Gregory was probably out there thinking, right, this is down to me. Partly, it's me there at the other end, but I've got to be here for a long time.
Oh, yeah. Well, who knows what's going to happen? But if you had a choice of who might come in at number 9, Gregory would be right at the top
High
of that.
up there, absolutely.
Because he's not frightened of a situation, and let's face it, Somerset are in a bit of a situation here. But he won't have written it off.
There'll be a moment if these two hang around when they can start to hit out more. But that moment isn't now, that'll be runs.
It's almost 2, but not quite. It's very wide at long one. Well, they'll play positively, but not with abandon. I would have thought that's the idea.
Just a few minutes till tea.
Oh, I've forgotten about tea. I think there's one there. There's no,
letting him.
No, I think Root just followed it, and then just to demonstrate to the batsman, you've made a very silly mistake there.
Shining away, Root. Constantly shining. Say earlier on, I wonder how much Dom Best we're going to see. We're going to see him pretty much unchanged, I'd have thought.
Yeah, he's done a very good job.
Yeah,
three wickets. Root's got 2. Rue and Overton. So good old-fashioned game where the spinners come into it on the last day. He managed to get back on
just
that,
got an edge on it, I think.
And it just trickled to slip.
Just very late.
Yeah, he was. Well, he got back on it in the end, but it was a little tricky.
Not good for nervous cricket watchers the way that was played. Gregory's on 7. Bit of respect shown to that one. Expansive shot, and he's found a gap, and that will, I think,
I'm not sure he's timed that.
No, he's not quite got it all the way.
Just a couple, I think.
There's some weary chasing by Jack White there, but he's got to it. 2 runs added. Gregory to 9. The score now is less than 100 needed, 98. More runs required. Just the 3 wickets in hand. Turned into him, managed to get it away for a single. Smeed watchful there. Final ball of this over at 3:39 on the scoreboard clock.
He's hit that well. He's hit that with amazing power, you know, because there's a man out there, but he's timed it so well that he's got 4 for it. As things stand, it looks like there'll be another over.
Yeah, I think so.
15:39 says the clock on the scoreboard. Actually, it now says 15:40 and they're all walking off. Well, I think
Tea on day 4, Somerset
it's Yorkshire's session,
167 for 7
but the
in their
game's not
second
over.
innings. Somerset require
93
93
required. 2 good
runs
players
to
at the
win.
crease. One more wicket, you think, well, if it comes soon, it's not looking good for the home side, but don't go away. Whether you're sitting in the stand there, they won't be going away. They've seen Gregory bat in crucial situations before, and Smead actually, but usually against a white ball. And if you're watching us, well, I pop back in about 20 minutes.
The tea interval is 20 minutes long, during which time the Somerset Cricket Museum will be opening its doors. It's situated next to the Somerset County Sports Shop and entry is completely free.
Number 18, Georgia.
Well, George Hill is going to open up for Yorkshire from the River End after tea. This fascinating game of county championship cricket is coming down to its crescendo. 167 for 7 at Somerset, needing 93 more runs. They bat very deep, Mickey Pretorius at 10, Alfie Alpern at 11, but Lewis Gregory will not want those two to bat. He'll want himself and Will Smeed to get them over the line first. Myself, Harry Everett, here with Vic Marks, Charlie Taylor later on. And that is a cheeky single first ball from Lewis Gregory. I don't think Will Smeed was expecting that, but good, positive running. As the clouds do grey a little, well, the last 20 minutes. A bit more overcast, less blue sky. The seagulls are getting excited for some leftover chips as the floodlights come on.
Yeah, there's shadows on the pitch, but I think the shadows are coming from the sun at the moment. We've got the floodlights on and the sun out, and they're sunlight shadows. They've given Bess a rest. Spinners did well for Yorkshire in the middle session there. We're in the final session of the match. Yorkshire hold the best cards, but it's not over.
Yeah, a little wander in 20 minutes off, and around the Ondarchie Pavilion made me chuckle. The Ondarchie box has got the Yorkshire side and the Somerset side. It's got Don Bess's fan club. They're all supporting Yorkshire wickets, and I was there when Adam Live took that brilliant catch.
They were jumping up, were they?
They were jumping up and celebrating. The Somerset lot were shrinking into their seats. I've never known an atmosphere in a home box to be so divided. The Devonian Yorkshire fans.
Yes, well, in cricket we haven't reached the necessity for separate stands for separate supporters.
There was no divide. There's no big fence down the middle, like in foreign football grounds. What a catch that was, though, we should say again. Big credit to Live.
Yeah, it was a very good catch in that he stayed down. Well, it was just a flick, wasn't it? And it more or less came off the centre of the bat. And sometimes they stick and sometimes they don't, but you've got to give Live credit.
Smeed outside off stump again. We talked about most batters, other than maybe Tom Lammerby, who actually was bowled hitters off stump. A lot of the other Somerset batters have gone with a outside off stump guard or trigger to cover the line of the stumps, and anything on the stumps they tend to whip through mid-on, mid-wicket. Wow, the slow hand clap again from Adam Live. He loves it. Matt Revish joining in, Jai Richardson too.
Good shot for nothing, that.
Yeah,
he timed that well. He's timed the ball well in this innings from the start. I think, in part, I think that's the situation. Smeed, in this innings, he's forgetting about all this new stuff, playing red ball cricket. I'm not used to it. I've got to play myself in, do it right. He's actually batted more fluently from the start of his innings in this, because he's trying to play the match situation where you can't be too timid. He's just hit a glorious shot.
Beautiful cover drive. Plays with his hands well, strong man, big biceps. I was reading an article the other day, actually, about, I think it's Josh Butler, finding it easier to bat in a test match in the fourth innings when there's a chase, when you know there's a target to set. And Will Smeed is probably of a similar ilk, because Josh Butler played more white ball cricket than red ball, more one-day stuff than four-day stuff. And actually in the first innings, you don't know what tempo to go at, you don't know what to score. Whereas Will Smeed's got a clear plan here. He knows they've got to get 88 more runs now. 28 overs should not be an issue. The light or rain potentially, but at the moment we're clear. Again, off stump is taken, this time by Lewis Gregory to Joe Root. Still got a man on the reverse sweep. Don't see Lewis Gregory playing a reverse sweep as much as a Thomas or James Root.
No. You can always do it by their birth date, really, can't you? Except for actually Smeed, who's a young man. He don't.
Yeah, Josh Thomas
he
doesn't
doesn't
too much.
He doesn't do it much. No, Josh Thomas doesn't do it either, actually.
It's amazing to watch Thomas Root use it as a one, as a rotate the strike shot. He knew it wouldn't be four, but he's so confident whipping his hands around. chat to some of the lads downstairs who said he was in the nets the day after coming back for the World Cup. Asking the St Andrews lads for a hit. Loves batting. You can tell.
Well, we've seen a glimpse of Thomas Root. He's got some A-levels to do, after which I'm sure we'll see quite a lot more.
He's gone. Will Smead is gone. Caught a first slip. Joe Root with another wicket. The two off spinners, Joe Root and Dom Bess, having a decent afternoon here. 3 for Dom Bess, and that's the 3rd for Joe Root. And Somerset are in a little bit of trouble here. Still need 87 more runs, and it's 10-11. Mickey Pretorius can bat. He's not really a number 10. And Alfie Ogborn's better than the number 11, but a lot of
Will
pressure to
Smead
fall
was
on
caught by
the
George
shoulders
Hill
of
off the
captain
bowling of Joe Root. For
Yeah,
21
well, that
runs,
ball, you
24.
can understand there's a big gap square on the offside, but it just bounced a little bit, turned a little bit, but it bounced, which is what undid him. And a good sharp catch. Root's got 3 for 42.
Yeah, Hill in at slip
New
when
batter
Joe
for
Root's bowling.
Somerset, number 27.
Calm
Miguel
catch, 2 hands
Pretorius.
underneath it. Mickey Pretorius likes a bit of crash bang wallop.
Yeah, I think he likes a bit of pace on the ball too.
Yeah.
But he won't rule anything out, Pretorius. I think he's only got one way to play though. But you need a bit of planning, because there'll be a in-out field. It's clear as day. That's what you want against Pretorius. So you're going to have a slip and you're going to have a forward short leg. But you're going to have some scats out as well. I'm not sure I'd have the reverse sweep boundary fielder for Pretorius, because I don't reckon that's in his category. He's more of a thumper.
No, I don't mean to factor in too much. I've just had a text. It's raining really hard in Wellington. Could that save Somerset? Could the draw come back into play now?
I can't see Pretorius playing for a draw, or Gregory for that matter, actually.
First ball, caught and bowled. Mickey Pretorius, that's a nothing shot. Good catch from Joe Root above his head. But the rain might be 10 minutes away. It might be 2 overs away from the game ending for rain anyway. But Mickey Pretorius was given that away. I bigged him up as he's better than a number 10, but that was a number 10 shot.
No, it's not. Number 11.
Doesn't need to be an amazing ball that from Joe Root, just
Miguel
throwing it up there outside off stump.
by
He slapped
Joe
it.
Root.
Could have had a look. Lewis Gregory turned around in disgust. Not impressed with his overseas first ball. Joe Root could get a 5-foot and bring his team to victory in a game where Hill disappointed didn't get more runs. Got a beautiful 33 and a 64. But now it's Joe Root doing the bowling. Still no Adam
New batter for
Lyons.
Somerset.
I've
sponsored
had
by
a third
TWG
text now.
Group,
Hammering down in
Alfie
Wellington.
Ogborn.
Yeah, well, I sort of hope that they're aware of that, but I don't think Pretorius was. Because if you offered Somerset the draw now, my goodness me, they'd snap your hand off, quite obviously. Whether they've got that in their calculations, I don't know. But, I mean, it could be that Ogborn will pass on the message that, you know, I presume the dressing room might know, it's pouring down in Wellington.
Comes from the west, doesn't it?
Mm.
Normally comes from the west. This
Yeah,
weekend, particularly,
yeah.
that's where the weather's come from. We're going to see an extra catcher in place with a helmet in. Alfie Ogborn's going to have 4 helmeted fielders around him. Well, the wicket keeper and 3 more. The normal slip.
It's a hat-trick ball, of course.
2 short legs.
Yeah, well, it's a hat-trick ball.
I think it's more that it's a number 11 and 1 wicket to win.
Well,
as
it's both, really.
Yeah.
I don't think, I suspect that the field won't change if he survives it.
Where they got a man out on deep square leg, though. Interesting. I don't think Alfie Ogborn's going to sweep. That's a lovely shot, first ball. Could have been caught off the foot of Wharton, up to Joe Root, mind. Tell you what, that's a similar ball to Mickey Pretorius. Alfie just waited a tiny bit later to put it down into the ground, rather than early and aerially. Now Yorkshire want to get through the overs quickly here. I don't think he's hit it there. I'm not quite sure what they're appealing for. They're caught behind, I guess, but Alfie Ogborn just says, calm down, lads, I've not hit it.
Calm down, that's at
Calm
my elbow. You've probably been told, let the umpire do the umpire, it takes very much.
Yeah, that has turned. It's a good take from Johnny Bairstow. Credit where credit's due. Joe Root with a decent nut and a great take from Johnny Bairstow. Actually behind middle and leg almost in the end. Turned sharply. Don Best then with the muckiest whites, as always.
He's come back on. There was one over from Hill, but he's now been relieved.
Returning at the river end, number 2.
Here's a question: do England even need a spinner when they've got Joe Root? Well, if it's doing a bit in June, it's green and overcast, they might decide then go without a spinner and just go with Joe Root.
He's better on turning pitches, though.
Yeah. They might say they won't.
Well, obviously, he didn't bowl much in the winter, did he?
No,
well,
I'd have bowled him
but
more, actually.
you could mount a case that if you just judge them purely on their bowling, that he's a superior bowler to Will Jacks, I'd say.
Yeah, I agree. Right, a few scouts out on the boundary for Lewis Gregory. Deep fine, deep square. Well, it's more of a deep backward square, deep mid wicket, a deep long on, actually. In front square, I don't think Lewis Gregory's going to play the paddle sweep. Mid-off's up in the ring, though. Lewis Gregory goes down the ground. It's just going to be one run, I think.
Ooh, yeah.
He trusts Alfie Ogborn. Lewis Gregory's a bit of an old-school cricketer. He's not going to do a Jai Richardson at number 10 and protect his number 11. Lewis Gregory's going to trust Alfie Ogborn. I think that's the right decision.
Yeah, I suppose so.
He could have not taken the one.
I mean, I would... just seeing what the field is, I would keep one man back for Alfie, because I think he...
You think if
he's got men round the bat and he's going to have 4 of them, my suspicions are Alfie might think, oh, I'm going to whack it.
In outfield, yeah. Very deep in his crease, Alfie Ogborn. Well played. Mid-on sort of hanging back. I think mid-wicket could go slightly straighter, closer to Joe Root, the one mid-wicket sort of hanging in no man's land. Middle of the bat for Alfie Ogborn.
Yeah, I think you got the order wrong just at the moment. Pretorius is living on his reputation.
A lot more raining in Wellington comments in the chat and social media.
Not a great position to be in. It's very front on there.
Yeah, but squared out, didn't it?
Yeah. He's sending a man out. He doesn't mind if
I think, yeah, Jack White's going to go out.
Alfie gets a single and mid-on's going back a bit. And he's not going to take it.
Oh, that's a lovely shot for one that's not allowed.
Well, last ball the over, I think that sort of makes sense.
I just read a comment as well, which is enlightening. I forgot this. Matt Revis is on a hat-trick, and he's not had a bowl yet. You talked about the hat-trick ball for Joe Root. Matt Revis on a hat-trick from the first innings.
No,
not been bowled at all.
He's not close to bowling at the moment.
No, I agree. I think they will go Root and Bess. Partly for the over 8, partly because it's spinning a bit. And Alfie Ogborn and Lewis Gregory are more like to give chances to the spin, I think. Pays off. You're going to have a deep long off. And most of the fielders on the boundary on the leg side. And there's a 1 if he wants it against the spin.
Yeah.
In the cover area.
Don't have as many 2s there, unless he goes fine on the leg side.
That's pad. Another ambitious appeal from Yorkshire.
It is an ambitious appeal, but it's turned. It's really been remarkable.
But done very well to ignore some of these.
I mean, I'm afraid it is almost the perfect cricket pitch. This it's not perfect for Somerset's purposes just at the minute.
Well played by Lewis Gregory. In behind that, decent length and line from Joe Root. Some are turning, some aren't. Still a little bit of drift.
How did that not bowl him?
That's not a great shot from Lewis Gregory in the second.
I don't know how he's still thinking about winning this game. Of course,
going to go for, but
I cannot understand how that didn't bowl him.
That's
must
pretty
have missed,
filthy, actually.
I suppose it must have missed off stump.
I don't think there was under edge. It's 4 byes.
Or maybe leg stump. I don't know how that didn't bowl him.
Just missed it. Well, it's always entertaining games of cricket when Somerset are involved, whether they're top or whether they are on the table. Yorkshire sensing a famous win here. That's a beauty. Went on. Can arm ball that from Gregory. Still shining his ball. I like the way he shines with his long sleeve. Most people shine on their trousers or maybe on their belly, but he goes with the shirt sleeve.
Coming in there on the offside. Well, not many coming in. He's bowled, what, 4 balls. This is the 5th. They're still loitering very deep. He'll take the single if he can get it. And he can't get it. Now what they're going to do. He's bringing his offside fielders up. Mid-off's coming up. Anyone else? Leg side is staying back.
It's another pretty filthy shot from Lewis Gregory. Not the length to slog sweep.
No, he's better off trying to do that through the offside, actually,
Yeah.
with the field up. But
There was
anyway,
plenty of space there, wasn't there?
it's...
Well, we talked about Tim Gurneville, Jack Leach, Jamie Overton, been involved in very famous last wicket stands. This would be a...
not of this magnitude, I don't think.
82, yeah, this would be phenomenal. Still 25 overs to go if weather allows, but by the weather scouts, sounds like it's not, we are seeing there's quite a few umbrellas up actually. Coats
here
across the Hildreth stand and a few little specks. Not heavy rain yet.
You can't see an umbrella in the Hildreth stand.
Unless it's smothered.
Oh my goodness me! It's not comfortable watching him. He's loitering right on the back foot. I mean, of course, at Hampshire he got 18 ball 38 at Ogbourne.
That's a beautiful shot, Alfie Ogbourne. It's going to be 4. Jack White's not going to catch up with that.
They will. They should be running. They've only run 1.
Oh, it slowed down.
That's because it wasn't quite.
The rain.
You think the rain slowed it down? This rain that no one else can see just yet, apart from this rain that mysteriously has not prompted the Hildreth stand to put up their umbrellas.
Alfie Ogbourne looked like he hit that better than the ball travelled across the outfield.
Well, there was almost 3, but they've settled on 1.
Yeah, I think in this situation,
mind you, the way
forget about 3.
The way Gregory's playing.
You'd be better off trusting Alfie Ogbourne, is what I'm going to say.
I don't know.
Top v bottom coming into this round, I think. Not far off, but this time he does get the sweep and a gap does Lewis Gregory. It's only going to be 1 though. Played it nicely, but Alfie Ogbourne will get to face 1 more ball in this over. Three helmeted fielders then join the wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow. George Hill still at slip. Mid on, hanging back on the edge. About halfway between the stumps and the boundary. This reminds you of Somerset Surrey with Jack Leach bowling. It's the other way around now. Actually on the other foot. We've not seen opposition spinners down here with all the close catches in for a little while. 68 overs bowled, 180 for 9. Yorkshire have come back into this match superbly. Credit where credit's due. A lot of it down to that 92 from Wharton. Tight bowling from Jack White and George Hill, and then the spin of Bess and Root have been pretty impressive today.
Thank you, lad.
Somerset probably won the first 3 days, though day 2 didn't have much action, and day 3's evening session was won by Yorkshire. It is getting greyer and darker. Floodlights taking more effect. The blue sky moving over to the east. Soft hands, Lewis Gregory. This should be at least 2.
I think that's 3.
Johnny Bairstow's gone.
Yeah, Bairstow.
But they won't take 3 because Lewis Gregory wants to strike.
Oh, yeah, he wants a 2. He wants a 2.
Johnny Bairstow went after it. He got a bit of a stick from the both from stand and then looked at him. Give him a bit of a glare. There's been a bit of antics from the crowd and the fans and interaction. Like the slow hand clapping has wound up a few Somerset fans from the Yorkshire players, and fans come down to the West Country. But it's been a terrific game of cricket. Playing in good spirits. Tries to go big, but it's just going to trickle out to mid-wicket for no run. Joe Root's going to get a few bonus dot balls where Lewis Gregory can smash it out to the fielders and get no runs for it.
He's trying to do a sort of Ben Stokes, really. But I'm not sure he can clear the boundary quite as easily as Ben Stokes did at Headingley.
He's not faced anywhere near as many balls as Ben Stokes had.
No, that's true too.
To get his iron first. Think of the night before. Everyone remembers Ben Stokes the following day.
Got
The
about
night
3
before.
of 70 balls, didn't he?
Yeah, that's, you know, got him going. He started again the next morning. Chat Leach here watching, of course, but with the neck strain, not involved in this match. So fielders come up for the last 2 balls of Joe Root's 16th over.
So he can work that on the leg side. Another ball yet.
What a game of cricket. One advert for the county championship. Going right down to the wire on Bank Holiday Monday. That's a lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. That should be 2.
Well,
He'll probably take 1 though because it's the
gone
last
for-
ball.
he
Could have thought about 3, but no, they'll just take 1.
No, he can't get 3. I mean,
he could have let that go for
he
4.
He could
you're
have
gonna
let
say.
it go for 4, but
yeah, that's a good point actually. Would Joe Root rather that goes for 4? Johnny Better, the captain.
No, I think you don't want to donate anyone runs even at this stage. You've got plenty of time.
Well, yeah, it's 77 to get. Don't see that very often, but fielder naturally runs around and tries to stop the boundary. It's what you're paid to do. But yeah, as you say, different ways of looking at it. Outfield one at the non-strikers now. Sharp turn from Don
Well,
Best.
he's decided.
He takes the 1 off Don Best, but not off Joe Root. Find that interesting. There's a reason behind it. Turned down a 1 second ball off Joe Root. Ran 2, not 3 first ball when he edged it off Joe Root to Lewis Gregory, but now gives Alfie Ogborn potential 5 balls to face from Don Best. He's got him. Yorkshire win a terrific game of cricket. Have to say they deserved it today. Don Best and Joe Root have been superb. Somerset having had a great start to the season. Joe Root goes straight to shake the hands of Lewis Gregory. He's bowled brilliantly. Don Best back on his home turf has been brilliant as well today. Yorkshire's partnership between Jai Richardson and Jack White yesterday evening got them back in the ascendancy. Somerset thought they could chase it today, but a little collapse this afternoon.
Somerset
184 all out. Got to say, Yorkshire deserved the win today, Vic.
They were terrific today.
75 runs.
Lovely delivery, actually, to finish it all off. They thoroughly deserved their win. They were right out of the game after the first day. Right out of the game. They clawed it back on the second. And then those lower order partnerships last night were critical, as you say. I feel Somerset, they squandered what seemed like almost, there never is a completely unassailable position, but they squandered a terrific position on the first night. And it will be an incredibly satisfying victory for Yorkshire, which they've much deserved in a sort of wonderfully, I was going to say old-fashioned way, but I mean, a great tribute to the ground staff here. They have prepared what is just about the perfect cricket wicket, where batsmen have had time to flourish. The seamers were right in the game at the start, and on the final day, we saw that ball turning, not absolutely prodigiously, but enough to cause a bit of mayhem. Great pressure applied by Yorkshire, from their spinners especially, but also from Hill and White. And Somerset with a sort of callow-ish looking lineup suddenly, it looks like, with odd people making contributions, to be fair, were not up for the task. I think they were a bit passive right at the start of their innings. They looked a bit timid, and there's a bit of a problem still at the top of the order. Can't always be Rue and Abel. While Abel was still there, you thought, well, anything is possible. But Bairstow had faith in his spinners. Bess returning from Yorkshire, Somerset boy. I mean, he'll be thrilled to bits to do it in front of his family, probably. He's had a terrific spell today, 4 for 60 from 24.2 overs, I think. And then Root, who's been terrific all game, but we didn't really anticipate him having a major impact with the ball on the last day, but he's got 4 for 49, all good wickets, actually. So there'll be a bit of heart-searching in the Somerset dressing room with much disappointment. Been some amazing pluses, most obviously from Josh Thomas, who's scored 180-odd runs in the match and ends up on the losing side. But there's some holes in the side at the moment because not everyone is functioning at their best. So there'll be frustration in the Somerset dressing room, but well-deserved elation in the Yorkshire dressing room to come back from where they were on the first day. Is a really gutsy, gritty performance, and they deserve all the points they're going to get, which I think is 19, as it happens.
Can I say massive credit to Yorkshire today? Did not bowl a single extra, which I think is blooming good going when you think the 69 overs, the small things you maybe don't talk about. No balls, no byes.
Yes, there were byes. I can remember one scuttling past Bairstow.
Well, official scorecard, no extras whatsoever. I remember one scuttling past Bairstow, agree, but did they give it as runs?
Well,
I thought it was byes.
Anyway, I don't know.
Scorecard says no extras.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're less likely to get no balls when you've got two spinners doing the bulk, 40-odd overs of spin out of 69. And you wouldn't have quite predicted that at the start of, certainly not the start of the match. But in many areas, Yorkshire terrific. The gutsiness of the fight back last night, not sort of giving up, digging in. White, not a great batsman, hanging in there. Alongside the Aussie Richardson. And then all today, they never really allowed Somerset to get on the front foot with the bat. They got off to a perfect start, Yorkshire, 3 for 20. There were little rallies via Abel, Thomas, of course, and even Thomas Rue batted neatly for his 30. Smead looked good briefly, but there wasn't you needed one big innings, 190, 100, and someone would be able to bat around that to get this target. The pitch did more than we anticipated. We kept saying, the pitches we've seen at Taunton, they just get better and better and better. Well, this one, and this makes it a very good cricket surface, did a lot more than we expected for the spin bowlers. Beautifully exploited by the monosyllabic pair of off-spinners, Bess and Root. So disappointment for Somerset. It won't be top of the table by the end of this, I shouldn't think.
No, sorry. Not
and it's back to the drawing board and off to Cardiff.
Yep, Cardiff away on Friday. Yorkshire go above Hampshire into 9th place in the table. And yeah, credit to Yorkshire. They'll have a bank holiday trip back up the motorway, celebrating all the way. Okay, and they've done brilliantly to come and win today. A cracking game of county championship cricket. No 100. Still in an opposition match against Somerset this year individually, but Yorkshire men winning by 75 runs. We'll be back for the T20s, I guess. Is Glamorgan away? And
there's a home game against Sussex in the championship before then.
Is that 2 weekends' time?
Yeah.
That's the last, yes, well said, yeah. That's the last game. Starts on a Friday again, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, there's been some great championship cricket for those who love it in the first 4 games. Disappointment here. A very good game of cricket. The championship resumes at Taunton after the trip to Sussex, before they get the white ball out.
Yeah, well, enjoy the rest of your bank holiday Monday. Thanks to all of you engaging on the live stream through the earpieces, and we'll be back soon.